Chapter 11. Behind Closed Doors. When Harry reached the hallway outside the drawing room, he found it still gloriously devoid of people. I should have asked Darby to keep Remus occupied, just to be sure, he scolded himself. Too bad he hadn't remembered the wall watcher in time. Sitting himself on the lowest step, still close enough to see and hear properly, he closed his eyes, removed his own glasses, and put the magical glasses in place. He opened his eyes slowly, remembering the shock he'd received the first time he tried them and had seen nothing underneath him. Sure enough, every which way he looked, he could see through the walls. However, only one room interested Harry at that moment. In directing his attention to the other side of the wall to the drawing room, his eyes and ears focused on the two wizards who were already well into their conversation. No, Snape looked as if he had been pacing the room and had stopped mid-stride to address the headmaster, who was seated on the same sofa on which he had briefly questioned Harry earlier that day. I have done too much to stop now. I need to be out there doing something. Now, Severus, Dumbledore soothed, I am not asking you to cease your efforts for this war. You can do plenty of good from here after you have had time to recover. Recover? I am perfectly fine, Albus. Fine, Dumbledore repeated dryly. Yes, Poppy must have been exaggerating when she wrote in her medical report that you had sustained multiple surface injuries, dehydration, and substantial nerve damage. He deliberately softened his voice to add, Severus. I know how you pride yourself on not allowing your weaknesses to show, whether they be physical, mental, or emotional. But you do not need to hide them from me. You are weak right now, not broken. Weak. There is no shame in that. You must have time to recover. Snape scowled, clearly not agreeing with the headmaster's assessment of his condition. And as it concerns the war, Dumbledore continued, at the present time, the most important thing for you to do is to lie low. Allow Voldemort time to be distracted from thoughts of searching for you. You will be of better use in the thick of the war when his guard is down. Harry noticed that Snape had flinched at Dumbledore's use of Voldemort's name, but he hadn't corrected him like he always did with Harry. I fail to see of what importance I will be to the Order sitting here doing nothing, Snape combated. And before you suggest that I have anything to do with the training or babysitting of Potter, I should not need to remind you of the last time you forced me to work with him. I will not have my privacy trampled on again, and I will not waste my efforts with an arrogant teenager who refuses to listen to me or to learn. Harry bristled, wanting to tell Snape a thing or two about the man's own behavior. It was hardly mature to intentionally drop a student's potions assignment and refuse to grade it, now was it? Dumbledore replied in his calmest tone, I have admitted to you that those lessons were a mistake on my part. I am deeply sorry. I had hoped the two of you would learn to put your differences aside. Forcing you to work together, however, just magnified the problem, I am afraid. Dumbledore's eyes showed defeat, along with something deeper sorrow. Weakness. Maybe both, or neither. Harry didn't have time to dwell on it, as Dumbledore was speaking again. If you should choose to tutor Harry again, you know how grateful I would be to you. However, he held up his hand to stay Snape from interrupting, that would be entirely your choice. You have my word, Severus, that I will not force the two of you together in that capacity again. Harry found himself grinning a bit at that promise. Within the room, Snape looked calmer as well, though still wary. But Harry's relief was short-lived, as Dumbledore continued, Nevertheless, you have no need for immediate concern, Severus. I placed Harry with his relatives for his own safety. Watched by a Death Eater or no, it is still the most securely warded place for him. He returns tomorrow. Harry grasped the edge of the step with both hands. Back. After everything he'd been through, Dumbledore was sending him back to the Dursleys. Images of tree-sized weeds and a permanently purple Uncle Vernon flew through his mind, and his hands tightened painfully on the step. Snape took a seat across from Dumbledore, his expression inscrutable. We had considered sending Potter to Hogwarts in approximately 3 weeks' time, he said slowly. I see no reason why we shouldn't send him on now. We would have no trouble finding a slew of eager volunteers to guard him for the duration. Snape apparently couldn't resist a slight sneer at the jab at Harry's popularity. The headmaster's brows rose a notch. You are taking an interest in the boy's welfare, Severus. Of course not, Snape snapped. He is pivotal to the Dark Lord's plans. I merely think it the wisest course of action to keep him away from a location where he is already known to be. Dumbledore countered. Our plan might have worked, if not for your escape and Voldemort's knowledge that you would inform us of his plans. Not only can a near-empty Hogwarts not offer him the same protections as his relatives, home, but it is the first place at which Voldemort will now expect us to hide him. The Weasleys, then, Snape said, before Dumbledore had quite finished his last sentence. Send Potter to stay with his mangy friend and that horrendous family of his. It is already warded to a degree, and additional wards could be put into place. Harry's grip on the step let up a bit. The Weasleys, he barely dared to hope. No, Dumbledore countered again, promptly destroying that hope. Still too risky, for reasons we have discussed before. You know better, Severus, Dumbledore scolded, leaning forward to study Snape's guarded face. You are one of the most logical wizards of my acquaintance, and you know these arguments inside and out. What else is behind this sudden urge to relocate Harry? Dumbledore's voice demanded an answer, and Snape met the older wizard's eyes unflinchingly, though he said nothing for a long moment. When he finally did speak, it was with a simple, "Nothing at all, Albus. I merely thought it important that we understood all options." The silence was thick as both wizards held their gazes. Dumbledore clearly didn't believe the other man for a moment, but then Snape didn't appear as if he had been trying to fool him. It seemed to be his way of saying that he was done with the topic of conversation. Harry's whole body felt tense, knowing that with the end of that discussion, Dumbledore had won. Harry would be going back to the Dursleys, whether he liked it or not. The headmaster allowed the change in discussion, finally interrupting the silence to segue into another topic. As we are on the subject of Mr. Potter, he began, still watching Snape carefully, I had hoped to speak with you about a few details of your stay with him. Snape slowly and deliberately placed his hands on the table before him, lacing his fingers together in a falsely relaxed position. He waited, wary eyes on Dumbledore. I have read Poppy's letter regarding her examination of Harry, Severus. I have also spoken with Remus. He was quite concerned by her findings. In addition to undernourishment and a rather large bruise on his face, he seems to have had a severely sprained shoulder and an array of bruises on both arms. Dumbledore allowed a moment before continuing carefully with his next comment. Remus was rather worried that he might have received the injuries as a result of your shared company over the last several days. Harry had worried that Dumbledore had the information from Pomfrey, but he now nearly clapped himself on the forehead for a different reason. So that's why Remus had been acting so protective. Looking back, he figured he should have guessed, would have guessed, if he hadn't been so distracted. All the swift glares and suspicious looks, and all directed at Snape. Snape's eyes had narrowed to slits. And what do you think, Albus? He grated out, fury simmering in his voice. Dumbledore studied Snape for a moment. I think that you dislike the boy, Severus, or at least that you think you do. You have never hidden that fact. I will also not deny that I know you well enough to discern that if properly provoked, you have the capability to do harm to yourself and to others. Dumbledore spoke carefully, considering, eyes looking directly into Snape's. You have a temper, Severus. I will not pretend that you don't, and you will not deny that you do. Snape looked ready to explode, with that same referenced temper. However, Dumbledore continued calmly, I have put my trust in you, and I believe that you will be honest with me in a matter so grave as this. If you tell me that he is incorrect, I will believe you. If you tell me that he is correct, then we shall deal with it, together. I will not forsake you. Snape kept his thunderous eyes level with those of the older wizard and stated clearly and deliberately, he is incorrect. Dumbledore did not hesitate. He nodded and placed one of his hands over both of Snape's, which were still clasped together on the table. "Thank you, my boy. I believe you." He left his hand on Snape's for a moment longer. "Thank you," he repeated, and Harry heard the relief behind the headmaster's words. Snape stared at Dumbledore's hand holding his own, so that Harry couldn't see his face, and he continued to study his own hands after the older wizard's hand was removed. "Now that we have that settled," Dumbledore cleared his throat. Poppy noted that the bruises were not all inflicted at once. Several, however, looked at most a day or two old. "Are you able to shed any light on the cause or causes of his injuries, Severus? Other than falling, lifting, or boxing, that is." He raised his brows in obvious disbelief of those excuses, and Harry blushed. To hear his feeble excuses laid out by Dumbledore, well, it was more than a little humiliating. "Did you see or hear anything that might explain?" Dumbledore prodded Snape, whose silent focus was still on his own clasped hands. Harry held his breath. Snape hadn't told before when he'd had the chance. Surely he wouldn't now. Snape finally raised his head to look Dumbledore in the eyes and said two words: "His uncle." Harry felt chilled as Snape went on. "I discovered Potter's shoulder injury the first night." He never explained how it was injured, but in light of other events, it was obviously his uncle's doing. He stopped to allow Dumbledore to speak, but the older wizard was still, his face betraying nothing of his thoughts. Harry could do nothing but listen to Snape delve into the secrets of his home life. "The following day I heard a session of verbal abuse, which I can now only presume is a commonplace occurrence in that house. His uncle proceeded to hit him." Snape paused a moment before adding, in a careful voice, "The Muggle hit his own nephew hard enough to knock him to the ground." Snape stopped then, silently waiting for Dumbledore's response. "And that was the only time you saw or heard anything," Dumbledore said quietly, sadness lining his features. Snape hesitated before admitting, "No." His rigid posture clearly communicated that he did not want to continue, but after a glance at the headmaster's imploring face, he did. "I am under the distinct impression that in addition to the aforementioned abuse, his relatives work him, starve him, lock him behind bars, and who knows what else. They do not appear opposed to using any or all of these punishments, particularly in response to the slightest mention of the magical world." Dumbledore let out a deep breath. "I am sorry that you had to be there, child. It can't have brought up happy memories for you." Snape brushed the comment aside, almost too quickly. "Did you know?" he asked, leaning forward a bit, eyes intense. "Did you know that your golden boy lived in an abusive home?" he demanded. Harry, still feeling shaky, flinched at hearing the term abuse yet again from Snape's lips. He hated it and hoped Dumbledore wasn't going to start to see him that way. Abused implied weak, thought Harry, and he wasn't weak. Dumbledore sighed and slumped slightly into his seat. "Harry has never known love as he should have with the Dursleys. I did what I thought I had to in sending him back there, in keeping him safe from greater evils. Despite his relatives' neglect, I had never seen proof of physical violence. I had truly convinced myself that Harry would be fine during the summers. Not ecstatically happy, of course, but fine. They are his family, after all." "Yes, because we all know that families never hurt their own," Snape sneered, dark sarcasm lacing his words. "Yes," Dumbledore eyed Snape with sorrow-filled eyes. "Yes, you would know that, wouldn't you, Severus?" "This isn't about me," Snape replied quickly, in rejection of the direction the conversation was taking. "To the contrary, this is about you. After all, you are the one who chose to take Harry from his relatives' harm. I was the one who happened to be there. Do not make me into Potter's shining hero, Albus. I care nothing for the boy. That has not changed. And yet you helped him." Snape's glare was nearly worse than his sneer. "You never desist in your foolish quest to find the so-called good in people, do you, old man? Don't try to pick me apart. I refuse to be psychoanalyzed so that you may imagine light where there are only shadows." Dumbledore leaned back, unfazed. We both know the horrors you have faced, and I'll not force you to rehash your past. That's settled, then, Snape interrupted, but Dumbledore wasn't about to be deterred. However, the headmaster firmly stated, for some reason unknown to Harry, you chose to help him instead of leaving him to further harm. The corners of Dumbledore's lips rose a bit, and he softened his voice so that Harry had to strain to hear, for which I am proud of you, Severus. I recall a moment not so long ago when you questioned whether, if the time came, you would make the decision to help a friend, far less a self-proclaimed enemy, in need. You have always been a great wizard. Here is proof that you can be great man if you wish to be. Dumbledore hesitated before adding softly, she would have been grateful and proud. Snape winced as though he'd suffered a physical pain, and his face whitened beyond his usual pallor. After a moment he spoke, in a pained hiss. Are you really so mad, old man, as to think one indecisive, truly one inconsequential, moment can tell the true nature of a man? Or, dafter still, that even a lifetime of those moments is capable of atoning for having committed the worst of all sins? What happened in the past does not have to define you, Severus. Dumbledore's immediate answer was stern, yet loving. What you do today, right now, that is what defines you. Snape's skepticism showed on his pale face, though he made no move to argue. He looked down to the table, his black hair falling forward, hiding his face from Harry's view. Both wizards sat in silence for several long moments, which was fine with Harry, as it gave him time to think. He hadn't expected the personal turn of conversation, and he shifted uncomfortably, even though he knew neither wizard could see him. Who was the she that Dumbledore had mentioned? And what was this, worst of all sins, that Snape seemed to think he had committed? It also hadn't escaped his notice that Dumbledore had alluded to Snape's own memories when talking about Harry's family, and he wondered for the first time about the memories he'd briefly glimpsed of Snape's own childhood during their occlumency sessions. But that thought was quickly overshadowed, and Harry felt a chill run through his entire body as he came to a familiar thought. Snape had been a Death Eater. He had probably tortured, killed, and done loads of unspeakable things in Voldemort's service. What sort of horrible atrocity could he possibly have committed that would dwarf all of that to become his self-described worst sin? Harry all of a sudden didn't want to know. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance at the two men before removing the wall watcher from his face. He was supposed to be getting answers by eavesdropping, not more questions. He sat another minute, mind reeling from the conversation he had just heard. Most importantly, the fact that Dumbledore knew. Snape had told him about Uncle Vernon, about everything. How would he see Harry now? But more importantly, would he still send him back to the Dursleys? Harry felt an unbidden flash of anger directed at the older wizard. Of course he would send him back. He'd sent him back before, hadn't he? Sure, he hadn't known quite as much, but he'd known plenty of other stuff, and he'd always sent him back. Harry finally headed toward the kitchen, stopping short of the door to get his anger under control before facing Remus. One deep breath, another, and another. He forced his mind onto other things like the fact that Dumbledore had promised not to make Snape and Harry work together again. That, at least, was good news. The relief of hearing the headmaster give his word to not pair him up with Snape for lessons again helped combat his anger at the wizard for other things. But still, there were simply too many questions and secrets and not enough answers, and Harry felt a headache coming on from thinking too much about them. Sighing, he tried to push the thoughts from his mind as firmly as he pushed open the door to the kitchen. Harry, he was greeted right away by Remus' welcoming smile. The man had turned quickly from the kitchen table, where it looked like he had been working on something. Harry couldn't tell what exactly, as Remus had positioned his body directly in front in an obvious attempt to hide whatever it was. Harry couldn't help himself. He craned his neck to get a look at yet one more secret someone was trying to hide from him, but Remus moved his body to block him still. He glared. What are you hiding, Remus? Why, nothing, Harry, Remus answered quickly, still smiling in the face of Harry's suspicion. Please have a seat. I'll just clean up my meal and— I'm not a little kid, you know. I'm 16. Whatever you're hiding from me, I can handle it. Harry crossed his arms in a gesture to let Remus know he wasn't going to be put off. Remus's smile didn't falter. Of course you can, Harry. Tell you what. Why don't you have a bite to eat while I clean up here, and we can talk about this later? Harry felt his headache worsen, along with all of his frustrations and anger towards Snape and Dumbledore and Uncle Vernon and Voldemort, and every other person in his life who conspired to betray him in some way. Anger at secrets and hidden motives and adults treating him like he was nothing more than a child, all of it came rushing through him all at once. Tiredness and frustrations poured out in a tirade directed right at the only person in the room, Remus Lupin. "Damn it, Remus," Harry shouted, temper taking over completely. "Why doesn't anybody ever think to tell me what's going on? I do have a stake in this war, you know. Maybe, oh wait, maybe it's that Voldemort killed my parents. Or maybe, just maybe, this scar that makes me watch him torture people. Oh, and feel his enjoyment of it all. You experience what I've had to go through, then just try and tell me I don't deserve to know what's going on." Harry was seeing red, his vision clouding in on him. He was so angry at it all. So angry that when Remus reached out a hand to calm him, Harry jerked back. "No, don't you try to coddle me like a little kid. I deserve more, Remus. I deserve more. Sirius wouldn't have treated me like this." He wouldn't have. Harry stopped on a choked sob, and humiliation ran through him as he realized he was on the verge of crying. Here he was screaming that he wasn't a little kid, and he was about to cry like a baby. Closing his eyes, he breathed deeply, forcing himself past the danger point. He jerked back at another attempt by Remus to reach out at him, but he stayed silent this time, biting his tongue at another angry tirade. Remus didn't try to touch him a third time. "Harry," he began tentatively, continuing when Harry didn't interrupt or explode at him. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you felt so strongly. I didn't mean to compound the issue for you, I assure you." Harry opened his eyes to warily take in Remus. The man looked even older than usual, face drawn in sadness and shock. He seemed braced for another outburst at any moment, and Harry felt shame inch its way through his wall of anger. Remus paused before finishing his thought and stepped to the side to reveal what he had been hiding from Harry's prying eyes. "I was going to surprise you later, Harry. I know you've had a rough couple of days. Anyway, happy birthday, Harry." Harry deflated as the anger, frustration, and steam left him in an instant, replaced by the worst sort of humiliation. There, on the table near where Remus had been sitting, was a small, half-decorated birthday cake. "Happy Burr" was clearly written on its top, where Remus had been in the middle of finishing the words with a few waves of his wand. Harry barely made it to the table to sit opposite where Remus still stood by the cake. His legs wouldn't hold him up any longer, and his stomach felt about to lose its contents, although luckily it didn't have any. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten. Oh yeah, last night. Mrs. Weasley's package, came the fleeting thought. He supposed the thought of sleep had overcome any thoughts of food, and now, hollow stomach or no, actually having a meal had never sounded so unappealing. Folding his arms on the table, he dropped his heavy head to rest on them. Here he had just chewed out Remus, when the kind man had done nothing more than remember his birthday. He was the worst sort of insensitive prat. "I'm sorry, Remus," he groaned, his voice muffled by his arm. I mean, I didn't mean it, not really. Not at you. I'm just so sorry." This time, when he felt a hand on his shoulder, he didn't jerk away. The hand rubbed slow, small circles on his back, and a weight settled in the chair next to Harry. "It's all right, Harry," came Remus' slow, soothing voice. "I knew you must have had a rough couple of days. I suppose I underestimated quite how rough." Remus continued to rub Harry's back, which helped considerably with the physical ache he felt at his horrible gaffe. They sat like that for a while, the calming hand on Harry's back and the heavy ache of his head lulling him into a not quite sleeping, yet not quite awake state. He was barely aware in his drowsy mind when the rubbing of his back stopped, though he felt the coldness in its absence. And he didn't know how long he had been sitting there before he heard the clanking sounds of utensils against dishes, and finally a soft voice near his ear calling him by name. Figuring it wasn't likely he'd be able to pretend for long that he didn't hear, he slowly lifted his head, but he was careful to avoid eye contact with Remus. "Here, Harry, eat," Remus ordered softly as he pushed a bowl of some sort of stew in front of him. "Thanks," Harry mumbled. His stomach still felt upset, but he latched onto the spoon for no other reason than to have something to do while under Remus' scrutiny. The room was quiet for a few long moments, save for the sounds of Harry's spoon on the sides of his bowl. As conspicuous as Harry felt at first, he started not to care so much about that as the food hit his stomach, which rumbled in demand for more. He briefly wondered if the ache he'd been feeling was entirely nerves, or if it had more to do with lack of food. He spooned faster, as the full awareness of his hunger hit him. "Whoa, Harry!" Remus slowed Harry's hand with his own, a hint of laughter in his voice. "You'd think your family never fed you." Harry couldn't help but swivel his head at that. Had Remus figured things out? But Remus' eyes only showed amusement. He didn't know. Harry sighed and took another bite of food, quickly, before Remus started asking him any more questions. "No such luck." "Harry, you do know you can tell me anything, right?" Remus began, in his gentlest tone. After a brief hesitation, Harry gave a polite nod and returned to his food. "I mean it, Harry. Whatever you need to say, you can tell me the truth. The headmaster and I won't let anything happen to you, you know." Yeah, I know, Remus." He cast a helpless glance around the room for something to distract Remus from his line of questioning, but he could think of nothing except running straight out the door, and that wouldn't exactly help with easing Remus' concerns. "Harry," Remus took a deep breath and let it out, leaning forward. "Professor Snape may be a teacher at your school, but that does not give him the right to harm you. You must be honest with me so that we may prevent it from happening again." Harry opened his mouth to speak, then abruptly closed it. He couldn't let Remus think what he thought had happened, but that would involve telling him the truth, and he couldn't let him know about that either. It was horrible enough that both Snape and Dumbledore now thought he was a weakling who couldn't stand up for himself to his bully of an uncle. "Harry," Remus was more intent at seeing Harry's indecisiveness. "What did Severus do to you? What happened? I'll protect you, I swear. Just tell me." Harry tried, he really did. He even opened his mouth again, but he couldn't. He just couldn't bring himself to admit to his father's only remaining true friend that he wasn't strong enough to stand up to his muggle uncle. So he shut his mouth, drawing his lips into a tight line. And he could feel, more than see, Remus' frustration at his refusal to cooperate. "Having trouble speaking, Potter." A sneer brought both wizards' attentions to the doorway of the kitchen, where Snape now stood, moving to enter. "I would think that your tendency to think only of yourself would make an offer of protection highly motivating." Harry grimaced at what Snape had heard, or rather, not heard. After all, by keeping silent, Harry was letting Remus continue to believe that Snape was behind his injuries, and that belief was turning Remus a pale sort of plum color. The man didn't respond to the taunting, but probably only because Dumbledore entered the kitchen a few moments after Snape. The two men took a seat at the table, directly opposite where Remus sat with Harry. The tension in the air couldn't have gone unnoticed by Dumbledore, but he apparently chose to ignore it as he pleasantly started right in. "Well, Harry, as I must be off soon, I think it necessary that we discuss your living arrangements for the remainder of the summer." Harry glanced at the older wizard through carefully guarded eyes. Was this where he would be told that he was heading back to the care of the Dursleys? He managed not to glare, though just barely. But as he didn't know what to say, he took another bite of his food. "After speaking with Professor Snape," Dumbledore continued, It has become clear to me that it is not in your best interest to return to the home of the Dursleys. It isn't. Harry looked up again, taken aback. He'd already prepared himself for the worst. It is not, Dumbledore confirmed, a reassuring smile in place. Instead, we have decided that you will be staying here. Here, Harry repeated, still absorbing the fact that he wouldn't be sent back to the Dursleys after all. As it fully hit him, he felt the sudden urge to laugh. He settled for a grin. All month, until school starts. How about Ron and Hermione? Can they come to stay too? Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling as he held up his hand. Yes, you will be staying here until the beginning of the school year. As for your other question, I do have it on good authority that your friends will be in residence toward the end of the summer. Until then, you are free to correspond with them as often as you wish. Well, not a bad trade-off, considering everything. Harry felt truly happy for the first time all day. You may stay in the room which Darby was so kind as to prepare for you, the headmaster said, and you may spend your days in any room that you wish, with a few exceptions. He waited for Harry's nod of acceptance before elaborating. Firstly, this house is still used for the occasional order meeting. You are not to attempt to attend these meetings unless I give you express permission to do so. Is that understood? Harry nodded slowly, considering. He wanted to be honest, and he honestly knew that his need to know what was going on all the time would make that rule incredibly hard to follow without argument. But then, he didn't really have a choice. As Dumbledore seemed to be waiting for a more definite answer, he said, "Yes, sir, I understand." And though Dumbledore gave him a knowing look that caused Harry to fidget slightly, he moved on. Secondly, you are not permitted to enter Professor Snape's sleeping quarters or his temporary laboratory at any time without his permission. Harry's jaw dropped. Sleeping quarters. Until then, he'd completely forgotten the portion of the overheard conversation about Snape staying at Grimmauld Place. But his question was overshadowed by Remus, who had instantly risen out of his chair. He's staying here, with Harry, Albus, after what he... Please sit, Remus. Dumbledore cut him off gently, though somehow even the powerful wizard's gentle words carried quite a bit of force behind them. Remus sat, though he wasn't through arguing. Albus, how can you even think of leaving Harry alone with him? He makes it clear every day how much he hates Harry. How can you possibly think this a wise course of action? Worried you won't be around to save him from my evil ways, Lupin. Snape apparently couldn't resist taunting. Remus looked angry now, and Harry shuddered as he was actually reminded of Remus, werewolf self ready to strike. Severus, Dumbledore scolded simply, then redirected his attention to Remus. I have spoken with Severus about the concerns you were diligent in bringing to my attention. He has answered them to my satisfaction, and there will be no more discussion on the matter. You will need to trust me in this, Remus. I do trust you, Albus. I believe the issue that we have established is that I am finding it difficult to trust him. Remus pointed at Snape, who, while sporting a sneer, remained stoically silent after Dumbledore's scolding. He has done a great many services over the years, not only to the cause of the light, but for myself personally, and I am truly grateful, Remus said. But I know what I saw, Albus. Harry did not come by those injuries by falling. Someone did that to him, and Severus Snape, who time and again announces his antagonism toward Harry, was the only one with him for the past several days. Remus had half raised his wand to gesture at Snape, and before Harry had time to react, Snape brandished his own wand and stood to face Remus. All Harry could do was stare at the wands and remember the standoff between Snape and Sirius that had taken place in this very room during the past Christmas break. That had started over Harry too. Gentlemen, Dumbledore boomed, put your wands away. Severus, sit. There is no need to resort to violence. No need, Albus, that is the whole point, Remus argued, exasperated though his wand was lowered. Harry resorted to. No, he didn't, Harry found himself yelling. He was all of a sudden fed up with the adults in his life, constantly arguing over him and about him. All talking stopped, as 3 pairs of eyes turned to him as one. Harry blinked, not having prepared what to say next. All he knew was that this was ridiculous. He hadn't meant for things to get blown so out of proportion when he'd fudged over his injuries with Remus. "Harry," Remus asked cautiously. Harry cast a helpless glance at Dumbledore, though he realized as he did that, even though he knew that the headmaster knew about Uncle Vernon now, the older wizard didn't know Thethric knew that he knew, or, well, it was something like that. All Dumbledore did was give him a small, encouraging smile, and Snape stayed silent, still rigid after having taken a seat on Dumbledore's orders. They both seemed to be letting him decide whether to tell Remus the truth. Remus wasn't speaking either, his attentive face letting Harry know that no matter the truth, he'd be there for him. Harry felt his heart warm at realizing that he already knew that. Too bad it didn't make this any easier. He cleared his throat, putting it off for just another moment, then plunged right in. Well, look. Professor Snape didn't do anything to me. We all know he hates me and all. He thought better than to add that the feeling was mutual or to glance at Snape right then. But, he didn't hurt me in any way, I swear. Harry took another breath to organize his thoughts, then blurted them out in a rush of words. I was getting water, 'cause it was hot in the garden, see, and Professor Snape showed up all injured and out of it, and I had to hide him. And when Uncle Vernon found out I didn't finish the weeds, he wasn't exactly happy, and he sort of yanked my arm. He searched Remus' face for a reaction to his speedy explanation, but he found only more confusion. After a moment, Remus narrowed his response to the focus of conversation. Your uncle, Hessort off-yanked your arm. Harry, Madame Pomfrey listed your arm as severely sprained, and the bruises. And what about your face? Remus, puzzlement with the whole situation, clearly shined through in his every word. Dumbledore and Snape remained silent, letting Harry control the conversation, so he took his cue from them and only addressed Remus, who by now only looked more confused. Well, maybe he was more than a little upset about the weeds, Harry admitted reluctantly. And maybe it wasn't the first time. It kinda already hurt from the last time he yanked it, and from getting Professor Snape up the stairs before they found him. He's not, exactly light. It was after that it really started to hurt, Harry trailed off, deciding that this explaining every little instance was too excruciating and tedious, especially with the 3 older wizards just sitting there, staring at him. Maybe it would be better to just get it all out. So he did, ignoring his overwhelming desire to keep it secret. Look, Remus, it was all Uncle Vernon, okay? This isn't the first summer he's yanked me around like that, and he gave me the bruise on my face, too. He was mad that I hadn't finished my chores, and things sort of escalated. Remus opened his mouth to speak and promptly closed it, only to repeat his attempt to speak. He finally managed. Harry, what do you mean escalated? Harry cringed. Remus wasn't shouting, but Harry sure felt like he was. Remus' face dawned understanding at Harry's uncomfortable silence. Your uncle hit you, and the rest of the bruises. Harry didn't trust himself to speak further with all eyes on him. Instead, he nodded, studying his hands on the table to distract himself from his discomfort. He was acutely aware when the other 2 wizards rose from the table to exit the kitchen, leaving him alone with Remus. He breathed a little easier, grateful for the more private conversation. It's okay, Remus. Really, Harry regained his voice and rushed to stop whatever coddling was about to occur. It's not like I messed up or anything because of it. It happened, and it's over. And it wasn't even really that bad. I'm fine, he finished firmly. Remus looked as though he thought Harry was anything but fine. The man spoke through clenched teeth to question, Not that bad. What do you mean by that, Harry? Has he ever? He trailed off, gesturing feebly with his hands. Resisting the urge to run from the room, Harry looked up to meet Remus' horrified gaze. He felt a sudden wave of exhaustion roll over him at this never-ending day. Does it really matter, Remus? It's not like they beat me or anything. It was just a slap for not finishing chores, that's all. Yes, just, look, I appreciate your caring about me, and all Remus, I really do. Harry tried to soften his darkening tone to show he really was grateful. It's just, I'm really okay. I'm not a little kid anymore. I know the difference between the way things are and the way they're supposed to be. Only, things don't always work out the way they're supposed to, or the way you wish they would, you know. Remus' face told that he felt as defeated as Harry. Yes, Harry, he sighed. I do know. I would do everything in my power if only I could see your father one more time. And Sirius, my friend, to find him, only to lose him again. Remus' voice wavered slightly, and he cleared his throat. But they're not here, Harry, and I know that nothing I can do will change that. Accepting death is a part of life. Accepting abuse, however, does not have to be, he stressed, fervent emotion in his brown eyes. Harry squirmed under his sharp gaze. Remus brought his fingers to the bridge of his nose, breathing a heavy sigh before continuing. Harry, look. I've been doing a lot of thinking this summer, going through some of Sirius, old things. I know how much he meant to you, and how much it meant to him to come to know James, son. I just want you to know that while we may not be as close as you and Sirius were in the end, I do care about you. I can be here for you, should you need anything. Harry nodded, swallowing against something oddly large in his throat. Hearing out loud that Remus cared about Harry, it made him feel nice inside, even through all the other emotions churning around. And he came to a sudden realization then, taking in Remus' words, intense gaze, and recent out-of-the-ordinary protectiveness. It was an insight Harry that somehow just knew. Harry was grieving Sirius, yes, but he wasn't doing so alone. Remus was grieving in his own way, a way which apparently included a need to take over the most important role his two best marauder friends had left behind, that of parenting Harry. Even if Sirius had been more of a friend than a parent. Harry liked Remus. He really did, he sort of loved him, actually. So he couldn't understand why the thought of Remus wanting to take on that role made him feel so conflicted. He should be happy to have someone wanting to take care of him, right? So why didn't the thought make him happy, or content at the very least? Remus, Harry cleared his throat. He had a lot to think about, but he needed to say something. Remus was just watching him, waiting for a reply. Thanks. I mean it, really, thanks. My dad and Sirius, they were lucky to have you for a friend. You're welcome, Harry, and thank you. Remus smiled and reached around to pat Harry on the shoulder. I'll be leaving shortly to accompany the headmaster on a few errands for the order. Will you be all right until my return in a few days? Harry felt the urge to point out that he'd managed all right for years without Remus checking in on him, but he thought better than to spoil the first completely calm moment he'd had with the man all day. He nodded and left it at that. Good, Remus smiled, rising from his chair toward the pantry door. Now, we have a birthday cake to consume, do we not? Harry grinned as his stomach rumbled loudly. Remus set the birthday cake on the table in front of Harry, and with several flourishes of his wand, completed the decorating he had begun earlier, complete with 16 burning candles that floated just above the cake so as not to ruin the frosting. Harry looked to Remus, who made him wait until he had told the other wizards they could return, and with Remus, Dumbledore, and a reluctant Snape gathered around the table, he finally blew out all 16 candles in one breath. Well, maybe in 2 breaths. It was Dumbledore, with twinkling eyes, who congratulated him first with a jovial, "Happy birthday, Harry." Remus said it second and last. The third guest at Harry's impromptu birthday party didn't appear nearly as happy to be invited. And as soon as Remus set to cutting the cake with a spell from his wand, Snape excused himself and swept out of the room. That suited Harry fine, of course. He could only hope that Snape would be just as reclusive in the following weeks. He really didn't want to think of the close proximity he would be sharing with the man. For now, it was his birthday. Dark thoughts and worries involving Professor Severus Snape could wait. He turned back to Remus and Dumbledore, thankful for their smiles and this reprieve from questions and the day's emotional toll. Yeah, he had pleasanter things to think about. He grinned to himself as he bit into a delicious piece of cake. And just as chocolate eased the effects of Dementors, Harry chased away thoughts of uncles and potions, masters, with his very own slice of chocolate birthday cake. Chapter 12. Dead Smelly Toads. The useless servant fell into a heap at his feet, begging for mercy, as only the most pathetic of his followers would dare to do. Rage seared like fire through his veins. The Dark Lord knew hate. He hated muggles, muggle-borns, and blood traitors, and he hated anyone who thought they could best him. Truth be told, he even hated his own Death Eaters. In the years while he had languished in that strange limbo between life and death, they had achieved nothing. They were weak. They needed a strong master to guide them and to discipline them. He watched his servant writhe under the force of another curse. This hatred, however, was different from the hatred he felt for his own followers. This hatred he felt with his entire being from the core of his malevolent heart. This hatred was directed at the boy, the ridiculous child who continued to elude him at every turn. The boy in whose blood contained the key to his own rise of power, but in whose mysterious scar was rumored to hold the key to his downfall. He cast another curse, harsher now, as though it were directed toward the very object of his hatred. "You let the boy escape," he hissed angrily at his servant, the rage intensified. "You let him escape." Harry sat abruptly in his tangled bed sheets, hands clasped over his searing scar. His chest was heaving in quick breaths, his shirt soaked in sweat, and it took him a moment to remember where he was. Grimmauld Place, upstairs bedroom. He breathed slower, gaining his bearings, and lay back down, open eyes focused on the darkness around him, illuminated only by the moon. It was nowhere near dawn by the looks of it. Apparently Voldemort knew he was gone from Privet Drive. Harry felt a wave of anxiety at that, but it was only a matter of time, after all. Besides, Dumbledore had assured Harry before he'd left that he would be safe here. With Snape. Yeah, right. Dumbledore and Remus had stayed long enough a few nights ago to finish their small celebrations and run through the list of rules again with Harry. Order meetings prohibited. Check. Snape's space prohibited. Check. And a third rule added by Dumbledore for extra measure. Snape was in charge. Harry was not. The rule wasn't unexpected, of course. Snape was the adult, and the professor, after all, not to mention a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Still, before Dumbledore spelled it out like that, though in an admittedly gentler way, Harry had imagined he might be able to have a bit of a holiday in this old house. He had his wizard things back, more than a dingy old bedroom of Dudley's to wander around in, and deliciously filling food at his beck and call. He even had Darby for company. But after Dumbledore's last rule, all he could imagine were visions of ridicule and detentions. Of course, seeing as it was summer, Snape wouldn't call them that. They would be sessions of consequences for daring to be alive. And each time he envisioned different ways Snape could find to torture him, his spirits had sunk lower. Despite still feeling a smidgen of his earlier relief, he was not all that sure that Grimmauld Place with Snape was a better place for him than Privet Drive with Uncle Vernon. Sure, Snape probably wouldn't physically harm him, what with Dumbledore keeping an eye out. But Snape didn't care any more about Harry than the Dursleys did. Plus, he wasn't exactly known for treating students, least of all Harry, with anything approaching kindness or fairness. Harry just jumped from being under the thumb of one bully to being under the heel of another. It was downright depressing. As if to prove the accuracy of Harry's thoughts, he'd barely sat down for breakfast the first morning of their stay when Snape had stalked into the kitchen, crossed his arms in his most foreboding stance, and launched directly into a lecture without so much as a greeting. As we are forced yet again to endure the unfortunate circumstance of sharing a roof, you will abide by my rules. Unless directed otherwise, you will confine yourself to any room where I and my belongings are not present. There will be no wandering the house at night. No inane attempts at magic, heroics, or contacting your dunderheaded friends by any way other than owl post. No running through the house, no loud or otherwise disturbing antics, no complaining about lack of sufficient entertainment, and no talking back to me when I issue you a direct order. Disobedience on any one of these points will result in you scrubbing cauldrons for the remainder of your holiday. He finished his long speech to look Harry directly in the eyes. Are we clear, Mr. Potter? Harry had barely muttered a disgruntled, "Yes, sir," before Snape had spun on his heel and stalked right back out of the kitchen. That was 3 days ago, and Harry had yet to hear Snape say one more word to him. In fact, he'd barely seen a glimpse of the man. Snape had apparently decided to hole up in his potions laboratory and pretend that Harry didn't exist for the duration of their stay together. Harry wasn't complaining, really. A happy side effect of being ignored was that Snape hadn't given Harry one single order well, other than the dozen first ones, which all basically added up to staying out of the man's way. So Harry had spent his first couple days exploring the house, playing against himself at wizard chess, and even flipping through some of the books in the house. By the end of the second day, he was completely bored, not to mention lonely. No one else had entered the house since Remus and Dumbledore had left, and Snape kept Darby constantly running back and forth, obtaining potions, ingredients, or doing odd chores for him. That left Harry without even the company of the little house elf. He heaved a sigh, and deciding these thoughts weren't getting him anywhere, and it wasn't likely he'd be getting any sleep with his scar still prickling, he pushed his blankets aside and plodded toward the door in Dudley's old nightclothes. These particular cast-offs he actually didn't mind so much. They were large, but that made them kind of comfy. To his surprise, when he opened his bedroom door, he found the hallway already dimly lit from below. Peering over the landing, he took in the source of the light, a not quite closed drawing-room door. It was practically an open invitation to snoop, and Harry was all too happy to oblige. His bare feet made no sound as he tiptoed down the steps. He placed first an eye, then an ear to the crack in the door. He couldn't see a thing from this angle, but as he listened carefully, he could make out voices. No, just one, Snape's voice. He seemed to be talking to someone, as he would occasionally pause, as if waiting for a response. But Harry couldn't hear a responding voice, only silence. He nearly snickered at the thought of his potions professor going nutters, talking into thin air. He barely held his silence when Snape's voice raised just a fraction in volume, and Harry could finally make out a few words. Hidden no, I can't say secret keeper. Harry pressed himself as close to the door as he could without moving it, his ear straining to hear more as Snape's voice paused for response from the unknown party, then resumed. Loyalties, another pause. Dark Lord Lucius. Harry managed to not make a sound, his blood turning to ice through his veins, as realized who Snape was talking to. Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy was one of Voldemort's most loyal followers, and Snape was talking to him like they were still on the same side. He managed to stand completely still as he waited for Snape's next words, but as before, he couldn't make anything out. Actually, he couldn't hear anything now, not even the hum of a voice. Harry spun round and sprinted for the kitchen as quickly as he dared. He couldn't know how much time he had before. Potter! The angry shout had no more been issued from the doorway of the drawing room than the man was upon him, his arms snaking out to grab hold of the back of Harry's nightshirt, halting his escape down the stairs. Harry was spun around and found himself face to face with Snape's thunderous black eyes. Ooh, the man was angry. Harry forced himself not to flinch. What did you hear, Potter? Tell me, what did you hear? Snape hissed, pale face contorted in rage. And nothing, Darnatly to me. The man's already black eyes darkened. I was just on my way to the kitchen, I swear. I heard someone talking, but I couldn't hear words. Harry felt something pressing in on his mind and realized that Snape was performing legilimency on him. He broke eye contact before the professor could tell that he wasn't being entirely truthful. Harry's shirt was abruptly released, and he grabbed hold of the stair railing to keep himself from stumbling. "Kitchen, now," grated Snape, looking about ready to commit murder, or at the very least an unforgivable. Harry took a quick look around. Without his wand, what could he use as a weapon to defend himself? But Snape was not in a patient mood. He placed his long, cold fingers on the back of Harry's neck and propelled him forward, down the rest of the stairs, through the kitchen door, and into the closest chair. Snape stood between Harry and the door, effectively blocking any chance of escape, and Harry had no choice but to sit, dread filling him at not knowing what the menacing man had in store for him. "We are not at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter," Snape spoke quietly, crossing his arms authoritatively. "There are no adoring fans for you to impress. There are no indulgent teachers to give in to your every whim. I am the only one here. I, and I alone, will determine the way in which you spend the remainder of your summer holiday. And do believe me, I can be quite creative when necessary." Snape leaned forward suddenly as he finished his lecture, placing one hand on either side of Harry's chair. Try as he might, Harry couldn't hold in a flinch that time. Snape's face was way too close to his for comfort, and he couldn't help but be very aware at that moment that there was no one else in the house to help him. Well, no other wizard, that is. But thinking of Darby's methods of helping him wasn't really much comfort. Thankfully, in the next moment, Snape backed away. He was still visibly angry, but something in his eyes had shifted when Harry had flinched. They had taken on a contemplative gleam, and he looked, startled maybe, cautious. Harry couldn't quite pinpoint it, and before he could, Snape apparently decided to switch tactics and crooked a finger. "Come, Potter," he ordered, and immediately turned to stalk out the door. Harry hesitated. He really didn't want to follow that man anywhere in the mood he was in. "Come, Potter." Harry jumped out of his chair and warily followed Snape across the hallway and up several flights of stairs. He hovered at the doorway to what must be Snape's makeshift potions laboratory. Bottles and jars filled with potions ingredients lined shelves along all four walls, and a cabinet off to one side probably held even more. Several cauldrons were simmering with half-finished brews, and more empty cauldrons were stacked on the ground against the farthest wall. Snape had stalked to one side of the room and was currently emptying the contents of one of the jars. "There," Snape waved his hand over both the slimy pile and the shelf above it, which was packed full of jars, each filled with the same slimy contents. "I'll expect the entire shelf of toads to be disemboweled by morning. Get started." Harry stepped back. What? It's the middle of the night." "Precisely, Potter. Did I or did I not tell you that there was to be no wandering the house at night?" "I couldn't sleep." "Good. Disemboweling toads is less difficult if you are completely awake." Harry gaped as Snape turned his back to stir the contents of one of his cauldrons. He couldn't be serious. "Get started, Mr. Potter," Snape repeated, his tone edgy with impatience. Harry threw a nasty glare at the professor's back, then moved to get to work. At least he knew how to do this. They'd had to in class last term. He hadn't liked it much then, either. He also hadn't had an entire shelf to do in one sitting. They worked in silence for the next hour, Snape checking each cauldron in turn, occasionally stirring or adding ingredients, while Harry ran through a mental list of every reason he hated potions, and potions professors. Not least of all that Hestel didn't know where the man's loyalties were. Could he still be loyal to Voldemort? Harry had felt Voldemort's thoughts toward the man when he had been torturing him, and he knew Voldemort genuinely believed Snape to have betrayed him. But might he be mistaken? Or might Snape be on neither side? Might he be playing both sides to serve his own shady end? The only thing that Harry knew with absolute certainty was that Lucius Malfoy was not on the right side. Harry was disinclined to even trust Snape, who had Dumbledore's vote of confidence, but he'd simply had too many run-ins with the senior Malfoy to believe that he was even remotely capable of spying for the side of the light. Which meant that Snape, who was contacting Malfoy, was either still spying in some capacity or really was working for the wrong side. And then Harry had another thought, sudden and completely unrelated to the question of either man's loyalties. Wasn't Lucius Malfoy supposed to still be in Azkaban after the Department of Mysteries? Harry always felt cut off from wizarding news while at the Dursleys, but surely he'd have heard about it if Malfoy had escaped from Azkaban, right? Apparently not. Well, he was hardly going to ask Snape about it. He'd know Harry had overheard him talking, and after all, he could make his holiday creative. Harry involuntarily shivered. He wasn't keen on doing anything more creative than preparing potions ingredients. Snape didn't even look tired, Harry thought with annoyance, and he was dressed in his regular black clothes. Didn't the man ever sleep? Remembering all the times he'd run into Snape wandering the halls at night at Hogwarts, he was inclined to think not. Harry tossed another completed toad into a jar, then started on the next. He was working more quickly now, getting used to the routine. As much as he was loath to admit it, even to himself, he was beginning to be almost glad for something to do. Boredom, it turned out, was even worse than having to cut up smelly dead toads. He wouldn't have admitted as much to Snape, of course. The man would either send him back to his boredom, knowing it was the worst punishment, or he'd use it as an excuse to work Harry to the bone for the rest of summer. He reached for another toad and stifled the beginnings of a yawn. He hadn't realized until then that his scar didn't hurt anymore. The prickling feeling was gone, and along with that, his desire to be awake. He yawned again at the mere thought of going back to sleep. Harry jumped at Snape's sudden call for the house elf. He'd grown rather used to the quiet. Darby appeared with a pop, huge eyes trained on Snape. "Darby is here. What is Professor Snape wanting, sir?" "There is a green bottle in my most recent package from Professor Dumbledore. Bring it to me." "Yes, Professor Snape, sir." And with a pop, Darby was gone. Harry reached for another toad and couldn't help a glance at his potions professor. He was mostly turned away from Harry, slowly stirring the ingredients of a cauldron, his profile barely visible. What struck Harry right then was that Snape looked so, well, calm. The tension that had permeated the man's air only an hour before was hardly noticeable now. In fact, Harry couldn't ever remember seeing his professor as at ease as he seemed right then, stirring his slowly simmering potions. It occurred to Harry that maybe making potions was for Snape like flying on a broom was for Harry. It was his retreat, somewhere he could escape the world for a little while. And here, away from Hogwarts, maybe he was calmer because he could do it for the sake of doing it, not with dozens of children and professors alike constantly underfoot. After all, Harry didn't have any trouble figuring out that Snape preferred to be alone. "I don't hear you working, Mr. Potter," Snape said without turning around. Giving a slight jump at being caught, even if Snape hadn't seen where his attention had been focused, Harry quickly got back to work. A pop sounded, and Darby handed a small green bottle to Snape. "Is Professor Snape wanting Darby to bring him anything else, sir?" "No, that will be all. You may wait here in case I should have need of you." "Why, yes, Professor Snape, sir." Darby's big eyes held a tinge of dismay, his ears drooping slightly. "Is Professor Snape wanting Darby to clean more leeches, sir?" Harry shuddered. At least he'd been assigned the toads over the leeches. "No, that will be unnecessary." Darby stood for another moment, ears drooping further, before raising slightly. "Is Professor Snape wanting Darby to?" "Prof, it will not be requiring your services at the moment, Darby," Snape stated firmly, voice betraying a hint of impatience. "Wait over there," Snape pointed at a spot near Harry, "and do not do anything unless I tell you to." As soon as Darby turned to do Snape's bidding and set eyes on Harry, he jumped forward in something resembling a very awkward jig. "Harry Potter!" Darby's eyes lit up, and his ears reached for the ceiling. "Darby will wait here all day doing nothing if he is to be doing it next to Harry Potter." And with that, the little house, elf jumped to stand in the indicated corner, eyes happily blinking his adoration. Harry, on the other hand, shifted uncomfortably in his seat, blatantly showing Snape one more instance of someone who only tolerated Snape's company, but who hero-worshipped Harry. Well, it didn't seem the best way to get through the summer in one piece. Knowing that Snape hated too much chatter in his potions classes, Harry gave Darby a small smile, then dutifully returned to his task. Darby, however, didn't seem to share his concerns. Harry Potter is working very hard, Sir Darby will do his work, Harry Potter, sir. Darby will not. Snape clipped out the order without pausing in his work. Darby's ears fell at the missed opportunity, and Harry kind of felt bad for the little house elf. Spending the past 3 days straight running back and forth, doing random tasks for a thankless Snape, couldn't be all that fun. And the whole time Darby had been working so hard, Harry had been lazing about the house to the extent that he had become bored out of his mind. He was feeling a little bit guilty. Hermione would have been proud. "Here, Darby," he whispered, still unwilling to break the silence more than necessary. "You can use my chair. I don't need it right now." It was true, he thought as he pushed his chair away from him and toward the tired house elf. He was getting tired himself, and standing for a bit would help. Darby's eyes welled up with tears. Harry Potter is giving his chair to a house elf. Darby knows Harry Potter to be a great wizard, sir, but Darby— "Just take it, Darby," Harry whispered quickly, hoping to silence the house elf, who was beginning to wail rather loudly. He just about slammed his own head on the table in true house elf fashion at his own impulsiveness. He should have known better. If he hadn't been so tired, maybe he would have stopped to think about the usual effect his simple gestures of courtesy had on the little creature. "Darby, Darby, SHH. Harry Potter is so kind and good and wonderful to us house elves," Darby sniffed, trying to obey Harry's order to quiet down. "So selfless and noble and—" Harry distinctly heard a snort coming from the other side of the room as Darby continued his ode to Harry Potter, and he swiveled to get an idea of just how much trouble he was going to be in for his part in this sudden outburst. Snape had finally turned from his potions, and surprisingly didn't appear to be angry. Harry figured he had the calming influence of the potions lab to thank for that. The man did, however, look as though he thought the kind words coming out of the elf's mouth about Harry were the most absurd claims he had ever heard. "Darby, go to the kitchen. We will require breakfast in 30 minutes' time," Snape ordered in an apparent attempt to rid himself of the loud wailing noises. "Why, yes, Professor Snape, yes, sir." Darby gave Harry one last watery smile and apparated from the room. Harry sighed in relief. "Care of magical creatures a little lax of late?" Snape asked snidely, eyebrows raised. "Of course not. Hagrid's an excellent teacher," he defended automatically, though he flushed at knowing that to be an exaggeration, even on Hagrid's best days. Harry hadn't even known house elves were supposed to be on the curriculum for care of magical creatures. "And besides," he continued, "house elves aren't like most magical creatures, not really. I mean, not like dragons or flobberworms. They can think and act for themselves, you know. They're not that different from wizards. Yes, you have demonstrated their capabilities of theatrics to be worthy of any Hufflepuff first year. Very impressive indeed." Harry knew he wasn't going to win, so he glared and picked up his next toad. Thankfully, Snape took his victory without further argument. "Complete the one you are on, then wash up for breakfast. You'll finish the rest later." Harry lifted his head in surprise, though Snape had already turned away. When the professor had said he had to finish the whole shelf by morning, he'd figured that meant without any breaks until he'd finished, even for food. That's how it would have been at the Dursleys, and he hadn't given any thought that Snape would be much better than them. Well, on second thought, Snape had been the one to take him away from his relatives, hadn't he? And even if it had included revealing Harry's secret, it had been of the professor's conversation with Dumbledore that resulted in Harry not being sent back. Harry realized then that he hadn't even said so much as a thank you. Yet somehow, when he thought that, his mouth refused to say the words. He had no trouble thanking his friends or thanking little Darby, or even thanking Dumbledore, after everything he'd been put through. But when it came to thanking the spiteful, loathsome, greasy-haired potions master, he couldn't quite get the words past his uncooperative throat. Forcing it out of his mind, he finished the toad in his hands. It's just as well, he reasoned. Snape would probably find the whole scenario of Harry thanking him utterly revolting. After all, it's like Snape had told Dumbledore. He didn't care about Harry, not really. He was just the one who happened to be there. And anyway, it wasn't like Harry hadn't helped him first by dragging him to his room and seeing, however awkwardly, to his injuries. Right, Harry set aside the finished toads with a thoroughly satisfied conscience. He didn't owe the man a thing, not really. And if he had his way, he'd never owe Snape a thing in his life. Chapter 13. Harry's Wheezy. When Snape had threatened Harry with a summer filled with scrubbing cauldrons, he hadn't been entirely truthful. He'd neglected to mention desliming slugs, crushing beetles, chopping ginger roots, and Harry's least favorite, separating pufferfish parts, all tasks he'd been assigned in the course of the first 36 hours after his middle-of-the-night escapade. Of course, to Snape's credit, he had given Harry quite a few breaks to eat, sleep, and wander the house in an aimless adolescent waste of time and energy. And to Harry's credit, he hadn't killed the greasy git. Not that that was still out of the question. He fumed as he slammed his knife into a few unfortunate ginger roots. Thankfully, Snape ignored him, busy as he was on the other side of the lab with what looked to be a fairly complicated potion. Harry liked to think Snape was ignoring him because he had a knife in his hands, but he supposed it would take more than a 16-year-old with a potions instrument to worry the capable wizard. He was midway through his next excessive swing of the knife when the loud pop of Darby apparating into the room caused him to jump, the knife barely missing his own fingers. That got his heart to beating, and for once it wasn't out of anger. He swung around, tempted to scold the house elf, but biting his tongue when his curiosity won out. In the many hours Harry had spent in this lab over the past 2 days, Darby hadn't once entered unless called upon to do so by Snape. Not that Harry blamed Darby for not spending extra time in the loathsome man's presence. Even house elves had to have standards. "Professor Dumbledore and the Order Wizards is here, Professor Snape, sir," Darby began solemnly, intent on relaying his important message. "And they is wanting Professor Snape to come to the meeting, sir." Order meeting. Harry sat up straight, attention on Snape. Snape had listened to Darby's announcement as if he had been expecting such a summons. "Very well," he responded, turning down the heat on his cauldron and taking out his wand. "Tell the headmaster I will be along shortly." "You knew there was an order meeting today," Harry blurted out, unintentionally cutting off Darby's next words. He was half put out and half excited at the prospect of there being people in the house he could actually stand to be around. Snape barely spared Harry an uninterested glance before turning to nearly inaudibly incant a spell over his cauldron, which caused the potion to immediately stop bubbling. In fact, it stopped everything. The steam that was rising above it froze into place, ready to resume its ascent at a later wave of Snape's wand. Pretty nifty spell, that. Harry wished he knew it. It would have made potions a lot easier over the past 5 years if he could have time-frozen his own brews while he figured out what in Merlin's name he was supposed to do next. But that was beside the point. When were you going to tell me? And a more important question, did Dumbledore say I could go to the meeting? Snape turned to Harry now, finished with his potion freezing spells. Instead of answering, he crossed his arms and studied Harry from above his large, hooked nose. Harry could tell the man was trying to look intimidating, and he was doing a spot-on job of it, but honestly, after being in such close quarters with the professor, even at his uncommunicative best, Harry figured if the man was going to kill or maim him, he'd probably have done it by now. "Well," Harry pressed. Snape sneered. "Well what, Mr. Potter? I fail to see how you would have received the impression that I would share with you every detail I know of the Order or its plans. Especially, he stressed, as you are not a member of said order. I should be, Harry argued, just because Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. And again, he bit out, you will address me as Sir or Professor. Honestly, Potter, if you cannot respect those in positions of authority, how can you possibly expect to receive it in return? I give respect where respect is due, Harry countered, deliberately leaving off Thessia. And I doorspect Dumbledore. I don't have to say Professor to prove it. Ah, yes. I suppose your respect for the headmaster is at the forefront of your mind every time you break another one of his rules. I only break rules when I need to. And I only divulge important information regarding the order and its plans when I need to. The difference, Potter, is that I, unlike you, have the capability to judge the necessary circumstances accurately. Harry barely managed an enraged sputter before Snape interrupted yet again. You, Mr. Potter, are a mere child. An arrogant, impertinent spoil. Snape broke off before he finished the word, though they both knew what he had been about to say. But he couldn't say that any more, could he? And judging by the look on the professor's face, Harry could guess that it hadn't truly sunk in until just that moment that one of Snape's basic irrefutable facts about Harry Potter was, in fact, not true. Harry shifted uncomfortably, suddenly ready to be done with the conversation. Respect, Potter, Snape summed up, though he seemed to have lost his steam. You might try it sometime. And with that, he immediately made to leave the room, though he stopped before he'd taken 2 steps. Darby, Snape barked, in no pleasant mood. Did I not tell you to inform the headmaster that I will be down shortly? Harry hadn't even noticed that the house elf was still there, but now he looked down to see Darby's wide eyes watching the two of them in rapt attention. Darby is sorry, Professor Snape, sir. Darby will punish himself most grievously for this. With that, Darby reached for the nearest cauldron stacked against the wall, beginning his familiar Badderby. Bah! Harry rushed over to stop the house elf from banging his head on the cauldron. Darby, it's okay, no need to punish yourself this time. Maybe you should just, go. Darby told Professor Snape his message, Harry Potter. Sir Darby is not to leave until he has told Harry Potter his message as well. A message form, Harry perked up. Maybe he would be summoned to the meeting after all. Darby nodded furiously, ears flapping his enthusiasm. Darby is sent to inform Harry Potter that his Wheezy is here. Harry frowned. My wheeze, and all at once he felt a huge grin overtaking his face. Ron is here. We're downstairs. That will be all, Darby. You may go now, Snape ordered before Darby could answer, and the house elf wasted no time disapparating to safer quarters. Clean your work area. Quickly, the man ordered Harry, and waited impatiently for his directions to be obeyed. Harry was only too happy to comply, excited at the prospect of seeing his best friend after weeks of no contact other than through owl post. Even Snape's impatient finger-tapping couldn't erase the smile on his face. He was not disappointed a few minutes later, when, upon descending the stairs to the hallway, the air was knocked out of him by a fierce hug, not from the friend he'd been expecting, but by a smaller, bushy-haired witch. Hermione, what are you doing here? Hermione backed up long enough to grab his arm and haul him up the stairs toward his bedroom. He chanced a last glance toward the direction of the kitchen, where he saw Snape's dark form retreating. Hermione didn't say a word until she'd pulled him all the way into his bedroom and shut the door. Ron's freckled face grinned at him from atop his bed. I told her not to attack you this time, mate. How'd she do? Ronald, we've more important matters to discuss. Hermione waved a folded piece of parchment in breathless excitement. Your OWL results have arrived. Harry laughed, relieved to finally see his friends again. He eagerly reached for the parchment, settling himself onto a corner of his bed to view his results. It was odd, though, that there was no envelope. He looked up, unspoken question on his face. Ron and Hermione, both sitting on the bed now as well, each had the grace to look a bit abashed. We didn't want to pry, Harry, really, Hermione rushed to explain. But, well, Professor Dumbledore had your correspondence from the school sent to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley this summer. He asked them to pick up your school supplies for next year from Diagon Alley, see, and they couldn't know what books to purchase without knowing what marks you received. She looked as if she were bracing herself for an outburst similar to their first meeting last summer. It was that, perhaps, that made Harry not at all angry at not being the first to open his own mail. Anyway, he didn't know how long Ron and Hermione were going to be able to stay. He wasn't all that sure he wanted to pass the short time arguing with them. He had Snape for that. He hurriedly unfolded the parchment to see his results. All in all, they weren't as bad as he had feared. He'd failed his divination and history of magic exams, which wasn't at all surprising. He'd also received an acceptable in astronomy. But he'd received an exceeds expectations in pretty much everything else, except for defense against the dark arts, in which he had received an outstanding. It was enough to make him laugh in relief, until it sunk in that he hadn't received the needed grade in potions to continue on in Snape's advanced potions class. And if he didn't continue in that class, he had no hope of being accepted into the Aura program. His laughter died on his lips, a disappointed feeling settling in the pit of his stomach. He'd already figured he wouldn't get a high enough mark, but still actually seeing it written out in front of him, he felt like he was physically watching his Aura dreams go up in smoke. "What the two of you get in potions?" he asked, needing to know. "Acceptable," said Ron, at the same time as Hermione predictably said, "Outstanding." Oh, well, at least he and Ron could sit this one out together. He folded up his results, firmly pushing his disappointment aside as Hermione filled up the silence. "Here is the book list from Hogwarts. Ron and I brought your school books up so you can get a start on studying for next year. There's Charms, Transfiguration, Defense, and Herbology. To tell the truth, Mrs. Weasley and I weren't all that certain that you intended to continue on with Herbology, but we took a chance, and I told her she might want to wait on care of magical creatures, as I wasn't sure you would want to continue with that class." She looked a little ashamed at not thinking he'd jump at the chance to attend Hagrid's class. Not that she was wrong, Harry thought. Astronomy. Now, that was an option, though considering the lack of a high passing mark, I wondered if Professor Sinistra might. "Hermione," Harry interrupted her thoughtful monologue, but he softened his voice at knowing she'd put so much thought into advising Mrs. Weasley on his class preferences. "Thanks, Hermione. I can't wait to look at my books." Ron's cough sounded suspiciously like a disguised snort, and Harry avoided his friend's eyes, lest he lose control of the earnest expression he had donned for Hermione's benefit. Hermione beamed. "You're welcome, Harry." "Now that we've got that settled," Ron said, before Hermione could steer the conversation toward academics again, "we're only allowed to visit until the Order meeting's done, and we've lots to fill you in on." Finally, Harry leaned forward eagerly. "Is there more news on Voldemort, his Death Eaters? What is the Order doing to fight? Is the Ministry doing anything now?" "They're not doing enough, that's for sure," Hermione broke in heatedly. "We don't know a lot," Ron said. "Just bits and pieces we've been able to overhear from conversations around my house. Sometimes it's a right good thing it's so small, really. That and Fred and George are in the Order now, so they're happy to drop hints, even if they've been warned against actually telling us anything." "Wait, so Hermione's been staying with your family, then?" "Not all summer," Hermione explained. "Just a day here and there. My parents haven't seen me much the last couple summers, and after the school informed them of the growing threat with Voldemort, they were quite insistent we have more time as a family this year." "Oh, yeah, that makes sense." Harry hadn't given a great deal of thought to how the Muggle-born students' families might be handling the coming war, especially as his own Muggle relatives didn't really care one way or another if he lived or died. It must be scary, he realized, to know you're in danger and not to truly be a part of the world that presents that danger. And then to know that at the end of summer, You're sending your kid right back into that world. Ron was already talking. So anyway, we figure you probably didn't hear about Azkaban. Azkaban, Harry jerked himself out of his meandering thoughts. Lucius Malfoy. Was there a breakout? He asked the question, already knowing the answer. Why wasn't it in the papers? He demanded. He hadn't put his hands on any newspapers since he'd been confined to Grimmauld Place, but he'd received a few issues of the Quibblerand Thedily Prophet at the Dursleys, and he hadn't read any such thing. In fact, he hadn't really read anything that pointed to Death Eater activity, just article on top of article about how it was a sure thing Voldemort was back, and lists of how people needed to be safe and prepared for the coming war. But there was nothing actually about coming war. It was downright maddening. Oh, it was in the paper, all right. Hermione gave an exasperated sigh, then tossed Harry a copy of Thedily Prophet, open to the next to last page. Harry scanned the page, then looked up, confused. What does single white witch looking for cat-loving wizard have to do with Azkaban? The opposite side, Harry, lower left corner, see. There, small article on the bottom. Small was an understatement, Harry thought as he squinted to read the tiny lettering. Wizarding prison undergoes reconstruction. Azkaban, the wizarding world's most secure prison, will be closed to visitors, including family members of prisoners, in the coming months, as security measures are scheduled to be revised and reconsidered in light of the upcoming war. There is nothing to be concerned about. Absolutely nothing, the Minister of Magic reassured the public in an exclusive interview with Thedily Prophet. The safety of the wizarding world is our topmost concern. Azkaban prison is expected to reopen by the end of the year, under improved management and with vastly superior security measures. Harry looked up from the brief article, confused. That's it. There's nothing about a breakout in here, not even a hint. Precisely, Hermione sniffed. They can't deny Voldemort's returned, so now they're covering up how bad it really is with reassurances about how safe we all are with the Ministry looking out for us. Trying to avoid mass hysteria is how my mum put it, Ron put in, glancing sideways at Hermione. Yes, and that will only cause people to become complacent about the war, Hermione added. Revised security measures, my foot. The reason they need to be revised is that most of their prisoners have escaped under the current ones, and they need to keep visitors away so that no one finds out. It gives them time to try to round up the escapees quietly, see. What do they mean by improved management? Harry asked, rereading the article. Ron answered this one. Dementors have left. All of M gone to join Voldemort. It's how the escape happened in the first place. That made Harry's blood boil. Why didn't they remove the Dementors from Azkaban the minute they realized Voldemort was back? He roared. Fortunately, his friends weren't shocked at his anger, as they looked about as angry with the Ministry as he was, especially Hermione. Guess the minister got a little sidetracked, what with trying to keep his job and all, Ron answered dryly. That's not all the news we have, Harry. Hermione rushed past the topic of Azkaban as the sounds of movement came from downstairs. Apparently the Order didn't intend to meet for very long today, but we also wanted to know how you're doing. Professor Dumbledore told Ron's parents you would be staying here with, Professor Snape. She ended on a note of incredulity, though Harry guessed that seeing him come down the stairs earlier with Snape had convinced her it was actually true. Yeah, Harry groused, not bothering to hide his dislike of the situation. Just me and good old Snape, and 1,000,001 chores involving disgusting potions ingredients. Hermione put her hand on Harry's arm in sympathy, though Ron was a little less subtle. What is Dumbledore thinking? Snape hates you. I'll probably never see you alive, guy. I'm sure the headmaster has your best interests in mind, Harry, Hermione interrupted calmly, shooting Ron a glare. Professor Snappy's in the Order, after all, and you're way too important to the headmaster for him to leave you with someone who couldn't properly protect you. Yeah, but who's gonna protect him from Snar? Ow. Ron rubbed his arm where Hermione had just swatted him. How are you doing with, everything else, Harry? She asked hesitantly, leaving both hands within aiming distance of Ron. It wasn't hard for Harry to figure what she was getting at with the overly concerned look she was directing his way. I'm fine, he answered immediately, following it up with an insistent, really. I'm fine, Hermione, when she looked about ready to press him again. He really wasn't in the mood to discuss his morning for Sirius right then, or ever really. Rehashing things wouldn't change how they'd played out. I wanted to talk to you, though, he segued, knowing it would make her forget all about Sirius for the time being, about what Dumbledore told me at the end of the year, about the prophecy. Sure enough, both his friends sat up straight, waiting in attentive silence for him to continue. He'd thought about this, too, during his stay at the Dursleys, mostly when trying to avoid thinking about Sirius. Dumbledore hadn't outright said he couldn't tell his friends about the prophecy, and somehow he didn't think the headmaster would mind. Harry needed his friends, after all, and he couldn't imagine going through an entire school year keeping something like this from them. Well, see, the prophecy that was destroyed in the ministry, it was made to Dumbledore. Hermione released a long breath. He told you the prophecy, Harry. Then you know what it said. Harry nodded, and both of his friends waited with bated breath. The prophecy said I'm going to have to kill Voldemort, personally, or he's going to have to kill me. Both of his friends wore identical faces of shock. Harry, oh Harry, Hermione breathed. How do you know that? What did it say exactly? Harry quoted the prophecy, line for line, just how he'd played it through his mind countless times since Dumbledore had revealed it to him. Silence covered the room, broken only by Ron's muttered, "Blimey." Yeah, answered Harry. Unfortunately, what more they had to say on the topic would have to wait, for just then a knock sounded on Harry's bedroom door, followed by Mrs. Weasley's head poking into the room. He no more heard a Harry, dear, than he was engulfed in Mrs. Weasley's maternal hug. How have you been? She held him at arm's length, not waiting for a reply before she clucked. Too skinny, my dear, too skinny indeed. Well, we'll have none of that. Come now, you three. The order meeting is over, and we've plenty of food for the eating. With that, the three teenagers were ushered down the stairs and into the kitchen, where most of the order was still milling about, some involved in serious conversations, some visiting jovially. Harry, Fred called out, he and George coming across the room to greet him, followed soon by Remus, Tonks, and several other familiar faces. Harry couldn't help but let go of his serious mood as the sights and sounds of happy and familiar people surrounded him. This, he thought well into the consumption of his dinner, and looking around at the smiling faces laughing with him, this is what summer should feel like. But the dinner hour passed all too quickly, and before he knew it, he was saying his goodbyes. Yes, Hermione, I promise to write. Yes, I swear I'll eat 5 meals a day, Mrs. Weasley. Yes, Ron, you can have my broom if you know. He thought better than to interrupt Hermione's fresh round of Ron scolding, and then before he knew it, he was alone. But somehow, having shared a part of his burden with his friends, he didn't feel so alone just now. He trudged back up to the potions laboratory, where he knew Snape would be waiting for him to finish cutting up the ginger roots. Only, this time as he approached his dreaded chore, he did so with a smile on his face. Yeah, he wasn't alone. Every now and then, he thought, it was nice to be reminded. Chapter 14. Wanted, a Clumency Tutor. It was cold and damp, and the darkness was so palpable, he could feel it pressing in on him. No matter how Harry tried to look around him, his eyes couldn't see. He couldn't remember how he'd come to be here, or even where he was. He shivered. It's frightening, facing the unknown, isn't it, Harry? Spoke a voice from the darkness beside him, and Harry jumped. A wand tip illuminated the room, bringing his surroundings into focus. A glance around revealed that he was in a large enclosed room, surrounded on all sides by stone walls. It looked to be some sort of basement. Sitting beside him, with lit wand in hand, was himself. "I'm dreaming again," Harry said, not asking this time. "Yes," replied other Harry, "you are." They sat in silence for a moment, and though Harry knew it was a dream, he still felt cold. He wrapped his arms around himself, fighting off the chill. This dream, like the last, felt so real. "Why did you show me Hogwarts and Hogsmeade like that?" he asked accusingly, giving in to a shudder, this time not merely from the cold. "I saw my friends last night, and now those images of them gone. Why do that to me?" Other Harry answered after a moment. "Why fight wars? Why battle evil or stand up for what is right? Someone has to, Harry, or evil will win, and sometimes you must know what the evil looks like, what it will do before you can convince yourself the war is worth fighting. I already know that it is. Not all ways of fighting are as straightforward or as easy as pulling out a sword," other Harry replied. "You mean like strategy?" Other Harry gave him a small smile, then looked away. "Not exactly. You'll know what I mean when you are ready." Harry didn't feel like arguing. Where are we now? Another future. Other Harry waved an arm in silent invitation to explore. Harry walked around the cold stone room. It was a basement, he confirmed by the stairs leading to the only door out. But he hadn't finished his exploration when he heard the faint sound of someone breathing. They weren't alone. The still, half-dressed form of an apparent prisoner lay on his back in the far corner. Harry's pulse quickened as he bent over the prisoner, turned the head so that he could look at the face, and tripped backward in his haste to get away. "It's me," he gasped, stumbling as far away as possible from his own alive, but nonetheless lifeless eyes staring back at him. He tried hard to breathe. "Is this my future? Breathe. Is this what will happen to me if, or when I fail?" He leaned into the wall, in the spot he had occupied earlier. Other Harry sighed next to him. Seeing the future is a tricky thing. Some futures cannot be changed. Others are mere possibilities. Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, that was a possibility. "And this?" Harry asked, afraid to hear the answer. "This will happen." Harry swallowed several times before he could speak. Is it Voldemort? Is he the one who put him Meher? Did he finally get the blood he wanted? A slight nod was his answer. Harry closed his eyes against his racing thoughts. "Am I dead? That me, I mean, is he dead?" "No, not yet." Harry shivered, not knowing this time if it was from the cold or not. "I'm going to die, then. Is that it? This is where I die, giving my blood for Voldemort's strength so that he can go on to murder everyone in my life that I love. If you die here, in this room, as Voldemort's prisoner, the future I showed you before will cease to be a possibility. It will become a certainty." Harry drew a shaky breath before latching onto the one word of hope. "If, then, I could still escape, I might live, they might live." "Have you asked Dumbledore about the other prophecy?" other Harry asked, shifting the conversation. Harry shook his head, focusing his eyes on the stone floor. "Why not?" He'd been so preoccupied since that last night with the Dursleys, he'd barely given it a second thought. But he knew that wasn't the real reason. "You're not real." There, saying it out loud eased his breathing. "You seem so real, it's easy to forget while I'm here, but you're only a dream." You can't be real." Other Harry scrutinized him. "You require proof." "Not every truth in life will present you with incontrovertible proof, Harry. Sometimes you must simply trust." "Maybe so, but not everything that looks or feels real is real," Harry countered. "I believe it that Voldemort's false vision was real, and look where that got serious. I won't make the same mistake twice." Other Harry's voice was soft. "You have learned a difficult lesson. Yes, you are right to question me." He reached into a pocket and drew out something small, holding it out to offer it to Harry. Harry took the object, recognizing it as the snitch from his other dream. Like once before, as Harry watched, colors swirled within the golden ball until a face appeared, though it wasn't Dumbledore this time. It was Snape. The pale, dark-haired man stared out of the snitch to a point over Harry's shoulder, his face twisted into his trademark sneer. "I'd prefer mouldy cabbages boiled in beetle stew." Snape brushed his hair away from his face and crossed his arms before the image faded, presenting Harry with a plain golden snitch once more. Other Harry took back the snitch and spoke again, as if there had been no odd interruption. "Trust is a tricky thing, Harry, much like seeing the future. Sometimes you already have all the evidence you need to use it or to change it." "Are you trying to tell me to trust Snape?" Other Harry looked amused for once. "You forget I am a part of you, Harry. Telling you to trust someone whom you claim to hate is something I would not presume to do." "Good, at least I agree with myself on that. You rely heavily on your instincts. All I offer is the notion that even great instincts such as yours can be fallible if not based on correct and complete information." Harry nodded. "Yeah, okay, yeah, I can agree with that." He didn't need to look any further than the events leading up to Sirius' death to see the truth in that statement. "Good, you'll see me again." "When?" But when Harry turned to ask his question, the room went dark. His other self was gone, his lit wand along with him. Harry was alone again, in a dream from which he had no idea how to wake. He closed and opened his eyes, pinched himself, thought of waking, all to no avail. And so he leaned against the wall, listening to the sounds of his prisoner self breathing steadily from across the room. At least he wasn't the sole survivor on a battlefield this time. By comparison, the darkness he could handle. He'd grown used to the dark, the spiders, the loneliness, the unknown monsters lurking in his cupboard. Sometimes the darkness was even comforting. Sometimes, however, it forced his mind to wander to things better left ignored, things he'd pushed to the back of his mind for fear he'd have no choice but to lose himself in thoughts of them. Like his parents and Cedric, and the very real images of what might happen to his friends if he failed, if he died in this basement. But mostly thoughts of Sirius. Here in the dark, he couldn't run from his sorrow at the loss of his godfather. His mind wouldn't let him push it aside any longer, and the darkness provided the perfect cover for his silent tears to begin to fall. He hadn't allowed himself to cry before, but now it felt good. "Sirius," he whispered, "you were supposed to stay. You were supposed to be there for me. Why did you go?" His tears turned to sobs. "Why?" he demanded, anger joining his sorrow. "If you were here, I'd know what to do." He was finding it hard to speak through his worsening sobs, so he stopped speaking, pouring himself into his tears of loss. It wouldn't bring Sirius back, he knew that. It's what had stopped him from crying before. Well, that, and deciding that at 16 he was too old for tears. But here, in the dark, in his dream, he thought maybe it was all right to cry, just this once. He had no idea how long he had been sitting there, sobs racking his body, before he felt another presence. A hand rested on his shoulder. He lifted his head in the darkness. Sirius was gone, he knew it. But this was a dream, not reality. Maybe Sirius could come to him in a dream. "Black is dead, Potter." Harry frowned through his sniffles. That wasn't Sirius. It wasn't other Harry either. He looked around, trying to see through the darkness. The smell of the damp, stone basement was the only thing to meet his senses, and it was mixed with another scent, a scent he recognized from before. It was the scent of blood. He couldn't see, but he knew another version of himself still lay in the far corner, not dead, but not quite alive, waiting to give up more of his blood for Voldemort's rising power. He concentrated on breathing past his fear, his sobs giving way to an occasional shudder. He felt the hand leave his shoulder, and the air around him shifted. His comforter was leaving. Harry reached out blindly in the darkness. "Wait, don't leave me in here." He swallowed his panic. It was like before, when he hadn't been able to escape the battlefield. This wasn't as bad, but still. The thought of being trapped forever all alone in this dark room. Only his own nearly dead self for company. with no idea how to escape. "In where, Potter?" He recoiled. The voice was harsh. It didn't like him. His breathing quickened. The presence moved closer. It spoke again, softer than before. "In where? Where are you, Harry?" Harry flinched as he felt the hand touch his shoulder again. It stayed, though, lightly, comfortingly. "Don't go," he whispered. "I won't go," the presence promised, waiting a few seconds before again asking softly, "Where are you?" The basement. Can't you smell it?" "Smell what?" Harry shuddered again. "It's cold in here." The presence didn't say anything for a few moments, and though the hand never left his shoulder, Harry felt something shift in the air around him. He felt warmer, though he couldn't have explained why. "What do you smell, Harry?" "Dirt, mold, blood." He felt his nose wrinkle his distaste. "Blood? Whose blood?" Harry shivered again, despite being warm. "His, I mean mine. Voldemort's taken it. He's coming to take more." The hand on his shoulder tightened, though it didn't hurt. "How did you get to the basement, Harry?" I don't know. It's a dream. I think it's the future. But it won't let me go," he frowned. It didn't quite make sense when he said it like that. He forgot about it, though, as the hand tightened again, this time too tight. It let up at Harry's wince. "What won't let you go?" Harry froze, and his heart started to pound. There was a sound within his dream like someone was coming to the door to the basement. Sure enough, a moment later, the door to the basement opened, and he shielded his eyes as light flooded the room. He watched as a cloaked and masked figure descended the steps to the basement and turned toward the still prisoner. "Potter," a voice called to him, shaking him slightly, but as Harry looked on either side of him in the basement, he couldn't see the presence he had been talking to. He brushed off the invisible hands, intent on finding out why the Death Eater was here. A moment later, he wished he hadn't watched, as the Death Eater waved a wand over the still form, and Harry saw a large vial in the man's hands fill with red liquid. "Blood," he whispered. "He's taking more of my blood." "Potter, you're dreaming. Wake up." The voice was stern, and Harry couldn't be sure, but he thought there might be an edge of panic to it. But it was calling him Potter again, in that voice that meant it didn't like him. "It won't let me go," he repeated, backing away from the presence outside his dream. But then it spoke to him softly again, in a voice that made Harry feel calm. "Harry, you need to tell me what won't let you go." The dream won't let me go." He lowered his head as the cloaked figure within his dream climbed the stairs and turned off the lights to leave him once more in darkness. "Please," Harry whispered, "can you make it let go?" Harry heard a rustling in the darkness, and a sound like a door closing from far away, followed by a whoosh of air nearby. Harry flinched away as he felt a hand touch his chin. "Open your mouth," spoke the presence. "I have a potion. It will help you to escape from your dream." Harry opened his mouth obediently, swallowing the potion given to him by the invisible hands. It was a familiar taste, one he'd had before. As he tried to remember what it was called, he barely noticed as another darkness enveloped him, leading him away from the cold, damp blackness of the basement. But this darkness was okay, it was peaceful. It was the darkness of dreamless sleep. And this time, he was unaware when the presence removed its hand from his shoulder, or when it paused to scan his sleeping form before quietly retreating into the hallway of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry woke up feeling better rested than he'd been in a good long while. So rested, in fact, that until he opened his eyes completely, he'd thought that maybe he was in his bed back at Hogwarts. He yawned, lazily stretching. This wasn't so bad, he thought. Having a lion was always a nice feeling, even if he wasn't in Gryffindor Tower. Harry's eyes popped open all the way. A lion. He hurriedly threw off his bed covers, swinging his feet over to land on the floor. Sure enough, the light streaming in through his bedroom window testified to the fact that it was at least mid-morning, if not later. His only thought as he scrambled out of his night clothes and into a shirt and pair of jeans was about how angry Snape was going to be. The professor had already been in a foul mood the night before, which had worsened after one of his potions had failed to reach an exact, milky white consistency. But he'd been downright murderous after determining Harry's missorting of a pufferfish eye into the tail pile as the reason for the less-than-perfect brew. He'd ordered Harry in no uncertain terms to be in the lab at the break of dawn, as he would be brewing the replacement potion until he got it right. Well, it was well past dawn, and Harry wasn't about to chance even the extra few minutes it would take to fill his empty stomach. Running his fingers haphazardly through his hair, he bolted out of his bedroom into the lab, pausing only a moment to catch his breath before stepping cautiously into the room. But he needn't have bothered to be so cautious. Snape wasn't there. Looking around carefully to be sure he hadn't overlooked the professor behind some cauldrons, he shifted from one foot to the other, not sure what to do now. Should he get started on the potion or wait for Snape? Just looking around didn't seem like such a good idea, what with how angry the man had been the other night after catching Harry outside the drawing room. Coming to a decision, Harry left the potions lab in search of the professor. Since he'd started working in the lab, he hadn't been outright told he couldn't be there without Snape present, but accidentally blowing something up wasn't exactly the way he wanted to find out about that rule. A thorough search of the hallway and drawing room later, he discovered the object of his quest sitting quite calmly at the kitchen table, an array of books, quills, and parchment spread out in front of him. All were stacked and lined up neatly, much like Snape's potions ingredients in his lab. Harry wondered if the structured man even knew how to let things get a little messy from time to time. Harry cleared his throat to announce his presence. The man continued leafing through a large book, and Harry was actually contemplating speech when Snape said without looking up, "One might assume that had you not barged loudly into the kitchen, your deafening footfalls would be sufficient to alert me to your presence." Harry sighed inwardly. So it was going to be one off those days. Not that he expected anything other than insults from Snape, but sometimes over the past couple days, Snape had managed not to say much of anything to him beyond potions preparation instructions. Those were Harry's favorite times. "If you insist on standing in the doorway all day," Snape continued, giving him a pointed glare, "be my guest. It will be considerably more difficult, however, for you to complete your day's assignment standing up." Harry sat across from Snape without speaking, a little worried about what the day's assignment might be and how it involved not being in the potions laboratory. Surely Snape hadn't changed his mind about having Harry brew that potion. Or, he felt a little worried at this thought, was the change in assignment something worse? Some punishment because of his having overslept and not shown up on time? "Darby!" Snape's call rang out, making Harry more nervous by not getting right to the point of his punishment. Snape's only comment to the materialized house elf was, "Mr. Potter will require breakfast. See to it." It was good to hear that he'd be able to fill his hungry stomach after all, but Harry didn't feel very relieved. If anything, he felt his stomach knotting up. Why wouldn't Snape just get to telling him what he'd have to do? But Snape wasn't cooperating with Harry's wishes. He continued leafing through his book and making notes on parchment while Darby delivered his food and left Harry to eat. The silence was nerve-wracking, and by the time he was finished with his food, he actually felt a little ill. He pushed his near-empty plate aside, and it immediately vanished from the table. He only had to wait another moment before Snape set aside his quill to give Harry his undivided attention. However, when that attention involved simply studying him for several long moments without speaking, Harry couldn't help but feel distinctly uncomfortable. And then, as if he wasn't uncomfortable enough, he all at once recognized that light in Snape's eyes. He hadn't seen it in a few days, not since they'd been at the Dursleys last week. The eye have a puzzle to figure out, face was back, and it was directed once more at Harry. He'd hoped never to see that face again, but at least the other times he'd known what had brought it on. This time, he was at a loss to figure out what he might have done to trigger Snape's odd interest. He squirmed in his seat. That at least served the purpose of bringing Snape back from whatever thoughts he'd been caught up in. "Have you had visions of the Dark Lord since summer began?" the professor asked crisply. Apparently, the man wasn't in the mood for small talk. Harry blinked. Visions. He was too surprised at the question to come up with a way to dodge it. Yeah, I guess so." Snape narrowed his eyes. "You guess so, Potter." His voice grew quieter, which was almost never a good sign. "You mean to say that you have been seeing into the Dark Lord's mind, and you haven't thought to inform the headmaster?" Harry tensed at the sneaking suspicion that he was about to be in an awful lot of trouble. Snape didn't look angry, though, just calculating. Still, that didn't put Harry at ease. "Did you have a vision last night?" Snape asked intently. Harry furrowed his brow as bits of a dream rushed back to him. A basement, so cold, seeing himself lying there, helplessly allowing some Death Eater to take his blood. Harry wrapped his arms around himself as he shivered. No. I mean, I dreamed, but it wasn't from him. He knew that, at least. His scar hadn't hurt last night, not even a little bit. Another thought occurred to him. He looked up warily. "You didn't, hear me or anything. I mean, I didn't." Snape ignored the question. "And several nights ago, at your relative's home, was that a vision?" Harry flushed and ducked his head. "No, that was a regular, dream." At Snape's narrowed gaze, he amended, "Okay, nightmare." "How often, then?" "How often do I have nightmares?" Harry asked guardedly, not wanting to admit that answer to Snape, of all people. "No, how often have you had visions from the Dark Lord?" "Oh, only a couple times," Harry insisted, "and it hasn't been anything important." "You have no idea what is important, you foolish boy." Snape cut in, still speaking calmly, though Harry heard the underlying danger in the man's voice. Without further comment, Snape reached for a book sitting to the side. He handed it to Harry, watching him closely. Harry accepted the thick tome, scanning over the title. Guarding the Mind, A Beginner's Guide to Occlumency by Josephia Prynne. Occlumency. Harry hadn't thought before that his stomach could be any more upset. He was wrong. He looked up slowly, warily, praying that this didn't mean what he knew it might mean. Dumbledore had promised Snape wouldn't be made to teach Harry right, and there was no way Snape would offer. Oh, Merlin. Harry sure hoped there was no way Snape would offer. Still, watching Snape suspiciously, Harry felt like he was waiting for his own death sentence to be determined. Snape studied him for another moment, then explained, "The headmaster has decided that it is in your best interest to resume the study of occlumency. You will read this book," Snape continued evenly, "until you have read every sentence on every page in every chapter. You will do nothing but read until you have completed the book, and each night before you sleep, you will practice the techniques outlined in this book. Do you understand?" Harry met Snape's eyes and nodded, not sure how else to respond. He couldn't even identify the emotion running through him right then. Was it trepidation? Anger? How dare Dumbledore even consider letting Snape teach him again? "The headmaster would consider letting me teach you again, as I am an expert in the fields of occlumency and legilimency," Snape taunted, "a talent which you have apparently still yet to begin to grasp." Harry looked away from the Legilimen's eyes. His face felt so hot at his thoughts having been read, he was sure he must be completely read. "Yes, sir," he muttered out of embarrassment rather than out of any show of respect. "However, your blatant distaste for a resumed tutoring relationship between the two of us is not unshared, I may assure you," Snape sneered, "which is why we will not be entering into such an arrangement." Harry looked up hopefully before again, averting his eyes. "Professor Dumbledore and I have come to an agreement. You will read. You will practice. I will make certain that you read and that you practice. He will be overseeing your practical occlumency tutelage." Harry let out a breath and felt his whole body relax. He didn't even care if Snape saw how relieved he was. "I'll have lessons with him then, here or at school. When and how often?" Snape gave him a long, expressionless stare before commenting, "You have an annoying habit of asking too many questions, Potter." Harry blinked. As insults went, that one was Snape-like. Maybe the man was losing his touch. He hadn't even commented on the minuscule size of Harry's brain. To Harry's further surprise, Snape went on to actually answer his questions, without sarcasm, even. "The headmaster will be arriving tonight to discuss your lessons with you. Before you ask at what time, allow me to tell you that I do not know. He will come after he has taken care of a few other matters of importance. He has a very demanding schedule, and you will therefore be required to be prepared for lessons at his convenience, most times with little notice, I would expect. It is due to his intermittent availability that he has assigned this book as preparatory reading." "Oh," was all Harry could manage. He was mentally running through Snape's speech for some hidden insult. He couldn't find one, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. "One more thing, Potter," Snape went on. "As soon as the headmaster arrives, you will relate to both of us, in detail, the visions you have had thus far. And you will relate any future visions to me immediately upon waking. Do you understand?" Snape waited for Harry to nod his agreement before issuing a crisp, "Now read," indicating he was through with talking. He turned back to his own book. Harry paused, hand poised to open the occlumency text. He would probably berate himself for this later, but what about the potion you told me to brew? You said. Snape looked up from his work, his lips twisted into a familiar sneer. "You seem to be under the continuing assumption that I am incapable of remembering my own words, Potter. Allow me to assure you, in direct contrast to your own mental capabilities, mine are of adequate size and fully intact." Now read. He ignored Harry's glare, returning to his own work. And as Harry opened the thick tome to the first chapter, he at least knew all was right with the world. Snape hadn't lost his insulting touch, after all. Chapter 15. An Experiment in Civility. The true study of occlumency is a lifelong process, a skill to which only the most attuned to the mental arts may aspire. The degree of mental discipline required to master the art of occlumency has rendered the study among the most difficult. Harry slumped in his chair. If Dumbledore thought this book would prepare him, he would be sorely disappointed. All the book had served to do so far was to discourage Harry further. It made learning occlumency sound so hard. Harry sneaked a glance at Snape through his lowered lashes. The man had been leafing through various books and writing notes on parchment for more than an hour. Harry tried to sit up straight enough to get a glimpse of what he was writing, but he couldn't quite manage. Having failed, he slumped back down in his chair. One result of reading this book was that his thoughts had continually been brought back to the most skilled occlumens he knew. The man wasn't just moderately skilled. To fool Voldemort for so many years, or for that matter, to maybe still be fooling Dumbledore, he had to be an expert. Was there such a thing as an occlumency master, like there was a potions master? And knowing that Snape had originally applied to be the Dada teacher, was he a master at that as well? Was there anything that Snape wasn't a master at? Other than interpersonal relationships, of course. Harry almost snickered, but he managed to keep his silence. All he needed was for Snape to exercise his mastery at insulting Harry Potter. That was perhaps his best mastery of all. Harry refocused his eyes on the page and tried to read the next paragraph, tried being the key word. But it was all about the different levels at which one could learn occlumency, and Harry once again found his attention waning. Why couldn't someone just explain this to him in easy-to-understand language? Why must it either be by forceful attacks on his mind or through a boring, discouraging giant of a book? He flipped back to the table of contents, hoping to see some more interesting chapters coming up, but instead of reading the actual titles, all he saw was the sheer number of them. It would take him an entire week to even make a dent in this thing. He again found his eyes drawn up to study Snape. The professor was so skilled. If Harry had liked him, he might have found himself able to admire that skill. But even if he couldn't bring himself to actually admire anything about the man, he was growing steadily more curious. Just how had Snape come to be an expert at occlumency? He couldn't have been born knowing it. Had he taken up the study himself, or been forced into a tutoring situation like Harry? If Harry could figure out how the most skilled occlumens of his acquaintance had learned it, maybe he'd have a chance at actually learning it for himself this time, and maybe without the grueling task of reading one of the thickest books ever written. A second was all he needed to come to a snap decision. Snape hadn't been more horrible than usual the last few days, after all. In fact, he hadn't even been that bad, all things considered. One question wasn't going to end Harry's life as he knew it. So before he could take another second to rethink, he cleared his throat and asked in a carefully respectful tone, Professor, how did you, learn occlumency?" Snape's hands stilled, then continued to complete the line he was writing. A final flourish of the quill, and he brought his narrowed eyes up to survey Harry. "Using conversation as a distraction will only serve to delay your reading, not replace it, Potter. Continue." In silence, he added, a warning to his tone as he returned to his writing. Harry shrugged. Well, that wasn't so bad. He didn't get what he wanted to know, but his head was still attached to his body. In fact, it was enough of a victory to give him the courage to try again. "The book says that occlumency must be learned, sir. I thought maybe if I knew how you learned it, that might help me figure out how I should go about it." Snape looked up at him right away this time, with the same narrowed eyes. "Pardon me, Potter. Allow me to understand. You disregarded my instruction last year, blatantly argued with me at every turn, deliberately trespassed into memories you were forbidden to enter." Snape's tone was growing dangerously low. "And you have now decided to ask for my advice." Harry sank into his chair. "I am not your tutor any longer, thank Merlin. I am only here to ensure that you read that book. No read." Harry sighed and refocused his attention on the book. Okay, so that hadn't been the brightest of ideas. Even though the man hadn't thrown potions ingredients at him this time, reminding him of Harry's intrusion into his memories wasn't exactly the best way to get him to play nice. Harry nearly laughed at the workings of his own mind. Nice. When had Snape ever been even civil toward him? Harry sat up straight again. He distinctly remembered one instance when he and Snape had carried on a decent conversation. It seemed surreal, looking back on that night at the Dursleys, that the two of them could actually have talked at length without a murder being committed. But still, it had happened, and Harry had learned an awful lot of information, too. If only Harry was sure he could be Slytherin enough to make it happen again. Okay, well, maybe he wasn't as good at manipulating circumstances as Snape was, and he didn't even know if he had enough information that Snape would want from him in return, but he could try, couldn't he? He placed the book square on the table, propping his elbows on its open pages, and steepled his fingers as he had seen Snape do sometimes. Then, in his best imitation of a calm, calculating tone, he commented coolly, "You want to know what you know who was thinking when you escaped, don't you?" Snape brought his head up sharply. "What?" he barked. Harry tried not to falter. "You want to know what you know who was thinking when you escaped," he repeated, a little faster than he was going for. Snape was livid. "What are you playing at, Potter?" Harry was starting to regret his snap decision. He took a breath, trying not to let Snape see how shaky it was before plunging ahead with his plan. Might as well, right? It wasn't like he could back down now. An exchange of information. A question for a question, let's say. Harry gulped, then rushed on. "You answer mine, I'll answer yours." Snape stared at him. That's all, just stared. Harry did his best not to squirm under that intense gaze, and he tried to hold eye contact, even though he was a little worried about the wisdom of that plan, as the man knew legilimency and all, but he couldn't back down. Hewdn't back down. Snape deliberately placed his quill on the table, not breaking eye contact, then copied Harry's imitation of his own posture by propping his elbows and steepling his own fingers. Harry gulped again. He didn't have a clue what Snape was thinking. The man had carefully wiped all trace of emotion from his face, including anger. Maybe this was his revenge, torturing Harry by keeping him in suspense. Snape finally spoke, his voice slightly mocking. "Mr. Potter, as tempting as your offer is, you are forgetting two rather salient points. Firstly, I am well acquainted with the Dark Lord and his present opinion of me. I do believe I can wager a fairly decent guess at what he was thinking when I defected. And secondly, even if that were not the case, it is hardly a decent bargaining chip. You have already agreed to relay your visions for both the headmaster and me this evening. You do not have a choice in the matter." Harry thought fast. "Then I bet you be interested in who he thinks of as his most trusted servant. More information I shall gladly ensure that you tell the headmaster this evening." Harry dropped his arms, exasperated. "Well, there must be something you want to know. You sure enjoyed asking your questions a week ago." "What interests me, Potter, is why you are so willing to take a chance at giving me free rein of questions, only to find out how I acquired a common wizarding skill." Harry nearly scoffed at the idea that it was common. It wasn't common by Merlin, it was hard. But Snape's question brought him up short. What was thinking? The questions Snape had asked before at the Dursleys weren't near as bad as they could have been. Harry knew that. So why open himself up to potentially worse questioning, just to ask a stupid little question that might not even help Harry learn occlumency anyway? The more he thought about it, the less it seemed like a bright idea, and yet the more he thought about it, the more he wanted to get Snape to agree to it. Smart or no, what started as a whim was now a determination. For some reason, he didn't even want to analyze. He really wanted to see if that one conversation with Snape was a fluke or if they could have it Wodsent conversations in their lifetimes. Harry met Snape's eyes, mind made up. "What interests me, Professor," he began, putting just the right amount of confidence into his words, "is if you think the agreement's so skewed in your favor, why you're not just being a Slytherin and taking advantage of it." Snape's eyebrows raised a fraction, and his lips twitched nearly imperceptibly. "Very well, Potter. Same terms, I presume." Harry blinked. That was it. He had won. Yeah, same terms. I ask until it's answered to my satisfaction, and then it's your turn." Snape motioned for Harry to begin, before leaning back to cross his arms, his face carefully neutral. Harry cleared his throat. "Okay, well, how did you learn occlumency?" "My mother taught me the foundational principles when I was young. I honed my skills at Hogwarts through personal research and study." "Your mother was an occlumens?" he asked, surprised. Snape issued a brief nod. It wasn't really what he'd been expecting to hear, and the image of Snape having a mother, it was weird. Well, he had to come from somewhere, Harry supposed. He couldn't have crawled out from under a rock, even if that theory did sound more likely. "Is that the extent of your first question?" asked Snape at his silence. Harry shook his head automatically. He didn't have another question prepared, but he couldn't waste any opportunity to ask for clarification he might wish he'd asked later. He bit his lip, thinking hard. "How young were you when she started teaching you?" Looking back, I imagine she must have begun teaching me around the age of 3. Of course, I did not realize that at the time. Actual lessons began when I was closer to the age of 9. Snape gave him a look, which Harry could only describe as long-suffering. Harry wasn't a Legilimens, but he knew Snape was generally wondering when Harry would start to ask questions that actually mattered. "Well, so how did she teach you then?" Snape took a moment to respond. "She taught me to focus my mind on specific images before I slept. By the time we started lessons, I had a firm grasp on how to direct my own thoughts. It was then a matter of learning to deflect them from external attacks." "So she taught you by attacking your mind then, like you did with me." Snape took on a defensive, lecturing tone. "Deflecting attacks on one's mind is the only way by which to be prepared for an attack from the enemy, Potter. Darnotry to blame your lack of learning on my methods of teaching." "Right, because the two couldn't possibly be related," Harry groused. Before Snape could act on the murderous glare he had just thrown his way, Harry held up his hands in a symbol of surrender. All I'm saying is you had 6 years to prepare your mind for attacks. I had, 6 seconds? Snape kept up his glare, but at least he didn't act on it. Are you quite finished with your first question? He bit out instead. Yeah, I guess I am. Harry slouched back in his seat, bracing himself for Snape's turn. Why did you and your friends prepare Polyjuice Potion during your second year at Hogwarts? Harry snapped his head up and quickly averted his eyes. What do you? Don't bother denying it, Potter. I know that you and Granger stole the boomslang skin from my office, and I know that you wanted it to brew Polyjuice Potion. What I do not know to this day is why you wanted that potion and whom you used it to imitate. Harry felt his neck get hot. That's not a fair question. You can't ask me to say something that could incriminate somebody else. Too late, Potter. Same rules as last time, remember. And that was not a rule. As I have already answered yours, you are obligated to answer mine. Snape looked positively smug, so smug that Harry wished he was allowed to use magic to permanently erase the smugness right off of his face. Harry settled on glaring. What would happen if he refused to answer? Well, he'd known what he was getting himself into, hadn't he? And he had still instigated it. He gave a disgruntled huff. There's some kind of rule, right, about points. Teachers can't take off points for things that happened in a different school year, right? Snape's smirk grew. No, Potter, we cannot. At least, not officially, he added, an evil glint to his eyes. Not to worry, however. You always manage to find new ways for me to take points. I do think you'll find yourself lacking in that area regardless of your admissions today. Gee, thanks, Harry muttered. Okay, fine. You win. The whole Chamber of Secrets thing was going on that year, remember? Snape cocked his head, his raised brows implying an "of course I remember, you dunderhead," without him having to voice the words, for which Harry was minutely thankful. Okay, you remember. So, there were rumors flying around about the heir of Slytherin, and well, I thought it was Malfoy. Draco Malfoy, Snape scoffed. Harry defended himself quickly. Yeah, well, he's as Slytherin as they come, isn't he? And he comes from a long line of purebloods. Why couldn't have been descended from Salazar Slytherin? Snape quirked one brow, which Harry might have thought out of place on the professor's face, if it wasn't apparently Snape's way of saying that Harry was an idiot. Like I knew, Harry automatically defended himself. I grew up with the Dursleys, remember? I didn't even know I was a wizard until I got my Hogwarts letter. How was I supposed to know the whole histories of all the pure-blood wizarding families? Snape still shook his head at Harry's idiocy, but he silently motioned for him to continue. So, Harry took a deep breath. Never in a million years would he ever have thought he'd be admitting any of his rule-breaking adventures to Snape. So Ron and I used the Polyjuice to look like Crabbe and Goyle so we could get a confession out of Malfoy. There, he'd said it. Quickly, but he'd said it. He watched Snape warily for a reaction. Ah, so you decided to stay within your own cerebral range. Surprisingly sensible of you. Harry would have been more offended by the insult if Snape hadn't just told him what he thought of two of his own Slytherins. Plus, he hadn't jumped right into a lecture. Harry let out a breath. And what did you find out? Snape asked the question, as though he were inquiring about the weather. Harry narrowed his eyes. He got the feeling that Snape was enjoying this. We found out he didn't know who the heir was any more than we did. Pity. You know, Potter, if you had just asked a vast majority of the student population, they'd have told you Thatiau were Slytherin's heir. Yeah, I know, the Parseltongue and all. Yes, your little gift. I do recall quite a few whispered speculations that you had mistakenly been sorted into Gryffindor. Noble hearts never did set snakes to attack their muggle-born classmates. After all, Potter. I didn't set that snake on Justin Finch Fletchley. I was trying to call it off. And as for sorting, the hat did get it right. Dumbledore said we're defined by our choices. Well, I chose Gryffindor. The hat wouldn't have put me there if it didn't fit. He stopped short of yelling. My, an impassioned plea if ever I heard one. It nearly brought tears to my eyes. Harry crossed his arms. He had to stop himself from pouting like a little kid. He really wanted to, though. Snape was being a right git. Does that conclude your questions, sir? Not quite. One more clarification as it relates to your previous answer. You implied that the sorting hat gave you a choice. UMOH. Oops. What choice, precisely? Harry stared. It sorted me into Gryffindor, like I said. You were there. You heard it. Snape raised his chin into the air until he was looking down his nose at Harry. What choice, Potter? Scowling, Harry reluctantly admitted, it, kind of wanted to put me in Slytherin. He closed his eyes at the thought of Snape spreading it around Hogwarts, along with everything else he had learned. Well, Harry could deal with it. He'd dealt with loads of other times people had thought badly of him. It said I'd do well in Slytherin, but when I didn't want Slytherin, it right away put me in Gryffindor, Harry rushed to say, because that fit me too. Yes, so you said a few moments ago, Snape pointed out, looking at Harry shrewdly. Harry squirmed under Snape's unreadable gaze. That concludes my line of questioning, Potter. Do you wish to continue, or have you had quite enough? Harry's better judgment didn't seem to be operating at full capacity, for he couldn't bring himself to call an end to it. There was one more thing he really wanted to know only. If he asked outright what Snape had been doing talking to Lucius Malfoy, Snape would know Harry had been listening. So he started with a more general question. How well do you know the Malfoys? Snape's eyes glinted. Well, he answered shortly. Okay. Maybe you could expand. Do we need to discuss the rule regarding general questions, Mr. Potter? Harry held out his arms in an exaggerated shrug. Just give me an abridged history, that's all. Snape leaned back completely into his chair and said after a moment, I met Lucius and Narcissa during my first year at Hogwarts. They were both older students, and thus not in my immediate circle of acquaintances. After Hogwarts, we became close. Allies would be an appropriate term for the history of my relationship with the Malfoys. So you knew Malfoy before Hogwarts? Draco, I mean. Snape inclined his head. Technically, he is my godson. Harry's eyebrows shot up. Oh, wow, so you are pretty close then. He wrinkled his forehead in confusion. Wouldn't that make you more of friends with the Malfoys, or family, even? Alice sounds so formal. Snape gave him another long-suffering look. For all that you claim to have a speck of Slytherin in that head of yours, you really do think far too much like a Gryffindor. Thank you, Harry smartly replied. Snape ignored that. Lucius Malfoy is nothing if not self-serving and cunning to his own ends. I had great potential in the Dark Lord's ranks. I was, in fact, rising more quickly in his esteem than many who had been with him for years. Lucius and I may have a history, but naming me as godfather to his son was not sentimental. It was strategic. Oh, it did sound Slytherin when he said it like that. Harry knew his own parents had named Sirius as his godfather because he was their closest friend, and Harry also knew that Sirius had loved him. The idea that Malfoy had a godfather so that his father could forge a strategic alliance sounded so cold. Harry felt a slight churning in his stomach as his thoughts veered into an unsettling realization. Draco Malfoy had everything Harry had ever lost: home, parents, godfather. Even if his father was a Death Eater and his godfather a strategic choice, a traitor even, he still had them. Harry didn't. In an ideal world, wasn't love supposed to be the stronger foundation? And yet, Harry's foundation had been ripped from him while Malfoy's stood firm. Harry felt a sudden urge to throw something hard. He was jolted from his anger by the sound of Snape clearing his throat. Harry clenched his jaw against his churning emotions and tried to think quickly of how else he could get information on Lucius. But he kept coming back to the same thought. Was Snape Draco's Sirius? Try as he might, He couldn't erase the waves of resentment he felt at the thought of his two greatest Hogwarts enemies enjoying the relationship that he himself had lost. He knew it was none of his business, knew he had no right to pry, but he had to know. So despite himself, he found himself asking, "Are you, I mean, even if it was, strategic, are you and Draco close?" Snape had remained fairly quiet throughout Harry's internal struggle, and he now studied him with an intensity Harry hadn't expected, like he was trying to figure out what was going on in Harry's head. Harry kept his eyes averted. "I expect great things from the younger Mr. Malfoy," Snape responded, neatly sidestepping the question. "Yeah, but are you?" "Close is a relative term. I have never tucked him in at night, nor do we share heart-to-heart chats over tea and crumpets." Snape's tone said he was quite through with the topic, and he was giving Harry a rather odd look. So, Harry licked his lips, knowing he should take the hint and move on, but he'd gotten sidetracked, and he still needed to get around to the topic of Lucius. "Are you still going to be close with the Malfoys now you're not on Vald? I mean, you know whose, list of trusted followers." Snape studied him closely, and Harry still didn't dare meet his eyes. Instead, he uncrossed his arms and studied his own hands while Snape formed a response. Snape's answer was carefully controlled. "My connection with the Malfoys was built upon a foundation of dark arts, dark masters, and self-serving motivations. Continuing an acquaintance with a known traitor would not be in Lucius Malfoy's best interests. Knowledge, he no doubt has already ensured his wife and son fully grasp." Harry frowned. How could Snape answer so well and yet not really answer? It was annoying. He chanced squeezing one more question into his turn. So you're saying he would never go against you-know-who, or would he just need a really, really good reason?" Snape was quiet for several moments, and Harry chanced to glance up to see what was taking so long. Snape was still, watching Harry with his usual inscrutable expression. When Snape finally spoke, it was in that low growl that told Harry not to even attempt to argue. "I would suggest, Mr. Potter, that you ask Lucius Malfoy that question, as only he truly knows his own motivations. However, as you probably would not hesitate to foolhardily search him out and do precisely that, we shall consider your round of questions concluded." He paused. "I believe you have succeeded in wasting enough time. Return to your book." "Yes, sir," Harry answered automatically, picking up the book. May as well quit while he was ahead. He could celebrate later that Snape had forgotten he had another turn left. "Oh, and Potter," Snape interrupted his thoughts. "My round of questions shall be considered delayed rather than forfeited. I fully intend to collect, I assure you." Harry didn't feel like arguing, so he flipped to the correct page and began to read. Scratch that. He tried to begin to read. The book was just as discouraging as it had been before the distraction of talking to Snape. He may have overslept this morning, but well-rested or no, this book was making him want to go right back to bed. As if his thoughts had brought it on, Harry stifled a yawn. He refocused his eyes on the open page. The study of legilimency, while not crucial to the study of occlumency, does present the opportunity for a vital analysis of the methodical differences in approach taken by. "Which is harder, legilimency or occlumency?" Harry asked aloud. Snape raised his head to scowl across the table. "Do you think me an idiot, Potter? I am not here for your distraction, nor am I here for your amusement." "Well, you're good at both of the, mental arts, right? So you should know which is harder. If you are in such dire need of a break, go to the laboratory and begin your pufferfish sorting. I'll expect you back in 15 minutes to continue your reading." No thanks. I'm at a really good spot." Harry sighed and tried to keep his eyes open as he restarted a paragraph he had to have read multiple times. It's just, every time he reached the end of the dry paragraph, he realized his mind had drifted off halfway through, leaving him unable to remember any of its contents. "Legilimency," said Snape suddenly. "Legilimency is an offensive skill, whereas occlumency is defensive. Most wizards who study the mental arts find legilimency highly more difficult to master, as it requires one to not only be able to control their own minds, but also to delve into the minds of others. Not all occlumens are legilimens, whereas it is nearly always essential for a legilimens to be skilled in occlumency. Staring for a moment before he realized Snape had actually answered his question, he stammered, "OHUM, okay." Not sure what else to say, he turned back to his book. Snape gave no indication that he had heard Harry's response, his quill furiously scratching across a half-full piece of parchment. After that, both were silent for the remainder of the afternoon, something Harry would look back on with fondness the moment Albus Dumbledore arrived. Because as it turned out, the headmaster had quite a few questions of his own. Chapter 16. Visions of Sugar Plums. By the time Dumbledore arrived in the late afternoon, Harry had only read the first 3 chapters in his new book. Of course, he'd probably read them multiple times each, if one counted all the pages he'd read, and then reread after realizing his wandering thoughts had kept him from actually processing anything. So when he heard the distinct sound of someone outside the door to the kitchen, he closed his book in a hurry. He didn't see any point in making his lack of reading progress blatantly obvious to the headmaster. Snape noticed, of course, if his smirk was any indication. But when didn't seasoned spy notice everything around him? Harry just hoped he wouldn't spitefully suggest that Dumbledore give some kind of oral exam on his readings. "Harry, good to see you, my boy, and Severus." Dumbledore nodded cheerfully to the professor upon entering the kitchen. "I see you are working on your lesson plans. Very good, very good." Thankfully, Dumbledore and Snape started right in on a discussion of the upcoming year's potions curriculum, leaving Harry to enjoy the delay in discussing anything having to do with visions, Voldemort, or occlumency. Harry sighed as he watched the professors talking. It wasn't that he hate darklumency. He was mainly worried about how Dumbledore would decide to teach him. Would he use the same attack methods that Snape had used? Harry didn't look forward to having to give up more of his memories, even if he did trust Dumbledore more than he trusted Snape. And if he let himself admit it, he was kind of apprehensive for another reason. If he failed to learn this time, would Dumbledore come to the same conclusion that Snape had, that Harry was completely, hopelessly inept? "Shall we retire to the drawing room then, Harry?" Dumbledore's voice broke into his thoughts, and the older wizard gestured to the door. Harry gave a half-hearted smile before resignedly following him out of the room and into the hallway. The only thing he heard as he left the kitchen was the familiar scratching of Snape's quill against parchment. "Sit, Harry, please." Dumbledore pointed to a chair when they arrived at the drawing room. He sat on the sofa opposite Harry. The table between them was already laid out with 2 tall glasses and a tray of assorted finger foods. "Upon my arrival, I took the liberty of requesting that Darby provide us with a few refreshments," Dumbledore explained at Harry's curious glance. "Oh, it looks good," Harry answered. It didn't look good, though, not really. His stomach was starting to knot up. Was Dumbledore going to begin the evening by asking him about the book or by attacking his mind? Neither option sounded too appealing. "Professor Snape has explained to you that I will be continuing your lessons, I presume?" Dumbledore asked conversationally, helping himself to some of the refreshments. Harry cleared his throat. "Yes, sir." "Excellent." Dumbledore reached for his glass and took a sip before continuing. "Now, there are a few things we should discuss first." "You mean the visions?" Harry guessed. "The ones from Voldemort. Professor Snape told me you'd want to hear about them." "Well, yes, I would like to discuss that with you, though perhaps later, I think." Dumbledore leveled his gaze at Harry. "I was not previously aware that you had been having visions, Harry." Harry looked down at the disappointment in the headmaster's tone. It was amazing how the headmaster could say what he meant without having to actually say it. Harry knew the headmaster was expressing his displeasure that Harry hadn't come to him earlier. "We will discuss the specifics later, then." The headmaster continued at Harry's silence. If you have indeed been having visions from Voldemort, I would like for Professor Snape to be present at your recounting." "Why?" asked Harry. He hadn't thought about it earlier, but now, why did Snape have to be so involved in every detail of his life lately? It was starting to exhaust him, really. "Professor Snape knows Lord Voldemort extremely well, Harry. I would like for him to hear the details of your visions in case he has additional insight to share." Dumbledore paused, then continued. "Additionally, Harry, Professor Snape is sharing close quarters with you this summer. Should you have another vision, he will likely be the only one around." Harry nodded. That he unfortunately knew. "We will revisit this before I leave today," the headmaster added. "But while we are alone, I want you to give your word to me that should you have another vision from Voldemort, you will immediately inform Professor Snape." Harry looked up, dread on his face. "Can't I just fire call you, or Remus? Why does it have to be him?" "Your word, Harry," Dumbledore pressed intently. "Day or night, I want your word that you will go to him straight away with any more visions." "From Voldemort," Harry clarified, suddenly thinking of his other dreams. He didn't know if he could call them visions exactly. To tell the truth, he had no idea what to call them. But he wasn't eager to promise the sharing of those, especially as he hadn't given much of his own waking time to thinking them over. "Yes, Harry, from Voldemort." The headmaster gave him a searching look, but made no further comment. Harry nodded again, grudgingly. "Okay, all right, I promise." "Excellent. Now, what I wanted to speak with you about." "That wasn't it." "No, my dear boy. Although we may want to have a discussion sometime about the inappropriateness of interrupting one's elders." Harry flushed, though from Dumbledore's smiling eyes, he could tell he was being teased, not lectured. "I want to speak with you about a rather delicate matter," the headmaster went on, the smile fading from his eyes. "I sent someone to have a little chat with your relatives." Harry's eyes widened. "You didn't." "As you left their household so abruptly, I felt it necessary to send someone to explain to them that you were with friends and would not be returning for the remainder of holiday." "Oh," Harry replied simply, recovering from his surprise at the topic. The Dursleys had been the absolute last thing on his mind. He wasn't sure how he felt about another wizard going to meet them, especially if they had gone out of courtesy. He couldn't help but add, "I bet they weren't happy to hear that." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. "I was under the impression that all concerned were satisfied with your temporary move." "I meant they wouldn't be happy to hear I was with friends," Harry explained darkly. "You'd have made them loads happier if you'd told them I was captured by dark wizards or something." Dumbledore made no reply to that. He merely sipped from his tall glass. After a moment, he spoke again, calmly. "My representative was not welcomed with open arms, to say the least. However, he was able to relay the message. He also managed to very firmly discuss what would happen if they were to ever attempt to harm you again." "Yeah, well, threats never did much good, you know," Harry felt the need to point out. "Moody threatened them, and it only took them a bit longer to get nasty." Then he registered Dumbledore's phrasing, and he felt a chill run through him alongside a horrible rising suspicion. "Wait a minute," you said again. "I thought I didn't have to go back there." "You will not return this summer. You have fortunately resided there enough time for the blood magic to be renewed. As for next summer," Dumbledore sighed. "Harry, I cannot make any promises to you in that regard. Depending upon the status of the war and the extent of danger to you, you may very well need to return to the Dursleys for a short time in order to be safe." "What?" Harry asked numbly. He couldn't help a sharp stab of betrayal that shot through his gut. He'd honestly thought that the headmaster had let him stay at Grimmauld Place because he cared about him, because he didn't want him to be hurt. Maybe even that he cared enough to not want Harry to be unhappy. But now he stood, the feeling of betrayal giving way to a sudden fury. "When have I ever been safe there? Just a few days ago, you said it wasn't in my best interests to go back. Professor Snapper told you what they were like." "Snape, who hates me, he angrily pointed out. Told you how bad they are. And now you're saying, after knowing all that, you're just going to send me back anyway. Harry, we have an entire year to discuss. Right. Harry's voice rose to a shout, though images of the headmaster's office last year surfaced briefly before he pushed them aside. This was different. This was worse. The combination of betrayal and anger surged through his veins. Because that's what will really happen, won't it? We'll discuss, but then you'll make the decision, and there will be nothing I can say to change it. Harry, sit down. Why should I? The answer came from behind an opening drawing-room door. Because you're yelling down the bloody house, Potter. Snape peered stiffly through the narrow opening. What in Merlin's name? Is everything quite all right, Albus? Yes, Severus, Dumbledore sighed wearily. A minor disagreement. Will be fine, thank you. Minor, Harry backed away from Dumbledore. This isn't minor, this is my life. Harry, please sit down. Dumbledore spoke softly, as if saying it louder might cause him physical pain. Harry didn't sit. He remained standing where he was, rage boiling inside him, just when I'd decided maybe that I could trust him. He clamped his lips firmly together. Dumbledore didn't want him to yell, fine, but he wouldn't do him the courtesy of talking. Let the old man fill the silence. But Snape broke the silence first, criticism in his voice. This is the self-same headmaster you claim to respect, Potter. You clearly have little concept of what that term implies. Severus. Dumbledore held up a hand to silence Snape, his eyes never straying from Harry's furious gaze. Harry has a right to be upset. I only ask that he hear me out. Harry kept silent, afraid of what else might come pouring out if he opened his tightly closed lips. Snape looked from Dumbledore to Harry and back again, then backed out of the room without a word. Harry couldn't help what he did next. He didn't give himself time to think about it, even. He opened those tightly closed lips, not even caring that it was Snape was calling out to, and said, "He's sending me back. You saw what the Dursleys are like. Tell him he can't send me back." The retreating professor paused, hand on the doorknob, and fixed puzzled eyes on Harry. Harry felt like sinking through the floor. He hadn't meant to sound pleading, and he couldn't believe he'd just asked Snape, of all people, for help. But Snape had taken him away from them and somehow convinced Dumbledore to let him stay here. It stood to reason he might be able to keep him from going back again. Dumbledore's voice cut through the awkward moment, weariness shining through in every syllable. Harry, I am not suggesting that you return any time soon. I am not even saying that you ever will. I simply need for you to be prepared for the possibility that you may not be safe anywhere else. Harry gave voice then to what was really bothering him, something that bothered him a dozen times more than the Dursleys themselves ever could. After all, he could deal with the Dursleys. He hated them, but he could get through whatever they decided to do to him. What he couldn't deal with was knowing that Dumbledore didn't care how hard it was for him to do so. I know that, Yaunano. You know they don't let me eat all the time, and how my uncle gets when he's angry, and that they treat me like a house elf. All things you claim not to have known before. How can you say I'd be safe? You even admitted less than a week ago that it wasn't the best place for me, and now you're going back on it. I did not say for certain that you will. Fine, you said maybe I'll go back, don't you see? It doesn't make a difference if you've decided for sure. The fact that you're even considering it. Harry broke off, a wave of hurt preventing him from continuing without yelling or, Merlin forbid, crying. He took a deep breath. I am to understand this altercation is over a suggestion to return Mr. Potter to his relatives' home, Snape stated, not asking, as it was clear that was the case. Dumbledore rubbed the bridge of his nose. You may as well enter, Severus. As Harry has made it clear, you are not an unwelcome participant in this conversation. Snape accepted the invitation, fully stepping into the room, and closed the door behind him. Just as well, thought Harry. An open, unguarded door was too tempting an escape. The man stood just inside the room and stiffly crossed his arms over his chest. Harry couldn't tell by Snape's expressionless face what he thought of the situation. He just counted himself fortunate that his professor hadn't yet insisted that the headmaster send him back right away due to his insolence. Harry quickly rummaged through his mind for something, some way to make Dumbledore understand how horrible it was to contemplate going back to the Dursleys ever again after finally feeling reassured that he was done with them once and for all. Anything. They kept me in a cupboard, he burst out impulsively, then almost clamped his hands over his mouth. Oh, God! Why hadn't he given it more thought before blurting out something so humiliating? Pardon, Snape was the one who asked. Dumbledore hadn't said anything for several seconds and looked rather exhausted. Harry took a steadying breath. Well, he may as well finish what he started. He rushed to explain before he could change his mind. Before I got my Hogwarts letter, I lived in the cupboard under the stairs. I wasn't allowed a bedroom, and they locked me in, sometimes for days at a time, and they didn't always give me food when they did, either, and I only got Dudley's second bedroom when they thought wizards might find out. And Harry, my child, interrupted Dumbledore, who had risen during Harry's rambling to walk over to him. He reached out a hand, and Harry flinched, jumping back from the contact. He glared at the headmaster as he edged further away, toward the door, though it was hard to glare what with trying to keep his fraying emotions from showing. You can't send me back there, Harry whispered, still backing away, not because of the Dursleys, but because of you and me. Now you know how much they hate me. If you send me back, I'll know that all I care about is my role in this bloody war. I'll know you don't care a flip about me. As angry as he was, as soon as those words left Harry's mouth, he felt a deep pang of regret. The feeling worsened as he witnessed Dumbledore's face seeming to age before his eyes. He was even almost sure he detected a touch of grief in the wizard's eyes. A throat cleared immediately behind Harry, and he jumped, spinning around. In his inching away from Dumbledore, he'd very nearly backed into Snape. The dark man loomed above him, perhaps more intimidating right then because of Harry's overwrought state. The potions professor's mask of indifference was still in place, but as he met Harry's eyes, Harry saw a flicker of some unidentifiable emotion. He started to back away from him too, before he realized that would just bring him closer to Dumbledore, so he simply pivoted to face the headmaster, deciding at that moment he preferred close proximity even to Snape than to Dumbledore. Harry, Dumbledore said hesitantly, I am so sorry for all that you have been through. It was never my intention for you to be hurt such as you were. I knew it was not ideal, that is true, but you are correct. I now possess more information than I did. And as we would all do well to remember, with more knowledge comes greater responsibility. Harry couldn't have interrupted if he wanted to. As angry as he'd just been, he now felt deflated at the pain in Dumbledore's eyes, and at knowing that he'd caused it with his sharp words. He finally just listened. You are under the misunderstanding, Harry, that I underestimate that responsibility. Please believe me when I state that should circumstances necessitate your return to the Dursleys' home, you would not go as unprotected as you have in past years. Harry regarded him silently for a moment. What do you mean? He asked with a tinge of skepticism. Dumbledore gestured to the chair. Now that I believe you may listen, I think we might all prefer to be more comfortable. Harry didn't move. Dumbledore sat anyway, returning to his seat on the sofa and helping himself to a long drink from his glass. Severus, he addressed Snape, offering him a seat on the other end of the sofa. Harry watched the professor walk over to the proffered seat, deliberating over whether to take the olive branch or to remain standing as a show of defiance. With all his shakiness, his legs were feeling pretty tired. Snape sat on the sofa, sitting up straight. Businesslike, Harry thought, like he wasn't looking to get too comfortable. Harry looked away quickly as Snape raised his head to catch Harry staring at him. Sit, Potter, Snape ordered. Your anger toward the headmaster is no excuse for impudence. Harry's anger resurfaced, and he opened his mouth to tell Snape just where he could put his impudence. But when he took in the man's face, his words didn't come. Snape wasn't smirking. He wasn't sneering either, and he wasn't looking down his nose at Harry. He just looked normal. Not normal for Snape, but, well, almost normal for a teacher who just heard a student say he'd been raised in a cupboard. He looked unsettled. Harry felt unsettled too. So, pride or no, he found himself walking over to sit in the chair. He sank into it and crossed his arms and cleared his throat. "What do you mean?" he asked again, eyes on the unappetizing platter of food arranged between himself and his professors. "Several thoughts have entered my mind," Dumbledore began slowly, "although I had generally planned to discuss specifics with you as the school year progressed. I thought perhaps you might have some suggestions as to a way we might ensure that you remained safe with your relatives." "What ideas have you already thought of?" Harry asked, ready to make Dumbledore prove he wasn't coming up with this on the fly. Dumbledore rose to the occasion. "One idea I had was to send you to them with a house guest to keep an eye on the situation. A friend, perhaps. An of age and armed friend, of course, so as to allow for proper protection." "A friend," repeated Harry. He frowned. It might work. But would that friend have to see the same embarrassing things that Snape had seen? "Yeah, that makes sense," Harry conceded, thinking it through as he spoke, not looking either of his professors in the eye. "But it wouldn't make them hate me any less. Unlike finding Professor Snape in the house, see, it kind of just made Uncle Vernon angrier." Dumbledore looked to Snape then. "Your opinion, Severus." Snape thought for a moment before answering, his features carefully schooled. Harry couldn't help wondering if he was wishing he weren't here. He felt another rush of embarrassment at knowing that the professor was here, because Harry had practically begged him to be. "I concur with Mr. Potter's assessment," Snape finally responded. Harry looked up quickly. Had Snape just agreed with him? His uncle, in particular, does not seem able to comprehend the art of civility or rationality in regard to his nephew, predominantly in the face of a perceived threat. A wizard guardian may serve to keep the physical abuse at bay, but I expect it would merely aggravate the situation were the guardian to let Mr. Potter out of their sight. Harry relaxed a bit into his chair. He supposed anything Snape said shouldn't make him feel relieved, but it did. Despicable potions professor or no, he seemed to already have a basic understanding of Vernon Dursley, which helped when Dumbledore was more likely to listen to a fellow professor than a student. For the first time, Harry was kind of glad he'd asked Snape to stay. Dumbledore nodded sadly, in response to Snape's words. A second option would be to have a wizard check in periodically, but if, as you say, a full-time wizard would be akin to stirring up a Hauntel's nest, I expect that would not be the best option either. Dumbledore leaned forward then, searching Harry's eyes. "As I explained before, we have the entire school year to discuss. We do not have to decide anything any time soon. I do, however, hope that I have been able to convince you that should you ever need to return, Harry, I would not allow you to do so without some recourse available to you. You understand now, Harry, that I am not approaching the situation haphazardly, without concern for your welfare, don't you?" Dumbledore was practically pleading for Harry to understand, and Harry found himself nodding, half from exhaustion after arguing and half because he was starting to understand. It didn't make him happy, but knowing that Dumbledore at least had thought about the need for some kind of additional provision or protection for Harry lessened the feeling of betrayal that had taken root in his heart. "Before we proceed to another topic, Harry," Dumbledore began hesitantly, "I would like to ask you if there is anything else about your life at the Dursleys that we might possibly need to know about." Harry shook his head automatically before Dumbledore had finished speaking. "No, sir." "You are quite certain?" "Nothing else, sir," Harry answered without meeting his eyes. Dumbledore paused as if considering his next words. "Harry, I did not know the degree to which the Dursleys mistreated you. In years past, I have seen a boy not quite so loved or as well cared for as he should have been. And I now know what Professor Snape was able to recount from his own observations. But this is the first time you have personally confided an instance of their abuse to me. He paused to take in Harry's now rigid form and averted eyes. Considering all of this, it seems logical for me to assume that there may be more that you have not yet shared. Harry was shaking his head again. No, sir, he repeated, images of swinging frying pans and presentless birthdays and Harry hunting running through his head. He was sorely wishing he'd kept his mouth shut about the cupboard. It had seemed so necessary in that split second to make Dumbledore understand how much the Dursleys hated him. But now he felt like sinking into his chair in humiliation. I do think perhaps you should speak with someone, Harry, even if you refuse to confide in me. Why? Harry wasn't being impertinent. He looked up in genuine confusion. What good would it do to talk about something that had already happened? He knew his relatives hated him, but he also knew he didn't deserve anything they'd done or said. I'm not a head case, Professor, he felt the need to point out. I don't need therapy or anything. I'm fine. Dumbledore gave him a searching look, which Harry didn't avoid this time. Maybe if Harry looked right at him, he'd believe that Harry really was okay. Dumbledore finally nodded, though his eyes still held sadness. On to another topic, perhaps. Harry nodded, relieved. I do think that perhaps our discussion about occlumency lessons will need to be postponed. I had thought to complete an exercise that would require much more concentration than either of us possesses at this moment. So, Dumbledore continued, why don't you begin tonight on your own by trying out the first 3 exercises in Chapter 5? Harry nodded, trying to look like he knew what the headmaster was talking about, seeing as he hadn't progressed past Chapter 3. He made a point not to look at Snape right then, not really caring to find out for himself if the man was smirking, sneering, or sporting an all-knowing look. Very good, Dumbledore nodded. Now, as Professor Snape is here with us, perhaps we should proceed with a discussion of your visions. He paused, and Harry got the feeling he was trying to proceed slowly, maybe to calm the still, tense mood of the room. He questioned, gently, how many visions have you had from Voldemort since the beginning of holiday, Harry? Harry thought a minute, shifting gears into this new, though not much safer, topic of conversation. 4, 3 at the Dursleys, 1 since I got here. Dumbledore motioned for him to elaborate. Well, okay, I had 1 the first week of summer. He was torturing someone, Harry swallowed. A Muggle-born, I think. The next one wasn't really clear. He was happy about something, that's all I know. He was congratulating one of his Death Eaters, but I couldn't tell who it was. The third was the morning Professor Snape showed up, and I saw Voldemort torturing him and his escape. And the 4th was a few nights ago, when he realized I wasn't at the Dursleys anymore. He waited for the lecturing to begin again about how he should have told them all about his visions before, but thankfully the lectures didn't come. Of course, he'd been scolded by both professors already. Maybe they figured the message didn't need repeating. For whatever the reason, Dumbledore only proceeded to ask questions about his visions, Snape cutting in occasionally to clarify. Did he recognize the Muggle-born Voldemort was torturing? Did he recognize anything about the Death Eater he was congratulating? Did he recognize Snape in his 3rd vision? No, not until he showed up at the Dursleys. What was the Dark Lord's emotional state at the time? Exhilarated, happy, happy again, then angry, then really angry. And so it continued, until Harry felt properly worn out by the questions, and he could tell that Snape, at least, was visibly frustrated by how little he could tell them from his visions. Well, Harry figured, it wasn't like any of them were very long. They were just little snippets, really. And it was kind of confusing. Harry shouldn't they be happy he hadn't had longer, more detailed visions. It was something they were striving to control by forcing him to learn occlumency, after all, wasn't it? When he voiced as much, Dumbledore rushed to assure him, of course we want you to learn to control this connection, Harry. Ideally, you would have nothing to share with us today. However, as your control has not increased and you are having these visions, there is no sense in ignoring them. Do not misunderstand this, Harry, he stressed. meeting Harry's eyes. Learning to control this connection is infinitely more important than gleaning information from Lord Voldemort's mind, particularly as he has proven himself able to send you false visions from time to time. Harry nodded in understanding. When he thought of that one false vision that ended Sirius' life and changed his own, he couldn't argue with the headmaster's logic. I must admit to being puzzled by one thing more, Harry. Professor Snape explained to me this morning that he woke you from a rather alarming nightmare whilst at your relative's home. Dumbledore watched him closely. You did not reference that night in the summary of your visions. Harry felt heat climbing up his neck. No, sir, it was just a dream. You're sure? He pressed. Yeah, I'm sure. If I might inquire, Snape cut in. The state Mr. Potter was in prior to waking would suggest no ordinary dream. As a matter of fact, in light of his refusal to notify any one of his other visions, I find it hard to believe that this one was in no way related to his connection with the Dark Lord. It wasn't, Harry insisted before Dumbledore could respond. I'd know, wouldn't I? My scar didn't hurt. It didn't even twinge. It was just a really bad nightmare. But I'm okay now, and we really should just, move on. He hoped they would take the hint. Images of his nightmare were starting to swim before his eyes, and he really didn't want to relive something so horrible ever again. But then, when had Snape ever taken a hint when Harry wanted him to? Potter, Snape began, his lecturing professor voice perfectly in place. I am fully aware that you are under the assumption that you are capable of judging what is relevant to this war. Allow me to correct that assumption. You are not. By withholding any and all information from us of your visions, you have already demonstrated that you are lacking in that department. As such, you will allow the headmaster and myself to judge what may or may not be significant. Harry glared, but his heart wasn't in it. He was already tired from arguing about the Dursleys and then relaying his other visions, and all he worried about then was how he could possibly get out of talking about his strange new dreams. However, judging by the stubborn set of Snape's jaw, he figured he'd be more likely to get out of a detention with Filch than out of this conversation. Harry sighed as he realized his own tiredness was working in Snape's favor. He was simply too tired to fight. The only thing more exhausting than having to read a thick book about a subject you couldn't care a flip about was having to relay, in detail, every dream you'd had since school let out. It was downright embarrassing, too. Fine, he ducked his head and wearily sank into his chair. What do you want to know? All he could hope was that it wouldn't take too long. Simply tell us your dream, Dumbledore urged gently. Start at the beginning, please. Harry took a moment to collect his thoughts. He truly hadn't thought about the dream very much at all, other than the most horrifying images which swam before his eyes even now. The rest was almost a blur. I remember chasing after a snitch. I'm not sure how long I chased it, but I think it's what led me to Hogwarts. No, Hogsmeade first. He swallowed, and he paused to brace himself before explaining the horrors he'd never forget. He must have paused a little too long, because Dumbledore urged, Go on, Harry. What happened next in your dream? Harry shifted. His chair was starting to feel uncomfortable. I saw people. They were all dead, and there were ruins, like the town had been burnt to the ground. He hurried on before he could be consumed by the images and the memory of the smoke. And I saw Hogwarts, too. It was gone, just like Hogsmeade. And I saw my friends. He stopped, horrified when he heard his voice crack on that last word. He cleared his throat and continued right away to cover it up, refusing to detail exactly what he had seen and smelled. I think I was dreaming that we lost the war and that Voldemort had won. And that is when you woke Professor Snape, Dumbledore prodded gently. Harry flushed at remembering. Well, at least Dumbledore had had the grace not to point out Harry's terrified screaming. Yeah, Harry answered, though he hesitated, his face forming into a frown. Wasn't he forgetting something? Something else, someone else. He actually felt his own eyes light up in remembrance as something came rushing back to him. No, no, that wasn't it. There was another me there, too. I was looking down at Hogwarts, and this, myself, I flew up to me and started talking. Merlin preserve us, Snape inserted dryly. Two-parters. A nightmare indeed. Little wonder it was upsetting. Yeah, well, there wasn't any Snape, so it was a lot better than it could have been, Harry shot back. He guessed he wasn't ever too tired to get his hackles up by the thoroughly irritating man. Professor Snape, Mr. Potter, Snape answered neutrally. Even in your dreams, you would do well to remember those pesky little things called manners and respect. Yeah, well, seeing as how you're just as nasty in dreams as you are in the real world, forgive me if I don't think you deserve it. But Snape ignored the blatant rudeness to mockingly raise his eyebrows. Why, Potter, you do dream of me. How touching. Harry felt his face redden. Dumbledore finally stepped in. Harry, your dream, he reminded patiently. Harry was a little surprised, actually, to see that the headmaster didn't look all that bothered by his rather rude exchange with Snape. In fact, Harry could almost swear that somewhere in the back of Dumbledore's deep blue eyes he looked pleased. Harry shook his head. He didn't have the slightest guess what Dumbledore could possibly have found to be happy about. Forcing his mind back to the topic at hand, he continued as best he could. The other MEUM, he said he was a part of me, that he could, well, that he could see the future. He watched his professors carefully for reactions. He needed to know what they thought of that claim. He needed to know, because parts of last night's dream were starting to come back to him as well. And the main thing he was remembering was that it had been so incredibly real. He saw something in Snape's eyes flicker at mention of the future, but nothing else showed in the two men's expressions. He continued, barely noticing as his own voice dropped to a whisper. He said that Hogsmeade, Hogwarts, all that, happened because I had failed to defeat Voldemort. Harry, Dumbledore waited until Harry looked up to meet his eyes, then continued, you have had to bear a mighty burden, something much too large for one so young. I am very sorry for that. Naturally, this anxiety, and your need to protect your loved ones, has poured over into your dreams. Harry nodded, his heart not really in it. Yes, that was the logical explanation. Much more logical than believing he really did have some kind of other Harry who brought him dreams of the future. But something inside Harry, something he had been ignoring, kind of didn't like the logical explanation. Something inside him was starting to wonder if they could really be as real as they seemed. What? Real visions of the future? He may as well check himself into St. Mungo's in the morning, he thought as he shook the absurd thoughts out of his head. Nothing to do with Lord Voldemort, Severus. Harry registered that Dumbledore had already been speaking to Snape, and he quickly focused on paying attention as the headmaster continued. The dream really does seem straightforward in nature, clearly Harry's way of dealing with the stress of the wizarding world's expectations of him. I disagree, argued Snape vehemently. Visions of the future. This is precisely the way the Dark Lord would choose to confuse our efforts. Convincing Potter, dream by dream, that he is capable of accurately seeing future events unfold is well and good, assuming one doesn't mind feeding into his arrogance. However, the moment Potter truly begins to believe in these visions, the Dark Lord will strike. Perhaps he will send a vision in order to force our efforts into a certain direction. Or perhaps he intends only to drive Potter insane, leaving us with a muddled boy all the more easy to capture and control. Visions was Dumbledore's only response to Snape's tirade. Harry has only relayed the one. He has hardly been developing a pattern. This is the only dream such as this that you have had, is it not, Harry? He directed the last question back to Harry, who had been listening to Snape's words with a growing sense of dread. Could it really be Voldemort? He hadn't thought. His scar hadn't hurt. Harry licked his suddenly dry lips, then croaked, No, Professor. I had one kind of like it last night. He my other self, he was back, and he told me a lot more. Dumbledore and Snape looked much too serious for Harry's comfort, as the former urged him to explain his most recent dream. He averted his eyes, trying to get it all out in one go. I was in a basement. It was dark, and I was there. Another me, I mean, but not the other me. It was another other me. He took a deep breath. This was going to be harder than he thought. Before one of the no doubt confused professors could question, or before Snape could comment on yet a third nightmarish Potter, he tried again. Okay, so I was sitting there in the dark, and I was cold, and my other self, the one from my other dream, showed up. He started talking to me, and he told me to explore the basement, and when I did, I saw them only. This me was a prisoner. He wasn't asleep, but he wasn't awake. He was breathing, but just staring, not seeing. Harry shuddered. Severus, Dumbledore questioned quietly before Harry could continue. Harry didn't understand what he was asking until Snape answered. The description is in accord with the expected effects of the potion I brewed for the Dark Lord, Snape confirmed, his face impassive. So, Harry continued, a little shaky. Then other Harry and I started talking. Oh, I guess I kept thinking of him as other Harry. So, he told me that. Harry scrunched up his face, trying to remember exactly what he had said. It was only the night before, and then he remembered. He was surprised at how well he remembered, actually. He told me that seeing the future was tricky, that Hogsmeade and Hogwarts from my other dream were only possibilities that would happen if we lost the war, but that me being in that basement, that Voldemort was going to capture me and get my blood, and it couldn't be prevented. Harry realized as he waited for his professors to speak that he had started shivering. He held his arms tightly across his chest to ward off the chill, but it didn't help. It wouldn't, he supposed. The chill wasn't in the air. It was coming from inside himself. Was there anything else, Harry? He racked his brain for anything else in answer to the headmaster. Like last time, he knew there was more, but he had to think before he could remember. Well, I guess I should tell you how real it was. I mean, I knew while I was there, both dreams, that it was a dream. I knew before I woke up that it wasn't real, but it was like I was physically there. I could see and hear and feel and even smell everything. It was just so real, he repeated, almost plaintively. He raised his eyes to meet Dumbledore's, needing to see that he understood. It just seemed very important right then that the headmaster understand how real it was. Dumbledore nodded, then merely asked, was there more in the dream? I asked the other me for proof, Harry offered. He said he was real, and I told him I needed proof. And did he give you proof, Harry? No. Harry was surprised that he felt let down. He wasn't supposed TOIT was a dream. It wasn't supposed to be real. He just handed me a snitch and told me to trust and something about instincts, and then he left. That's all. The room was silent for several seconds, as Harry waited for one of the professors to speak. Snape broke the silence. Albus, surely you now see the danger we are presented with if Potter continues to have these dreams, particularly if they have anything whatsoever to do with the Dark Lord. The boy is obviously tending toward believing in them. I am not, Harry automatically denied. Both professors ignored Harry's denial. Actually, they ignored Harry altogether, to his complete annoyance. Perhaps, Severus, but what good can possibly come of convincing Harry that he will be captured? How many times have we not understood the Dark Lord's methods until he has completed his plans? Knowledge of what he hopes to attain through this is not what concerns me at this juncture. We already know that nothing he is planning can be good. Stopping him is all that matters. And what do you suggest we do? Dose Harry with a pint of dreamless sleep potion nightly? Dumbledore's tone clearly expressed the ludicrousness of that possibility. Of course not. A potions addict is hardly what Potter needs to become on top of his other failings. What he needs is to become adept at occlumency, to block out these visions immediately. Harry piped up, curiosity winning out over his annoyance at his professors. A question had arisen, a question he couldn't help but ask. What if? I mean, just what if these are real? I'm not saying I believe they are. Harry rushed to say at Snape's I told you so look. I, just wondered if they were real, And this other Harry really is a part of myself, like an inner voice or something. Well, just if it were true, would a clemency work against myself? As soon as he'd asked the question and was faced with two staring professors, he wished he'd just kept his mouth shut. The concern in Dumbledore's eyes was only overshadowed by Snape's look of urgency. Apparently, he just proved to them that their theories were right, that Harry was in danger of falling for Voldemort's newest set of tricks. He sank into his chair. "Are we done yet?" he asked wearily, just wanting it to be over. Thankfully, Dumbledore agreed. "Yes, Harry. I think that we have exhausted ourselves quite enough for one day. Professor Snape and I, of course, will need to speak more about the situation and devise a proper solution. You, however, have done quite well. Thank you, Harry." Harry just nodded. "I could do with a spot of pudding, actually. Couldn't you both?" Dumbledore inquired, purposely lighter in tone. "No," was Snape's short response, but mere seconds later, they nonetheless found themselves with plates of sugar plum pudding in their hands. Snape quickly placed his arm to the table, untouched. "Compliments of Mrs. Weasley," Dumbledore explained, eyes starting to twinkle. "I find it quite delicious, don't you, Harry?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied obediently as he took a bite. It was good. He remembered then that Mrs. Weasley had sent him some along with Ron's birthday present. He'd forgotten about it, and he'd never eaten it. He wrinkled his nose at realizing that it must still be in his trunk. Well, at least the most likely spoiled dessert was in a closed container. Fortunately, it didn't spoil his appetite. The pudding was too good for that, he thought as he took another bite. And it was nice to have something pleasant to focus on after so much seriousness. Snape, on the other hand, looked about to lose whatever contents he had in his stomach, and Harry wondered what the man had against dessert anyway. He turned down chocolate cake at Harry's birthday party, and now pudding. Harry shrugged. Well, his loss, really. But Harry couldn't help wondering what the man would consider a decent dessert. He probably ate weird potions ingredients late at night in his lab. Yeah, Harry decided, feeling a bit happier at having something funny to imagine about Snape. That must be what made him so greasy and git-like. Too many late-night pufferfish snacks. Still, Harry grinned a little as he reached for a glass. Dumbledore winked at his smile, his own eyes twinkling. "Sugar plums, Harry. It's all about the sugar plums." He then raised his glass in a mock toast and drank the few sips he had left. "Sugar plums," Harry repeated dumbly, grin leaving his face as suddenly as it had appeared. Dumbledore's words repeated in his head, over and over and over. "Sugar plums. It's all about the sugar plums." Harry felt his heart begin to pound in his chest as a memory came back to him. They were the very words he had heard Dumbledore say in the Golden Snitch in his dream back at the Dursleys. Meaningless words, really, but it was the whole scene. The way Dumbledore had winked, his facial expressions, even the mock toast. Everything was how he had seen it in the dream. Everything. He'd forgotten, but now he remembered it with startling clarity. Harry felt like the world was getting fuzzy or moving in slow motion. It had to be a coincidence, right? It was such a mundane comment. He couldn't possibly have really seen the future. He couldn't talk, his mind racing too fast to keep up with. He focused on the two men, listening but not really hearing what was being said, as Dumbledore goaded Snape into eating the dessert. And then Snape opened his mouth to speak, and Harry heard a second set of familiar words, as if in slow motion. "I'd prefer moldy cabbages boiled in beetle stew." And Snape brushed his hair away from his face, crossing his arms in a silent refusal to touch Mrs. Weasley's concoction. Harry's glass slipped through his hands, breaking on the edge of the table before crashing to the floor. He'd seen the future. He'd actually seen the future. Chapter 17. The Second Prophecy. He'd seen the future. Harry barely registered the sound of breaking glass as his mind raced into 1,000 different directions all at once. It was real. Hogsmeade, Hogwarts. No, those were only possibilities. Other Harry had said so. But Voldemort, the basement, the certainty of capture, of Voldemort gaining strength. All of a sudden, Harry found it difficult to breathe. He heard Dumbledore's voice as if through a tunnel. He was calling Harry's name, asking if he was all right. He sounded worried. Harry took a deep breath and then another. "I saw the future," he whispered, eyes wide in disbelief. He looked up. "I really saw the future." Dumbledore had half arisen out of his seat, and he now rose completely, moving around to Harry's side. Snape only stared, not bothering to hide his concern. Not concern for me, Harry knew through his muddled state. No, never concern for me, concern that Voldemort's taking me over. "Just now, Harry," asked Dumbledore, neatly sidestepping the broken glass and kneeling next to his chair. "You had a vision just now." "No," Harry shook his head to clear it. He needed to think, or he needed to stop thinking so many things at once. "Before, in my dreams." He turned to the headmaster then, urgency in his voice. "Before, Professor, in my dream. The other me handed me a snitch, and I had forgotten, but it came back just now. The snitch swirled, all these colors, and you appeared, and I saw you say just what you said, the bit about the sugar plums and the wink and the toast. I saw it before it happened." Snape leaned forward in his seat. "It is common enough to comment on pudding, Potter. You had received some that very night, had you not?" Harry nodded, his mind still racing despite his attempts to slow it down. "Well, there you have it," Snape returned crisply. "Put the two together, and it is not at all difficult to imagine that you—" "But I saw you, too," Harry interrupted to point out, feeling the beginnings of desperation set in. Would they refuse to believe him? He knew what he saw. Snape was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "The second dream. When I asked for proof, remember? Remember I told you I asked for proof, and all he did was give me a snitch, and it changed colors like before, and this time you appeared, and you said the bit about the cabbages and the beetle stew, and you crossed your arms just so. I didn't know it then, but he was giving me proof. He was giving me glimpses of the future so I'd believe him. The visions, they're real, don't you see?" He watched his professors exchange a look during his speech, and what he saw didn't encourage him. "You don't believe me?" He stood, stepping over the glass on the floor so that he'd have room to pace. "It's true, I swear. How could I have seen exactly what you were both saying? And in the same conversation, too?" "Harry," Dumbledore began soothingly, "we believe Thatiau believe your visions to be true. Please understand we cannot put absolute faith in the infallibility of these dreams based on one conversation about sugar plum pudding." Harry paced faster, and he was ashamed to feel tears pricking at the corners of his eyes. They had to believe him. They just had to. They had to because, to tell the truth, Harry was scared. He didn't know what was going on or what to believe, and he couldn't handle this one alone. He needed his professors. He needed Dumbledore, and he needed Snape too, though he couldn't have explained why if asked. He just did. "Harry, please sit. You'll wear a hole in your own feet if you continue on with your pacing. We'll talk this through. We'll get to the bottom of this, I swear to you." "Tell Dumbledore, tell Dumbledore." The words were repeating over and over through Harry's mind. Other Harry had told him to tell Dumbledore something. What was it? What was he supposed to tell him? "Potter, sit down," came a surprisingly gentle voice. Harry stopped. He'd heard that voice before. Well, of course he had. It was Snape's. But he was shocked by the distinct thought that he'd heard that gentleness in his voice before. Not awake, not ever awake. In a dream, maybe. But he couldn't pinpoint it. His head was hurting, and his feet were hurting. So he heeded the comforting and strange tone of the familiar voice and sat down. "Tell Dumbledore, tell Dumbledore." And all at once, it hit him. The prophecy. He raised his head, looking into Dumbledore's eyes to say what he needed to say. He forced himself to speak calmly and deliberately. "Professor, you have to listen to me. In my dream, he gave me a message to tell you. He told me there was another prophecy, one made after Voldemort gave me this scar. He said you didn't show it to me because you knew it wasn't about me. It was about someone else." As soon as Harry said those words, He knew that it was true. Dumbledore's face betrayed it. As good as he was at hiding his emotions when needed, the headmaster could not have expected for Harry to say what he had said. His eyes betrayed his shock. And as unsettling as it was to see, Harry also saw a tinge of fear. He continued, more confident now that Heck knew his dream self had been right. He said to tell you about him, about the other Harry. And he said to tell you that he'd seen the future unfold and to let the prophecy run its course. And he said you'd be able to explain the rest. He was breathless by the end, but he nonetheless held his breath to see how Dumbledore would respond. The room was silent for several long moments before Snape finally questioned incredulously. It's not true, of course, Albus. The sheer impossibility of it being true. It is true, confirmed Dumbledore, rising to his feet and vanishing the broken glass with a flick of his wand before walking deliberately back to his own seat. He said nothing, simply thinking behind unfocused eyes. But that's impossible, Snape protested. He could not have known I did not even know. I did, though, Harry insisted, as if he hadn't already proved that he did. I saw it in my dream. Do you believe me now? Snape looked at him as if he had gone mad. Are you suggesting that you are a seer, Potter? You cannot possibly be. Not only are the vast majority of them frauds, you've never shown a smidgen of the sheer power or talent that a true seer would be required to possess. Just because you only see me in potions, Harry shot back defensively. I'm good at defense, best in my year, in fact, but you don't bother to note that, do you? I note what I see, Potter, and what I see is an arrogant child who has blown up a few too many cauldrons in my classroom. I'm not. Stop, Dumbledore interrupted, not loudly, but it had the desired effect. Both Snape and Harry recognized the power behind that softly spoken word and fell silent. The headmaster looked between the two younger wizards, studying each in turn. At least Harry could tell that he wasn't the only one being made uncomfortable by the scrutiny. Snape shifted under the man's gaze. Both of you will listen to me, and listen well, Dumbledore said in the same low, powerful voice. Harry felt that after hearing him speak in that simultaneously caring and dangerous tone, he wouldn't have been able to interrupt if he'd tried. Harry, Dumbledore began, eyes focused solely on him. Your history with Professor Snape has not been one filled with affection or understanding, to say the least. However, while you are under Professor Snape's authority, you will speak to him with respect, whether you feel it or not. Dumbledore's eyes began to blaze, and Harry leaned as far back into his chair as he could manage. Please remember that he has taken on the challenging responsibility of seeing to your welfare this summer. He did, in fact, risk his own life earlier this summer in the pursuit of seeing to your safety. That, if nothing else, should command your respect, if not your trust. Harry lowered his head. What Dumbledore said was true. Snape had saved his life on more than one occasion. It didn't make the man any easier to deal with, but it did make Harry feel properly ashamed to hear Dumbledore put it all out on the table like that. And Severus, Dumbledore turned to Snape, you were wrong about Harry's home life. You yourself have admitted as much to me. Might it not be possible that there is yet more about Harry that you may have been mistaken in believing? Do consider it. And whether or not you do, in fact, discover Harry to be the decent human being I know him to be, consider acting the part of responsible adult. Snape didn't look at all close to an apology, but he certainly looked as if he knew not to provoke the headmaster by arguing. Certainly, headmaster, he murmured, putting on his familiar inscrutable mask. Dumbledore's furious gaze swept over them once more before softening. The both of you have such potential, you know. If you could only put aside your differences, you could learn so much from each other. Neither Harry nor Snape made any comment in response, but then they didn't need to. Dumbledore sighed. One can only try. His fury left as quickly as it had come, though he was not quite done speaking his mind. Promise me at least that you will not inflict too much harm on each other before I arrive next. If not for the people that you care about, at least for the value you both have to the war effort. Harry glanced at Snape. He felt like saying, "If he will, I will," but that seemed a little childish under the circumstances. So instead, he issued a mumbled and contrite, "Yes, sir." "Severus," Dumbledore prodded. "I will if he will," Snape responded with a smirk. "Severus," Dumbledore scolded, and Harry felt strangely torn between anger and laughter, of all things. "Of course, Albus," Snape drawled reassuringly. "I fully intend to ensure that Mr. Potter arrives at Hogwarts unscathed for the upcoming school year." "Thank you, gentlemen." "Professor," Harry ventured hesitantly, before Dumbledore could veer them into another direction of conversation. "Yes, Harry. Back to, what about my dreams? Do you think I'm a seer?" He had a hard time forming the word, his own experience with seers being limited to Trelawney's strange mix of phony death predictions and two true visions. Dumbledore drew a hand across his forehead to rub his temple, then proceeded slowly. "There are a great many fraudulent seers in this world, Harry. There are only a small number of wizards or witches who can genuinely claim to see the future. I have only met a small handful myself." He paused, deep in thought, and studied him for a long moment. "Of the seers I have been so fortunate to meet, and of the others I have heard tell or read accounts, I have never heard of a seer experiencing visions quite such as yours." Harry felt his heart sink in disappointment. It wasn't that he necessarily wanted Dumbledore to say he was a seer, but he did really want to know what was going on. "You claim to have met a vision of yourself," Dumbledore continued, "and this vision of yourself claimed to be a part of yourself." Harry nodded, remembering more. "He said he was the part of me that I'd only see in dreams, 'cause when I'm awake, I'm too distracted. He said he was the part of me who could see the future." "And did he comment that you may become aware of him during your waking hours at any point in time?" Harry tried to remember if other Harry had said anything like that. Yeah." It was amazing, now that he remembered the bit about the prophecy, how much was rushing back to him. It was like, maybe a part of himself has been holding the memories for him, so he'd be able to recall them. "He said that someday I'd be fully aware, but not yet. He said I wasn't ready, because I'm not all the way grown up yet." Harry couldn't bring himself to call himself a child, like his dream version had done. 6 was a child, not 16. Dumbledore didn't say anything for a few moments, his eyes alight with understanding. Harry didn't dare break the silence, but Snape didn't have any such reservations. He impatiently gestured for the headmaster to continue. "You know something. Suspense is not desired nor appreciated, Albus." Dumbledore leaned forward, deep in thought. "My personal experience with seers is not vast, as I have just explained to you, Harry. But I should also note that I have never personally encountered an underage witch or wizard with the gift. There are always exceptions to the rule, of course, but from my humble observations, it seems that most seers have come by their abilities whilst in their majority. Those who have acquired the gift young have usually done so under extraordinary circumstances, and after manifesting astonishing capabilities in other areas." "But there are exceptions?" Harry asked. "There are nearly always exceptions to commonly held rules, Harry. That is what keeps us on our toes. Of course," Dumbledore continued, his eyes betraying a hint of excitement, "we cannot know precisely the nature of these dreams with so little to go on. However, if they do at some point prove you to be a seer, I could venture a guess at why you have experienced them in such a way." Harry endured another moment of infuriating silence before asking impatiently, "Well, what's the reason, then?" "He is a child, still," Snape spoke without waiting for the headmaster, working it out on his own. "If he truly does possess the talent, he is perhaps not ready for the gift to manifest itself." Harry managed to stop himself from denying the child comment, and Dumbledore nodded before explaining. "You see, Harry, seers are thought to possess an inner eye from birth. That inner eye is said to lay dormant until the witch or wizard is emotionally and magically mature enough for it to fully manifest itself into their consciousness. Needless to say, it is also theorized that there are many would-be seers out there who never have and never will reach the point of development necessary in order to discover or to be fully aware of their gifts. Oh, that's really confusing, even if it sort of makes sense. Harry wrinkled his brow. So, You'd think I'm a seer then, that my, inner eye's manifesting itself. Hardly, Snape again broke in. This is not the way in which an inner eye manifests itself, Potter. What the headmaster is getting at is the possibility that your inner eye has discovered a need for you to come to a realization of your abilities far beyond the time when you will be fully prepared to deal with them. It may be, in fact, he added smugly, telling you that you are not yet mature or powerful enough to handle it. Then why show itself to me at all? Why the theatrics? Perhaps it has seen something too important to ignore, came Dumbledore's simple answer. Perhaps in light of the importance of sharing its message with you, that inner part of yourself has found a way to guide you through it. Harry could barely process it all. So that part of me is trying to make it easy on me, show me what to do with these visions, because it doesn't think I can handle them on my own. That is my supposition, yes. Oh, I have to think about all that, I guess, Harry offered. Ah, I have a headache, he added with a groan as he sunk into his chair. From the smirk he saw cross Snape's face, Harry just knew the professor had been about to make some snarky comment about how taxing it was for Harry's minuscule brain to think so much in one day. But he hadn't said it, no doubt due to not wanting another tongue lashing from the headmaster. I am leaving you with quite a bit to think about, I believe, Dumbledore said slowly. But then you've given me quite a bit to think about as well. An amazing turn of events, this. Truly amazing. Yeah, but, Professor, Harry's head really did hurt from this never-ending talk of dreams and seers, but that didn't matter in light of something he really wanted to know. What about the prophecy? You said it was real. Dumbledore sighed, but his eyes didn't meet Harry's. They searched out Snape's instead. I don't suppose there is any point in belabouring under the pretense that this prophecy will go unheard, not now that two more wizards are aware of its existence. He pulled his eyes away from Snape and rose, gliding thoughtfully over to the fireplace. He grasped a handful of flue powder before turning round to address his potions professor. Severus, I must fetch something from my office. Might I ask you to answer any further questions for Harry until I return? Certainly, headmaster, Snape softly replied, and Dumbledore left the drawing room in a whirl of green flue powder and a shouted location of the headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Silence descended upon the room, and when neither wizard made a move to break the silence, Harry finally figured that Snape didn't intend to acknowledge his presence at all. It was strange, actually, Harry reflected, how he wasn't even angry about it this time. He couldn't really seem to hate the professor right then, not with his usual malice, anyway. And it wasn't because things had really changed between the two of them. It was just, Harry had so much else to think about. Hatred didn't stand out at the forefront of his mind in terms of importance. Left with only his headache and an ever-lingering curiosity, he swept a cursory glance over his professor before clearing his throat to carefully question. So, all that talk about inner eyes and seers, and my dreams do think that's what it is, Professor. Snape didn't answer right away, and from the glimmer in his eyes when he heard the question directed at himself, Harry figured he was surprised that he'd been consulted. Well, Harry reflected, he was surprised at himself too. But even if he wasn't sure why, he wanted to know what Snape thought of the whole thing. Maybe it was Snape's surprise that caused him to answer so candidly, or maybe it was the practice he'd had in answering Harry's questions during their Q&A sessions, as Harry had taken to thinking of them. Whatever the reason, he responded without malice, even though his words could have suggested otherwise. I do not disagree with the headmaster, though I personally have never seen evidence that you have the aptitude for one of the most intricate of abilities to master. However, he added, looking Harry directly in the eye, I do believe that these visions cannot go unmonitored. Until we have more evidence in hand, there remains the possibility that the Dark Lord is, in fact, behind them. Harry nodded, sighing at the forthright answer, though he was becoming more and more certain that these dreams weren't anything to do with Voldemort. He was learning little by little that it never hurt to be careful. Yes, he decided, he'd be careful. He wanted to believe in these dreams, but I'll be careful, he promised aloud. I'll be careful what I believe, and I'll report any more dreams as soon as I have them. Immediately, Snape added authoritatively. Yeah, Harry thought for a minute, really not wanting to ask this question, but seeing the necessity for it. About that. Not that I'm planning on having more visions or dreams, but if I do, and seeing as Professor Dumbledore made me promise tell you about it day or night. See. Well, I don't exactly know where your room is, Professor. Snape crossed his arms, and as the beginnings of a sneer showed on the professor's face, Harry figured he must have overstepped some invisible boundary. Snape had been pretty calm almostness, even in helping Harry figure out his visions, but apparently disclosing the location of his private sleeping quarters was too much to ask. If you should have need of me during the night, Snape sneered slightly, you have only to call for your dear, devoted house elf to summon me. Oh, right, Harry managed not to flush. He supposed he should have thought of that. He was saved from further efforts at conversation by Dumbledore's return. The headmaster stepped out in a small cloud of swirling flue powder and soot, familiar pensive in hand. Harry watched with rising anticipation as the headmaster carefully set the pensive on the table between them and rose to his full height. Severus, Dumbledore said softly, I would like to speak with Harry alone for a few moments, if you don't mind. Snape nodded, immediately rising to his feet. He didn't look put out at the dismissal. He looked, in fact, as though he had been expecting it. Still, Harry couldn't help but wonder what was going through the potions master's mind as he calmly exited the room, closing the door behind him. All Harry knew was that if he had been as much as told that he couldn't hear the latest mysterious secret Dumbledore had been keeping, he wouldn't have taken it quite so calmly as Snape just had. But then, working so closely with Dumbledore, Snape was probably used to accepting that secrets were being kept from him. Dumbledore remained standing as he surveyed Harry, and after a moment he spoke softly, as if he was relaying a child's bedtime story and not the mysteries surrounding wars and prophecies. I have explained to you the prophecy I heard before your birth, and I thank you for relaying to me the prophecy you yourself heard from Professor Trelawney's own lips during your 3rd year at Hogwarts. While I always knew that I would someday be pressed upon to explain that first prophecy to you, I need to make something absolutely clear between us, Harry. He waited for Harry's nod before continuing. If I, and not you, had heard Professor Trelawney's prediction during your 3rd year, I would not have shared it with you. Harry furrowed his brow, half put out and half in general confusion. What did this have to do with another prophecy? I tell you this, Harry, continued the headmaster, not to offend you or to dampen your spirits. I tell you this so that you may understand the important distinctions that must be made when deciding when, how, and with whom to share information of this nature. I don't really understand what you're getting at, headmaster, Harry confessed. I shared with you the first prophecy, Dumbledore explained patiently, because it was about you. You had a right to know, and it knew, even when you were quite young, and even when I did not want to, that someday I would relay its contents to you. The contents of the prophecy which you overheard, however, didn't concern you. Knowing that Voldemort's servant would rejoin him and assist him in his rise would have been more a matter for the Order, not for a 13-year-old boy particularly, as you had no way of knowing for certain to which servant the prophecy referred. Do you understand? This is your way of explaining why you never told me about this other prophecy, Harry answered, growing impatient at all of the introductory talking. Other Harry already told me that. He said you didn't tell me about the prophecy because it wasn't about me. It was about somebody else. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed, a sadness entering his eyes. However, I must admit that I have not relayed the contents of this prophecy to even the individual about whom it concerns. Oh, Harry didn't comment on that, but instead asked, was this prophecy made by Professor Trelawney too? At Dumbledore's nod, he probed further. And it was made to you then? No, no, this was relayed to Professor McGonagall shortly after events were starting to settle back to normal after the First War. She was caught quite unawares, I believe, Dumbledore elaborated, a slight twinkle entering his eyes. Although she has held rather firmly to the belief that divination is not the most exacting of arts, despite a rather close experience with the relating of prophecy. Professor McGonagall, he grinned, the image of the straight-laced professor being confronted with a prophecy-spouting Trelawney was pretty funny. So she told you then? Dumbledore nodded in confirmation. She came to me at once with the prophecy, which I saw through use of a pensieve. Now, granted, this prophecy, as with the one in your third year, could not compare with the thrill of triumph I experienced upon hearing the very first prophecy. The knowledge that one would soon be born with the ability to vanquish Lord Voldemort once, and for all, well, nothing could quite compete with hearing tell of that firsthand. Now could it? I suppose not, Harry answered out of politeness. Aye, well, perhaps we should view the prophecy before further explanations. Harry nodded enthusiastically, more than ready to finally have his curiosity satisfied. Dumbledore drew out a silvery strand of memory from his head, as Harry had seen him do before, and no sooner had Harry time to process that he was about to view the long-awaited second prophecy, than the ghost-like figure of Sybil Trelawney drifted to hover half out of the pensieve. As Harry listened, the figure spoke in the familiar harsh, hoarse tones Harry had heard before. The Dark Lord will rise again. His servant has been bound by two masters, and the servant will choose one master over the other, and enemy will become ally and ally will become enemy. For the servant's role in the war is great. He will guide the victor and deceive the vanquished. The Dark Lord's servant will be bound by two masters. And as Harry watched, the figure swirled within the mist of memory before falling back to vanish into the pensieve. Neither wizard spoke for a moment, as Harry tried to make sense of it. Dumbledore broke the silence, speaking in soft, hushed tones. You can imagine Professor McGonagall's shock and my own sorrow at hearing in plain language that Lord Voldemort had not gone forever, but would, in fact, return to resume his war of terror. I had suspected as much, of course, but even I had not truly shaken off the hope that those suspicions would be eventually proved untrue. He paused a moment, perhaps to allow Harry to speak, but he resumed his speech when Harry made no move to speak. I believe the prophecy to be speaking of Severus Snape, as you may have guessed. The prophecy alludes to a servant of Voldemort who was bound by two masters during the First War. Severus, to my rather comprehensive knowledge, is the only Death Eater to legitimately, and also, at the end of that war, to simultaneously have worked for the causes of both sides of light and dark. What about Peter Pettigrew? Harry asked through his suddenly dry throat. Dumbledore conjured a glass of water and levitated it to Harry. Pettigrew was not working for the side of the light, despite our misunderstanding of his alliances. He, in fact, had no master, as it were, other than Lord Voldemort himself. He was not bound to two masters, not in the way which Professor Snape chose to bind himself to both Lord Voldemort and to me. Dumbledore stopped to take a sip from his own glass. Is that why you trust Professor Snape so much? Because you heard that prophecy say that he would guide the victor? Dumbledore looked reluctant to veer the conversation into that direction, but after a short pause, he relented. That is part of it, yes. But understand, Harry, I only heard the prophecy after I had already heard his story and believed him. So what was so convincing about his story then? Harry persisted. The content of that conversation always has been, and always will be a matter between Professor Snape and myself, Harry. I will ask you not to question me further in that regard. Dumbledore's tone was rebuking, and Harry knew better than to probe further. "Yes, sir," he murmured. "But besides that, how do you really know which side he's chosen? The prophecy didn't say. Even if he is on our side now, he could still decide to switch, couldn't he?" Dumbledore leaned forward in his chair and folded his hands in his lap. "As I have said before, Harry, I believe that Professor Snape is on the right side of the war. But even if he weren't, ask yourself, in light of the prophecy, is not the wisest course of action to draw him in rather than forcing him to the other side? I am not sure if you noticed the finality of the prophecy, Harry, but while the one regarding you does not state who is to win this war, the second one unequivocally states that the side which Professor Snape chooses will have the victory." Dumbledore allowed Harry to absorb that, then added in soft tones, "I did not want to discuss this with you, Harry, I admit freely. I did not want to burden you, especially as I know where you believe Professor Snape's loyalties to be. I had hoped that the both of you would come to resolve your differences on your own. I believed the prophecy meant that he would be able to guide you, the victor, referred to in the prophecy, and that he would be the key to unlocking your power to defeat Voldemort. I wanted it to be true to such a degree that I forced you both to work together last year instead of letting you come to an understanding on your own. My interference made matters worse, I am afraid." Dumbledore's eyes filled with regret, and he looked very old to Harry. Harry didn't know what to say. There was too much to think about. His brain was full, and his head was still hurting from trying to sort it all out. He wasn't even sure whether he wanted to be angry at yet more secrets kept from him by the headmaster, even if it was mostly about somebody else. "Sir," he began tentatively. He had started speaking but wasn't really sure what he wanted to say. "Will, you said you haven't told Professor Snape about this prophecy. Are you going to tell him, sir?" Dumbledore closed his eyes and brought his hands to his head, massaging his temples. He then stood and began pacing the room. "I've thought about it many times. Don't think I don't know how I may be judged for this someday, Harry. Too many secrets are a horrible part of war, but they are a vital part as well. When I first heard this prophecy, I didn't even consider sharing it with him." Dumbledore was still pacing, not looking anywhere in particular. Harry wondered if he remembered who he was talking to. He was young, so young, and just out of a tormenting service to a dark master. He had lost so much. He needed to be free, not to have the burden of deciding the fate of another war on his shoulders. But most of all, I wanted his decisions to be his own, not reactions to prophecy. I decided that not telling him was for the best. Then Voldemort returned. I suppose I could have confided in him then. But by then, I found that I had grown to care about him, you see. We had something of a rocky beginning, but over the years I have become a mentor to him. We do not always agree, but he trusts me, looks up to me. I could not bear to lose that trust, and so, perhaps selfishly, I kept silent. I hope that he will forgive me for that." Dumbledore turned his gaze on Harry, his eyes asking for understanding. And Harry knew, looking into those sorrowful eyes, that the older wizard had done many questionable things in pursuit of what he considered a greater good, things he never expected to be forgiven for. But he had done them nonetheless, because the decisions had to be made, and he was the one to make them. Harry felt a sudden overwhelming relief that he didn't have that responsibility on his own shoulders. He was expected by many to destroy Voldemort, a great feat, yes, but he was responsible for just that part of the war. Dumbledore felt responsible for it all, and he would likely be resented or hated by many of those he had tried to protect. Like Harry. He had heard enough for one night. He couldn't think, and he couldn't stop thinking all at the same time. He nodded and stood up from his chair. "I'd like to turn in now, sir. Is that all right?" Harry questioned. Both were exhausted, and Dumbledore looked a bit relieved, though at the reprieve from more talking or the fact that he hadn't had to deal with another tantrum, Harry wasn't sure. "Yes, of course, Harry." Dumbledore took a deep breath. "On your way upstairs, perhaps you would be so good as to ask Professor Snape to return to the drawing room. I believe it is time for him and me to have a long, overdue conversation." Harry nodded, feeling a twinge of pity for the headmaster as he examined his tired face. Harry had no idea how Snape would react to being told the prophecy. The professor hated being lied to, but he also understood and respected the importance of secrets. Harry just hoped that Dumbledore didn't have another angry, shouting wizard on his hands. He didn't look like he could take much more of that today. Harry turned to leave, but Dumbledore stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Harry gave him a questioning look. "Harry, whatever the secrets or problems or enmity we have known in the war, you must let me say something." Dumbledore looked intently at him, seemingly trying to will Harry to not just hear his words, but truly consider them. "Professor Snape knows more about the way Lord Voldemort thinks than anyone else in the Order, Harry. More, even, than his other Death Eaters. If anyone is ideal in helping you to learn how to defeat him, it is him. I would think that even if I had never heard the prophecy." They looked at each other for a moment, and Harry simply nodded again, not in agreement, but in acknowledgement. He would contemplate that later, after he'd had a chance to soak everything else in. "Good night, sir." "Good night, Harry." This time when he turned to leave, Dumbledore let him go. The headmaster was standing in the same place, unmoving, as Harry closed the door behind him. The hallway was empty, and a faint light shone from underneath the closed kitchen door. Harry barely glanced at Professor Snape as he opened the kitchen door to relay Dumbledore's summons. That done, he made his way slowly up the stairs to his bedroom. The thought of the wall watcher entered his mind, but he shoved it away. It had been one thing to spy on the two men when they were discussing Harry's relatives and his summer fate. The conversation that was about to occur was between Dumbledore and Snape, and it didn't feel right to eavesdrop this time. If he'd been less overwhelmed by this, the longest of days, he might have thought to request a visit from his friends to get some of the more puzzling pieces of information he'd gleaned today off his chest. Hermione would probably have some good insights about seers, even if divination wasn't her cup of tea. Harry would only need to say the word, and she'd check out every book in Britain that mentioned the phrase inner eye. But instead of dwelling on that, he gratefully collapsed onto his bed as soon as he reached his bedroom. Before the darkness of sleep claimed him, his last lingering thought was that any more thinking could most definitely wait until tomorrow. Chapter 18. A Lesson in Being Slytherin. After having relayed in nearly excruciating detail every important dream he'd had since the beginning of summer, Harry counted himself fortunate to not have a single dream the entire night following that conversation, not even an ordinary nightmare. Of course, that could have to do with the fact that he was unable to sleep for more than an hour or so at a stretch. Honestly, if waking up in the middle of the night, nearly nose to nose with Darby before the little house, Elf had disapparated hadn't given Harry a heart attack, the swift popping of house elf apparition every subsequent time he opened his eyes was nearly enough to send him into a state of paranoia. "Darby!" Harry called out the fourth time such an incident happened, and sure enough, the wide-eyed house elf appeared with an immediate pop. Harry turned on a light near his bed in the mostly dark room. "Harry Potter called for Darby, sir." Darby gave a little hop to show his willingness to be of service, and Harry almost caught himself reaching forward to stop the tower of hats from falling to the ground. Amazingly, though, every last hat landed perfectly in place on top of the little house elf's head. Harry sat up on his bed, annoyance chasing away his amusement. "Darby, what in Merlin's name have you been doing popping in and out of my room all night?" Darby had been eagerly bouncing on the heels of his feet, but at Harry's exasperated tone, he promptly stopped, eyes opening wide. Is Harry Potter angry with Darby, sir?" Harry was tempted to say yes, except for Darby's huge, earnest eyes staring up at him. Harry sighed. Darby would probably throw himself out the window or give himself a concussion on the bedpost if Harry wasn't careful. "No, Darby, I'm not angry. I just want to know what's going on. Did you need me for something? You could have just woken me, you know." Darby stared at him in dismay. Darby is not to wake Harry Potter, sir. Darby is to check on Harry Potter every night, sir, but he is being ordered not to wake you. Check on me? Harry wrinkled his eyebrows in confusion. What do you mean, check on me? Professor Snape is ordering Darby to tell him immediately if Harry Potter is having bad dreams. Professor Snape? Ah, the visions. Snape probably wanted to make certain Harry was telling him whenever he had one. Well, that figured. Snape didn't trust Harry, so of course he'd send in a spy. Now Harry was really annoyed. Well, he can't have meant standing constant vigil, can he, Darby? Darby did not ask, sir. Darby will ask him right now. No, Harry held out his hand to stop the house elf from leaving. No, Darby, don't. I'm sure he must still be sleeping. Harry didn't want to have anything to do with Snape losing sleep. Professor Snape is not sleeping, sir. He woke several minutes ago. Darby knows. Darby made Professor Snape breakfast, Harry Potter, sir. Oh, come to think of it, breakfast sounded good. Looking out his window, he could see that it was still dark. Remembering Snape's rule about wandering the house at night, he wondered if he was even allowed. He wasn't willing to chance a turn at cleaning leeches to find out. He took in Darby's helpful stance appraisingly. Darby, if I ask you to relay a message to Professor Snape, do you think you can remember it, word for word? Darby puffed out his little chest, eager to prove himself. Darby can remember hundreds of words if they be for Harry Potter, sir. Okay, I need you to tell Professor Snape that, out of respect for his authority and the rules he has set for me this summer, I've sent you to ask him if I can leave my room before sunrise. Oh, and tell him I sounded really respectful when I asked. Darby looked slightly confused when he popped out to deliver the message, but pop out he did. Harry only had to wait a few minutes for Darby to return, but he wasted no time changing clothes and freshening up a bit. He hadn't eaten any of the food Dumbledore had laid out last night, and he was absolutely starving now. Images of eggs and bacon and toast and muffins and every other breakfast food imaginable were floating through his head, and by the time Darby reappeared, he figured he could have eaten an entire table full of food. Well, Harry asked the house elf eagerly. Darby squinted his two large eyes in an attempt to not mix anything up. Professor Snape is sending Darby to inform Mr. Potter that his respect will come in handy when Professor Snape tells him to read 10 chapters in his Occlumency book as soon as he is finished eating. Harry stared, dread and annoyance fighting for equal consideration within him. That book again. That big, fat, boring book was all he had to look forward to for the rest of holiday. He licked his lips, fighting off his hunger. Tell the professor that I've decided to stay in my room for a bit longer to, work on those occlumency techniques from Chapter 5. Yes, Harry Potter, sir, Darby exclaimed, as he quickly disappeared to relay his newest message. Darby was gone little more than a minute this time. When he reappeared, his face was hidden behind a book nearly half his own size. His muffled voice drifted to Harry. Darby is bringing your book, Harry Potter, sir. Professor Snape is saying that Harry Potter will need it, as Chapter 5 is not nudged in between Chapters 1 and 2. And Professor Snape is telling Darby to tell Harry Potter that he will be quizzed on his efforts over breakfast, sir. Great, Harry muttered, wishing he'd never started this whole thing, and thinking of a few choice words he'd really like to have Darby relay for him, only he'd never say those particular words to Darby. Thanks, Darby, he muttered, and lifted the book out of the hands of the grateful, tired house elf. Tell Professor Snape I can't wait. Yes, Harry Potter, Darby called tiredly before popping out to relay the message. Snape apparently deemed that last message not worthy of a response, as Darby didn't return. Harry lay on his bed, turning the pages in the book directly to Chapter 5, without so much as peering at Chapter 4. If he was to be quizzed that very morning, he wasn't about to waste his time on the boring, useless stuff before he got to what he really needed to know. Chapter 5. Non-magical techniques for clearing one's mind. Strengthening one's mind through practical exercises in mental discipline is a prerequisite to developing a proficiency in one of the mental arts. The first step in acquiring a disciplined mind is to perfect the skill of clearing one's mind from outside influences. While the way by which this may be achieved is not universal for each witch or wizard, the following exercises. By the time Harry finished the introductory page and read through the first 3 exercises, he was starting to feel a bit better about this whole occlumency thing. The book was still fairly annoying, but the exercises it mentioned didn't sound so bad. In fact, they were downright simple. Exercise 1 recommended laying on one's back, breathing in and out, counting to 100 with each breath. It would force him to focus his mind on one thing, the book said, pushing everything else out of his mind. Well, he shrugged. Why not? So he lay back, nestling comfortably onto his unmade bed. In 3, this wasn't so hard. Out 4, simple in fact. Why hadn't he just tried this earlier? Out 6, his leg felt itchy. In 7, was he allowed to scratch it, or did he have to keep going? Out 8. In 9, how long did he have to do this? Out wait, was this 9 or 10? In, he'd lost count. How was he supposed to clear his mind if he lost count? Harry opened his eyes. Somehow he didn't think this was what mental discipline was supposed to feel like. After trying it once again with similar results, he promptly gave up. It was a stupid exercise, he decided. Exercise 2 said to focus on a pleasant thought or memory, then to make his surroundings as close to that thought as he could. For instance, if he thought of a moonlit night, turn off all lights save one high in the room. Then he was supposed to close his eyes and imagine everything about that place, sights, sounds, smells, and imagine himself so deeply in that thought or memory that he forgot all thought of the here and now. Sounded pretty weird, Harry thought, but he figured he had better try. So he thought and thought. It was pretty pleasant to be on a broom, he knew, but how would he set up his room so that he felt like he was flying? He couldn't very well bring up a muggle fan to blow in his face. He discarded several more thoughts before he settled on the memory of his cupboard. It shouldn't be pleasant, he knew, and he had been locked in against his will so many times that it really wasn't. But a lot of times it was also his safe place, a place where he could hide away from the Dursleys. And it was pleasant, in a way, Harry reflected, because it was the only place in the whole of his childhood that he could claim as his own. So he threw all but one sheet and a pillow away from him and lay on his side, curling his knees up to his chest like he'd done so many times in his cupboard. He reached over to turn off the bedside light, and there was just enough light in the room that Harry knew the sun was about to start its ascent in the sky. Thankfully, it was still almost completely dark, though still not as dark as the cupboard could get sometimes. He closed his eyes, imagining the musty smell of the small room under the stairs. He imagined the spiders and the old sheets and his broken, second-hand toys. He reveled in the memory that even if they were all second-hand, they were his. His broken toys, his filled sheets, and his dingy, musty cupboard. He felt the small glow inside that he had felt when he was only 5 years old, laying his inner claim on the things that Dudley didn't want any more, while at the same time being careful not to show his pleasure at the ratty old things, for fear that Dudley might see his happiness and decide he wanted the things back. Dudley, the spoiled son of the people who should have loved Harry, too. Why couldn't they have shown Harry love, or even just treated him better than a mangy stray they'd been forced to keep around? It wasn't that they weren't capable of love. They were certainly capable of loving Dudley. Wasn't Harry worthy of their love? Yes, he was worthy of love. His parents had loved him. Sirius had loved him. But did they count? They were all dead. Would they still have loved him if they'd stuck around to see him grow up? Nobody else did. No adult, that is. Well, maybe the Weasleys. Not the same way they loved their own kids, though. Mrs. Weasley might deny that, but Harry knew they had enough to be going on with for their own 7 children to be filling in for Harry's missing parents. Then there was Remus. Remus cared about him. Harry knew he did, but it wasn't like it was with Sirius. With Remus, the The caring was mixed with obligation, maybe even guilt, almost like Remus thought He should love Harry more than he actually did. Harry instantly felt a deep pang of self-reproach at the thought. The kind man had done so much for Harry. He was a good teacher, a good friend. But on the other hand, if Remus really cared about Harry, then why had he knowingly put Harry's life at risk for most of third year rather than tell Dumbledore about Sirius being an animagus? Why hadn't he bothered telling Harry that he was a friend of his dad's until he'd had to? He hadn't even offered to tutor Harry. Harry had had to beg him. He probably wouldn't have even said goodbye before leaving at the end of term, except that Harry had rushed to intercept him. It was Sirius, not Remus, who offered him a new home and was willing to help him during the Triwizard Tournament. For all that Harry truly liked and respected his former Dada professor, he simply couldn't ferret out whether anything Remus did do for him was out of genuine affection, or because he was a decent person who felt an obligation to be nice to James Potter's son. Harry sucked in a sharp breath at the direction of his thoughts. He hadn't even realized how much he'd had pent up inside him about Remus until the thoughts had all come rushing to the front of his mind. He forcefully pushed the horrible thoughts away and opened his eyes, deciding that he didn't want to be in his cupboard any longer. And anyway, what was Harry thinking? He wasn't a 5-year-old in a musty old cupboard craving parental love. He was older now, he knew better. And anyway, he didn't need it anymore, not like he did back then. A glance at exercise 3 didn't excite him in his present state of mind, so he committed the exercise to memory, closed the book, and busied himself with throwing the discarded sheets back onto his bed. Light was beginning to seep in through his window now. It was still too dark to chance leaving his room, but it was enough to remind Harry of his annoyance at Snape for always outsmarting him. It was also enough to remind his growling stomach of the food awaiting him at breakfast. Food, that reminded him. Well, no time like the present to toss out that old container of Mrs. Weasley's dessert from his trunk. He just hoped he hadn't left anything else in there that might start to grow something gross. As soon as he opened his trunk, he realized if there was anything else in there, it would take quite a while to find it. His trunk was a mess of old and new school supplies, clothes, and miscellaneous wizarding gadgets he'd accumulated from birthday gifts and treks to Hogsmeade. At least it wasn't as messy as it had been a few days ago. Half of his trunk's earlier contents were by now strewn across his Grimmauld Place room. It only took a moment for him to locate the container of uneaten pudding, which was thankfully still sealed, and toss it. It was on top of the Advanced Defense Techniques book that Hermione had given him for his birthday. On a whim, he pulled out the book and placed it on his bedside table to flip through later. After that, horrible books Snape and Dumbledore were making him read. He could use something a bit more interesting to read when he had the time. He moved to close the lid to his trunk, when the rising light through his window caused something in the bottom of his trunk to glitter out at him. Curiosity won out as he reached his hand in to grab hold of whatever it was, but he immediately hissed in pain as he felt his hand slice against something ragged and sharp. He yanked back, cutting his hand still further on the ragged edge, and balled it into a fist. He blinked back tears. He stood for another moment before cautiously reaching his other hand to discover what had cut him, and he pulled out a large, broken shard of glass. It was a piece of the mirror he'd thrown in the bottom of his school trunk at the end of last year, after Sirius had died. He put it carefully back into his trunk and shut the lid, not really caring about the possibility of it cutting him again. He couldn't throw it out. His hand was bleeding and throbbing. He tried to uncurl his fist, but curled it right back up again. Moving his fist hurt worse than clenching it. That much blood was normal, wasn't it? Forcing himself finally to uncurl his fist a small bit, he quickly wrapped an old, thin shirt of Dudley's around it. The bleeding would stop soon enough. It always did when he hurt himself at the Dursleys. No Madame Pomfrey there, and he'd always been fine. So he settled back on his bed in wait for the sun to completely rise, not planning for his eyes to slowly droop or for them to close altogether. drawing him back into a peaceful sleep. He woke from his unplanned nap to a pop, a squeak, and another pop. Darby was the only explanation. He knew from the entire past night of pops in and out, but looking around, he could see that the house, Elf, was nowhere in his room. That was odd, he mused tiredly as he rolled over, pulling a blanket over him as he did. He hadn't woken up in time for Darby to be leaving on account of being caught. Before he could dwell on that thought for very long, his bedroom door swung open with such force that it slammed against the wall behind it, startling Harry. He caught himself from falling off the bed just in time to sit up in his mess of sheets and watch Professor Snape storm into the room, a wailing Darby close on his heels. Snape stopped just inside the room at Harry's wide-eyed stare, and Harry was sure in that moment that he detected a bit of panic in the professor's face, which quickly turned to relief, followed swiftly by a more familiar look, that of burgeoning rage. Harry pulled the blanket up to his chin as a shield. "Pray tell me, Mr. Potter," Snape hissed, his eyebrows lowering so that his eyes were mere slits. "Why, after your show of begging to be awake before the crack of dawn, you decided to have a lie-in rather than performing a task so grueling as studying to preserve your own dubious sanity? And when you are through with that explanation, perhaps you will then enlighten me as to why, moments ago, I was hailed by a panicked house, Elf lamenting your sudden and untimely demise." "Demise?" Harry questioned, sleepy and confused. "I'm not dead." "So I unfortunately see," Snape sneered. "Get out of bed this instant, Potter. You have wasted enough of the day with your irresponsible behavior." Harry was too confused still to argue. He threw off his blanket and swung his feet around to the side of the bed, but before he could land them on the floor, he was halted by a sharp intake of breath. Snape had gone paler than usual, and he was staring at Harry. "What?" Harry asked self-consciously, even as with one downward glance, he answered his own question. His hand. The blood from his cut hand had soaked through the threadbare shirt he had wrapped around it, and the shirt he was wearing was likewise streaked with blood, soaked in a few spots. It looked worse than it felt, although now that Harry thought about it, his hand was throbbing pretty badly. Overcoming his shock, Snape was upon him in an instant, ordering Darby to his quarters to retrieve potions for pain and blood replenishing. "What did you do, Potter?" Snape pulled Harry's hand from against his stomach, where he had been holding it, and unwrapped Harry's makeshift bandage with angry, jerky movements. "What mischief could you possibly have found in your own bloody bedroom?" Harry winced and pulled his hand from his professor's grasp. "Give it here, Potter," Snape ordered. "No." Harry inched back on his bed until he was square against the headboard. He clutched his fist to his chest. "Why should I give you my hand when you're only aiming to make it worse? In case you hadn't realized, it hurts enough without you yanking at it." Snape sat on the edge of the bed and took a deep breath, and Harry was amazed that the man actually seemed to be trying to calm himself. Since when did he bother to calm himself in Harry's presence rather than just acting on his worst impulses? "Give me your hand, Potter," Snape repeated, only slightly calmer, holding out his own hand. "You are in need of medical attention, and I, unfortunately for us both, am the only one able to give it to you at the moment." Snape held out his hand until Harry was satisfied that he wasn't planning to pounce on Harry to force him into submission. Throbbing hand finally getting the best of him, Harry cautiously inched forward, pausing another moment before begrudgingly holding out his clenched fist to Snape. He let out a pained hiss as Snape pried his fingers open, though at least the professor did so gently this time. Harry looked along with Snape at his bloody hand, and the cut that extended all the way from the underside of his middle finger to the contour of his hand, and down to the outside of his wrist. Harry almost forgot the pain for a moment, so surprised was he that he had cut his hand so far from one shard of broken mirror. No wonder there was so much blood. "How did you do this?" Snape asked as he pulled out his wand to spell away enough blood so that he could properly assess the wound. The professor seemed less urgent, at least, now that he could see that this was no life-threatening injury. Broken mirror. In my trunk. Cut myself, Harry answered disjointedly through the pain of Snape's gentle prodding. And this being so close to Snape was weird. It was bringing back the memories from when he'd woken up to Snape holding him after his nightmare at the Dursleys. Between the pain in his hand and Harry's torn emotions from the total comfort he'd felt moments before he'd woken that time and the utter humiliation he'd felt in the moment after, well, it was all making him feel rather jumbled up. He leaned back, eager to get away from being in quite so close proximity to Snape. Darby reappeared, with potions in hand, and Snape immediately sent him back for more supplies. "Drink this," Snape ordered as he held out a potion. At Harry's questioning glance, he explained, "Blood-replenishing potion. Drink this one also for the pain." Harry did so quickly, not wanting to taste either potion. Darby reappeared with a small case, which Snape accepted before dismissing the house elf. Darby gave Harry one last wide-eyed, worry-filled gaze before disappearing. "Are you injured anywhere else?" Snape asked, sorting through a collection of small vials and jars. Snape removed a small jar from the case and unscrewed the lid before scooping up a moderate amount of some sort of paste with two of his fingers. Replacing the lid on the jar, he reached again for Harry's hand, spreading the paste over his long cut. Harry hissed, though it was starting not to hurt so much, probably due to the potion he had been given for pain. But it still hurt when Snape pushed directly on the wound. It was all Harry could do not to pull his hand away again. At least the professor was spreading the paste over the cut gently, without his earlier angry movements. "What reason did the Sorting Hat give for its desire to place you into Slytherin, Mr. Potter?" Snape asked coolly, as he finished spreading the paste over Harry's hand and reached for a roll of bandages. Harry was so baffled by the unexpected question that he took a moment to register it. Is this your question, Professor? The one I still owe you?" "No," Snape answered simply as he picked up his wand. With a flick of his wrist, bandages from the case started to wind themselves around Harry's hand and wrist. "This is an ordinary, run-of-the-mill, I ask you and you answer me question." "Oh, well." Harry ran over the list of attributes the Sorting Hat had told him he possessed, sifting through them for anything embarrassing or incriminating. He still remembered that pretty well, even if it had been nearly 5 years ago. It had meant the world to him to have been accepted by the Sorting Hat after being so worried that he'd been sent to Hogwarts by mistake. So yes, of course he remembered what it had said to him. The bandage was finished wrapping around his hand, and Snape sat still on the edge of Harry's bed, waiting for his response. It, said I could be great, and that Slytherin would help me on my way to greatness. And did you not want to be great? What does that have to do with anything? You distinctly told me that you chose not to be in Slytherin. Why ever not, if the Sorting Hat told you that being a Slytherin would help you to become great? It wasn't the only house I fit, you know. It said I had courage and a good mind, and talent too, and a thirst to prove myself. If you truly had a thirst to prove yourself, you would have chosen Slytherin, Snape stated unequivocally. But I didn't want to prove myself in that way, Harry argued. I didn't want to go bad, and it just sounded like all the bad wizards came from Slytherin. And I didn't want to be a bully, either. I had enough of being on the other end of things with Dudley and his gang. Slytherin does not equal bully, Potter. Well, it did in my 11-year-old mind, okay, Harry shot back, defensive. And it's not so far from the truth. Now I'm older and still see Slytherin students and professors, he emphasized pointedly, bullying anybody younger or weaker. I am prepared to ask my due question, Snape announced, abruptly changing the topic and effectively ending Harry's tirade. Oh, okay. Better to just get this over with. Snape looked too serious and not at all mocking, which was actually kind of worrisome. Harry braced himself for the question. You are an abused child, Mr. Potter. Harry didn't like where this could be going, but he felt powerless to stop it. You have been demeaned, starved, beaten. They never actually beat me. Snape ignored him, imprisoned, deprived, and lied to about yourself and about your parents on a consistent basis. Harry's face was growing hotter by the second. What I want to know, however, pertains to our typical school year exchanges. Snape paused. Taking advantage of any and all opportunities to see you writhe is admittedly one of my favorite teaching-related activities. No kidding, Harry managed to mutter through his rising trepidation. Why, in 5 years of comments and jabs at your spoiled, pampered existence, did you never once correct me? Harry gaped. That had not been the question he'd been expecting. You are a kidding this time, right? I do not kid. Snape actually looked affronted. Well, for one, you never would have believed me, and don't bother denying it. You didn't even believe me after you saw my room. It took Uncle Vernon. Harry stopped, not really wanting to go there. And anyway, I hardly wanted my crummy childhood to be Slytherin common room gossip. Harry could actually feel the blood leaving his face then, as his mind latched onto that thought. UMIS. Is what? As soon as school starts, is everything you learned about me going to become Slytherin common room gossip? Harry hated how vulnerable he sounded, but he couldn't help it. He'd never even told his closest friends the whole truth. The idea of the whole school knowing, well, darn right he was feeling kind of vulnerable. The feeling only worsened when Snape didn't answer right away. Oh no, he was going to spread it around school. Harry just knew it. Vulnerability be hanged. Harry felt downright ill. I'll deny it, you know. Not even my Gryffindor friends know about it. Well, not about the worst bits anyway. As soon as they know it was you who started the rumor, no one will believe it. They all know how much you hate me. They'll just figure you're doing it out of spite. What do you think it means to be a Slytherin, Potter? Wah-ha! Harry was starting to feel dizzy from all the conversational trails Snape was leading him down. Surely you have some preconceived notions of the basic characteristics one must possess in order to be sorted into the most infamous of houses. Well, everyone knows there wasn't a witch or wizard went bad wasn't in. Peter Pettigrew was a Gryffindor. Try again. The Sorting Hat said cunning, right? And it did say I had a thirst to prove myself. Correct. Slytherins are sorted as such because they have cunning and ambition. Just as Gryffindors are hailed for courage, Ravenclaws for intelligence, and Hufflepuffs for loyalty, Slytherins are sorted for their positive attributes, not because their 11-year-old minds have hatched evil, diabolical plans to take over the world as the next generation of Dark Lords. Due to their personal ambitions and capabilities for cunning, some Slytherins by default do tend more in general toward the self-serving attitudes you seem only too eager to see at the expense of other observations. Sir, no offense and all. I mean, this is interesting. But what does this have to do with whether you're going to tell? You claim to have been almost sorted into Slytherin, Potter. As unlikely as I have always thought the idea to be, the Sorting Hat does not lie. Far-fetched or no, it appears that you may, after all, possess some modicum of cunning in that thick head of yours. It is time you learned how to use it. What, and you've decided you're going to teach me? Harry didn't know whether to scowl or laugh. Snape merely inclined his head. Your first exercise is to dissect the motivations I may have in revealing your history of familial neglect to your schoolmates. Harry stared at him. You're actually using my horrible childhood as an exercise in being Slytherin. Yes, now go on. Harry couldn't believe he was actually about to play along with this. All right, well, you hate me. That is an emotion, not a motivation. You will limit your answers to what spreading rumors about your abusive childhood would gain me. You like to see me squirm. You love to see me angry, embarrassed, or humiliated, and you probably reach a state of euphoria at the prospect of seeing me cry. Snape, of course, didn't deny any of that. Now, Potter, consider the circumstances. Knowing, as I now do, that I am in possession of more information about your home life than the whole of Gryffindor Tower, would I, in fact, gain all that you have listed by sharing that information? Harry didn't want to answer. What if Shape was just scoping out the situation to make sure he would, in fact, be inflicting the most amount of damage? But he answered anyway, maybe because this conversation was just so strange. Yes, of course you would. Perhaps. At first, yes. However, I would speculate that once your throes of angst were at an end, quite the opposite would occur. As you stated, those with no reason to value my death eat a word higher than that of the noble savior of the wizarding world would never truly believe it. Those with reason to see the truth, those closest to you, no doubt, along with certain members of the Hogwarts staff, would more likely gravitate to either pity or coddling. Given that presupposition, and your statement of my motivations, would I truly choose to subject myself to witnessing a litany of coddling professors, hero-worshipping prats, and reporters with nothing better to do with their time than to hail the great Harry Potter, overcomer of yet more adversity? It took Harry a moment to even be able to say, wow, wow, you put all that thought into every petty thing you do. Snape crossed his arms, apparently waiting for Harry to say something of actual substance. Okay, so you're not going to tell. Snape stood abruptly, throwing his hands in the air. Bloody Gryffindor, did you hear a word of what I just said, Potter? Of course I did, Harry defended automatically. But you know, if you really want to put so much thought into figuring out how to destroy my life, you're forgetting something about me. I hate that stuff, all that attention, probably more than you hate to see me getting it. So it would be a torture for me more than it would for you. You'd have one, anyway. So your little exercise in cunning, it's not even based on who I really am. It's based on who you think I am, which just means your own sneakiness could use some more work. Perhaps, Snape murmured, watching Harry shrewdly. Perhaps, what does that mean? I didn't want a lesson in Slytherin speak, Professor. I just want to know if you're going to tell. Snape snorted. Fine thing, Potter, for it would take more than this one lesson for you to comprehend the fine art of cunning, one of which is to not hand your enemies weapons. Weaknesses are weapons, Potter, and you just gave me one more of yours. No, I didn't, Harry countered fiercely. You only think I did because you've been assuming things about me for the past 5 years. If you paid any real attention to me, or talked to anyone who even kind of knows me, you'd already know that I hate all that horrible attention. I didn't hand you a weapon. Your own assumptions just prevented you from figuring it out before. Damn you, Potter, Snape yelled suddenly, his eyes flashing in anger. You were supposed to be arrogant. Harry blinked. What? You were supposed to be a spoiled, arrogant, dim-witted, attention-seeking brat. You were supposed to make it effortless for me to hate you. 5 years, Potter. 5 years. I've never had any trouble seeing your father in you. Why choose now to destroy my comfortable illusions? Snape was seething, his fists clenched at his sides, and Harry was so taken aback that he couldn't think of a reply. Was Snape saying he'd been wrong about Harry? The words kind of sounded like it, but the pure, absolutely angry way they were said sure didn't. After a moment, he decided that maybe he shouldn't say anything at all. The situation seemed a bit precarious. Snape's eyes were shooting daggers at Harry until he finally spun on his heel toward the door. He turned back around almost immediately with a muttered curse, and to Harry's confusion, stalked over to Harry's school trunk and lifted the lid. He carefully drew out the long shard of mirror glass from on top of Harry's belongings and resumed his march toward the door. Harry couldn't keep his silence then. Wait, what are you doing with that? Snape didn't turn around, nor did he stop. Disposing of it. At least there is some sense still left in this world, Potter, as you foolishly did not stop to think about the expedience of such an action right away. Harry ran to catch up with Snape, following close on his heels as the man reached the stairs and descended them at a rapid pace. It's mine. I don't want to throw it out. Give it back. So that you may puncture a vital organ next time. I think not. But it's mine, Harry repeated again, starting to feel real panic. Snape couldn't destroy it, he just couldn't. Snape didn't stop until they had reached the kitchen, and Harry was by then terrified that he would never see the shard again. Not stopping to think of the folly of it, as soon as Snape stopped, Harry rushed at him, grabbing for the shard. He'd caught Snape off guard. He could tell, the professor's shock apparent on his face. Snape immediately lifted the piece of glass above Harry's reach and shoved him away with one firm, surprisingly strong arm. Harry struggled, desperate to claim the shard. "Potter, what in Merlin's? Get a hold of yourself, boy." And when that didn't work, "Potter, stop this instant. Don't throw it away. It's mine," was all Harry could manage as made one final effort to jump for it. Why I should not toss a broken, hazardous piece of worthless junk, I have no idea. Snape shoved him toward the kitchen table, irritation in every syllable. "Stop attempting to cut your other hand on it, however, and I will desist in disposing of it until after you have explained yourself." At that promise, Harry warily backed away from Snape, eyes trained on the arm holding the largest piece of Sirius mirror. His body was tight, ready to pounce again at the slightest indication that Snape was lying about not tossing it out yet. "Sit," Snape commanded. His tone brooked no argument. Harry sat at the nearest end of the table, eyes still focused on the mirror shard, as he watched Snape's hand lay it down on the other end of the table, beyond Harry's reach. Snape sat stiffly next to Harry. "Explain yourself," he commanded. "It's mine," Harry repeated. "It's mine, and you've no right to destroy it without asking me." "I have every right, Potter, as the professor who nearly had a heart attack this morning when Darby the house. Elf came to me with a story of your dead body strewn in a bloody heap on your own bed. What would possess you to want to keep a worthless, broken—" "Sirius gave it to me," Harry rushed to explain, not bothering to evade the issue any longer. It was what it was, right? Either Snape would let him have it back, or he wouldn't. It may as well be based on the truth. Harry didn't bother to look at Snape, but the man didn't immediately shut him down, so he explained. "Sirius gave me a mirror to communicate with him. He kept the other one, and I was supposed to call him with it if I ever needed him. I forgot about his presence, see? I forgot about it before the Department of Mysteries, and after the veil, I broke it. The mirror, I mean. I know you hated him, but he was my godfather, and I barely even got to know him, and it's one of the few things I have that Sirius ever gave me, and you can't throw it out. You can't." His voice cracked, and he fought back a humiliating rush of indefinable emotions. He swallowed hard and hoped that Snape would answer soon, because he wasn't so sure that he would be able to speak for a few minutes. At least, not without even more embarrassing memories between himself and the professor. Snape was silent also, and the charged silence was nearly enough to make Harry run for the door with a brief stop to grab for Sirius, mirror, of course. Snape finally stood and walked over to the sharp, jagged piece of broken mirror. He stood there for a moment, and Harry finally tore his eyes away from the object to meet his gaze. Snape was staring at him, something indefinable in his eyes, and he reached for his wand, bringing it around to point at the mirror. Harry watched with rising dread. Snape was going to destroy it. He was going to destroy it, and Harry would never again see the precious gift that Sirius had given him. "Please," Harry managed to whisper, not even caring how pathetic he probably sounded. "Don't." But as Harry watched, Snape pointed his wand at the piece of mirror, speaking an incantation so quietly that Harry almost mistook it for a silent spell. An orange smoke lifted from the table, and Harry lowered his head. All that humiliation in front of Snape, and for nothing. Now he'd lost both the mirror and his pride. In a moment, he'd be angry. Right now, he had to get a hold of himself. He wouldn't let himself break down after all he'd already done and said. Before he could think beyond that, a hand set the familiar shard of mirror on the table in front of Harry. Harry reached out to touch it, hardly daring to believe that Snape hadn't destroyed it. He carefully ran one finger down the edge of the mirror, where it had formerly been sharp and cutting. Snape's spell had smoothed the broken edges, without destroying its shape. Harry felt closer to tears than he had when he'd thought it destroyed. He swallowed against the childish urge to cry, instead grasping the mirror with his good hand and bringing it close to hug against his chest. He heard Snape move toward the door, and he thought for a moment before he allowed himself to do something he'd sworn only days before that he would never do. "Thank you," he said quietly, head still bowed. He heard Snape pause. "For this, and for letting me come with you, from the Dursleys. Thank you for not leaving me there." He didn't hear anything for a long moment, but he didn't bother to look up to check if Snape was still there or to see how he had taken his thanks. After a moment, Snape's movements resumed as he opened the kitchen door in his retreat. Before the door swung closed to leave Harry alone with his precious mirror, he heard, in the voice of his most hated Hogwarts professor, one sentence he'd thought he'd be more unlikely to hear than his own expressing his thanks. "You are welcome, Mr. Potter." Chapter 19. Squinting at Snape. Harry squinted his eyes. No difference. Maybe if he turned his head to the side, just so. Nope, still no difference. Snape was still Snape. The man had been baffling Harry all day, ever since his unexpected outburst about hating Harry, or was it about hating him? Harry really wasn't sure what that had all been about. He might have been able to forget about it if Snape hadn't immediately afterward passed up on the perfect opportunity to injure Harry. Since when would the man not only give him back a sentimental possession, but also smooth out the edges to make it safe for him? It was a small thing, certainly, but something Harry never would have thought Snape capable of doing. And then, most shocking of all, he had actually accepted Harry's thanks, without mocking jeers or thunderous rage, even. Harry squinted only one eye at Snape this time. It made the man sitting across from him at the kitchen table look a little blurry, but other than that, he still looked like Snape. "May I assist you with something, Mr. Potter?" came a familiar voice from a familiar body, and in a familiar, impatient tone. Yep, definitely still Snape. Harry looked back down at his dinner plate, poking his fork into a bit of steamed carrot. No, sir, I'm good." Snape turned back to his own plate of food, spooning the last bit into his mouth before pushing the plate aside. It immediately disappeared from the table. Harry couldn't help but notice that his professor even chewed methodically. It was like everything about this man was systematically meticulous. His potions, his classroom, even his eating habits. Not that his outburst earlier had been methodical, or his action with the mirror predictable. And then there was the prophecy. Harry had been thinking about that a lot all day, too. Could it really mean what Dumbledore thought it meant? Was Snape destined to have so large a role in the war as to decide its outcome? Was it really possible that he might be the key to helping Harry figure out how to defeat Voldemort? Or was it possible that Harry or Dumbledore would be the deceived of the prophecy and Voldemort the victor? Only Snape probably knew the answer to that last question. Now that Dumbledore had presumably shared the prophecy with him, he must have the best idea out of anyone of its meaning. Not that Harry would ever ask him, of course. The man was a spy. If he was misleading Dumbledore, he'd hardly tell the truth about it now. "If you have something to say, Potter, swallow your food and say it." Snape didn't really look angry, but his sneer spoke volumes of his irritation at Harry's staring. Harry looked down again. "Nothing to say, sir. I'm fine." "Do not toy with me. You obviously have something on your mind, and I am not in a mood to mollycoddle it out of you. Have your say, then kindly desist in scrutinizing me." Harry chewed the last bit of the food in his mouth, thinking quickly. He couldn't tell Snape what he had really been thinking. He grasped quickly for something to say. "Unusual creatures," he blurted out. "I was wondering why we never saw any in that forest." "Pardon," Snape knitted his eyebrows together in confusion. "What gibberish are you going on about?" "In the forest with Remus and Moody, right after we left the Dursleys," Harry explained. "Dumbledore sent you that wand, and the portkey, and a note. And the note said to watch out for unusual creatures. I didn't ask before, but I really wondered, what creatures exactly was he talking about?" And why didn't we see any? Harry swore then that Snape actually twitched his lips in amusement before responding. We did not see any unusual creatures, Potter, because there were no creatures to see. It was a code. As is the case with all order messages, the headmaster could not guarantee that the message which he sent me would not be intercepted. He could not simply spell out the password to the portkey. If he had, and if it was, in fact, seized by the wrong party, Lupin and Moody would be dead by now. Oh, that made sense. It was pretty neat, actually, to think of codes and rendezvous and such. Still, how did he get a portkey password out of such a cryptic message? As if reading his mind, Snape summoned a quill and a piece of parchment from the other side of the room and scribbled something on it before passing it to Harry. Every unusual creature deemed risky, it read. Enemy was the password, Snape explained. First letter of the first word, second letter of the second word, and so on. Harry's eyes lit up with understanding. Oh, that's pretty cool. Do you always use this code when passing messages, or do you have different codes for different things, or something else, or some way to? Snape held up his hand. One question at a time will suffice. But his eyes weren't narrowed, and his mouth wasn't set in a straight, thin line. Harry was starting to think that maybe Snape didn't really hate answering these types of questions, even if they were from Harry. We do, in fact, have various codes for various uses. The headmaster also uses certain devices to communicate with certain people, thereby ensuring that not one single person knows every one of those methods. Taking into account the Dark Lord's effective means of gaining information, to entrust even the most trustworthy of Order members with every last piece of information would be foolhardy. So what are some of the other codes, then? Harry asked eagerly, pushing away his mostly finished plate of food. Finally, something more interesting to learn than how to count to 100 with his eyes closed. I could not tell you that, even if I were so inclined, Snape said shortly. Harry slouched back into his chair. Well, that didn't last long. You don't even have some measly, harmless code or password you can tell me. It's not like I'm going to go around telling you know who about it or anything, he pointed out. Mr. Potter, Snape began in his lecturing professor voice, which basically guaranteed Harry wouldn't like what he said. The Order does not devise methods of communication purely for your amusement. If the need arises, you will be provided with a thrilling code of your own, no doubt involving numerous nonsensical phrases concerning unusual creatures. Until then, you will desist in questioning me regarding matters which are none of your business. Understood? Yes, sir, Harry muttered. He still thought he ought to have a secret code or password or something. If nothing else, it would lend a little bit of fun to his otherwise tedious summer. After a day of mostly silence between the two of them, however, Snape now seemed inclined to discuss a few other things not quite so interesting to Harry as secret codes. I informed you this morning that I would test you on your occlumency efforts over breakfast. As certain distractions prevented it, we shall do so now. Occlumency. Oh, joy, griped Harry, but he sat up straight at Snape's warning look. Did you practice the 3 exercises the headmaster assigned to you? Yes, Harry answered without meeting his eyes. The truth, Snape snapped. Okay, fine. I tried the first 2 and totally failed, but I did read about the third. Explain your attempt at the first exercise, Snape ordered. The book said to breathe in and out, counting as I did. Tried, I really did. A couple of times even, but I just kept thinking about other things. I don't get it. How in the world can somebody just shut off their mind to everything around them? It's impossible. It is not impossible, it is necessary, Snape retorted. And the second exercise. I tried to imagine myself somewhere else, but then I just kept thinking about other things again. It was other things about that place, though, not about the here and now. What place did you use as your anchor for the exercise? Just a place, Harry answered feebly. How did Snape always know exactly the wrong questions to ask? I cannot determine the reason for your lack of progress without understanding how you are failing to clear your mind, Potter. You will be frank with me. Understood? Yes, sir. But, I thought you weren't teaching me occlumency. The headmaster is supposed to be doing that this time. The headmaster and I have reached an understanding. He will be overseeing your practical lessons, yes, but as I am the unfortunate soul saddled with your company at the moment, I will be ensuring that you stay on task in completing your reading and homework exercises. Now answer the question. Harry was starting to think that coming up with ways to avoid answering Snape's questions were pretty pointless. The determined man always managed to come back around to getting what he wanted to know, and Harry was out of distractions involving unusual creatures. So he sighed and resigned himself to, well, he didn't know to what, exactly. He would usually predict ridicule, but Snape was acting rather oddly today, what with all his shifting back and forth between civility and snappishness. And now he wondered if the reason for Snape's unpredictable behavior today was maybe that Snape himself was undecided as to how to act. He had been rather upset earlier about Harry proving to be different than Snape had expected or wanted him to be. Answer the question, Potter. I do not have all day. Case in point. Harry braced himself. I imagined I was in my cupboard, he admitted so quietly that anyone with less sharp hearing than Snape's would have had to strain to hear. Snape definitely hadn't expected that answer from Harry, if his furrowed brow and lack of a quick response were any indication. He cleared his throat. Potter, I do believe the book said to focus on a pleasant thought or memory, did it not? Yeah, it did. And did Yao enjoy being locked and starved in said cupboard? Of course not, Harry answered indignantly. Then I fail to see why you chose that prison, of all places, as a memory with which to focus on clearing your mind. Snape was giving him a look which clearly said what he thought of Harry's level of sanity. It wasn't, I didn't. Harry stopped, took a deep breath, then started again. It was a horrible place, yes, when I was being punished. But it wasn't always, a prison. It was also my room. Sometimes it was the only place I could go to get away from them. And cramped and dark as it was mine. It was yours, echoed Snape, drawing out the words. He still looked at Harry like he thought he was nutters. Perhaps we should revisit the concept of happy thoughts, Potter. You were to focus on something pleasant, not on a reminder of being treated fractionally better than a house elf. Harry flushed and mumbled. It wasn't all bad. The cupboard, or living with your relatives? Snape asked, and Harry looked at him in surprise. It almost sounded like the man was personally interested in the answer. Snape apparently realized that at the same moment because his expression closed off completely. He didn't take back the question, though, and Harry had to think a moment before replying. He'd hated life at the Dursleys, no question about that, but this conversation was straying into dangerously personal territory. Harry wasn't about to give his professor more ammunition for future taunts than he already had. He settled for a half-hearted shrug and a watered-down truth. Both, I guess. It's not like I was afraid for my life, They just didn't like me all that much. Snape examined him for a moment with his expressionless eyes before getting back to the point. Elaborate on your attempts at the exercise. Harry inwardly breathed a sigh of relief at the reprieve from delving further into his childhood. Okay, yeah, it didn't really work so well. Explain. Harry gave him a blank stare. Explain what? It didn't work, that's all. I got distracted, just like with the counting. Snape crossed his arms over his chest in obvious exasperation. Getting the information I actually need from you is like trying to obtain venom from a live acromantula, Potter, nigh unto impossible. Harry crossed his own arms. Well, if you'd stop trying to pry into my personal life. This is not personal, Potter. This is war. Even if it did not benefit you to retain control over your own mind, it most certainly benefits our fight against the Dark Lord. Besides, What do you think that you can possibly have to hide? I have already discovered more useless information about your personal life than I have ever desired to know. Discussing your thoughts within the no doubt minuscule amount of time you actually dedicated to the exercise cannot possibly be more damaging to your pride than not improving upon your occlumency would be to your life. Harry absorbed Snape's words, eyes trained on the tabletop in front of him. Snape was right, in a way. The professor did already know most everything Harry had never wanted him to know, and fighting Voldemort, that was more important than Harry's stupid pride any day of the week, wasn't it? But still, thinking about it, he suddenly realized what it was that was holding him back. You don't know how iffy about it, Harry murmured. Come again. So, you know things, okay? Harry raised his eyes to the dark material covering Snape's folded arms. You know about lots of things neither one of us wanted out in the open, but when it's all said and done, it's okay. More okay than I thought it would be, anyway. I'll get over it. He paused, taking a deep breath. I'll get over it because you still don't know the important stuff. What I think of it all, how I feel about it, how it's made me brave about some things and afraid of others. I can't let you know that. Even if it will benefit the war, I just can't. The silence in the room was so thick after his admission that he almost wished he could grasp for the words and take them all back. Though, he guessed he had said what needed to be said, even if Snape did hold him in complete contempt for it. Occlumency, Snape broke the silence guardedly, as if he couldn't believe he was about to be forthright with Harry in return, is a complex and delicate study. It requires a certain level of trust between teacher and student, a level of trust which I insisted to the headmaster innumerable times last year that you and I do not possess, could never possess, as a matter of fact. Harry almost nodded his agreement, but wasn't sure that would be the appropriate response. He remained still and listened, watching Snape's arms as they unfolded to rest on the table. I do not care to trust you, Potter, and do not fool yourself into thinking that I care one bit whether or not you trust me. However, Snape paused, it appears that the headmaster's assertion that a semblance of trust is not necessary in order to follow up on mere homework assignments was inaccurate. When Snape didn't speak for a full minute, Harry figured he'd said all he wanted to say. So we're, at an impasse, Potter. The correct phrase in this situation is, I believe we are at an impasse. Oh, right, that's a good way of putting it. Harry couldn't think of a single other thing to say. Return to your studies, Snape ordered crisply before standing from the table. Harry stood as well and hesitantly asked, So, that's it then. You're not overseeing my homework anymore. I will ensure that you do not spend your holiday lazing about. If the headmaster wants you to be tested on the materials, he can very well do it himself. Snape sneered slightly as he shoved in his chair and walked toward the door. Harry silently made his way to the drawing room as Snape climbed the stairs, presumably to work in his lab. The books Hermione and Ron had brought him for the upcoming school year were strewn across the table and floor, where he had spread them out after breakfast that morning in his attempts to avoid all things occlumency and potions. Actually, cracking his Hogwarts books had seemed like a decent way to avoid Snape, until dinner, and also to avoid a tongue-lashing at dinner. Harry collapsed on the sofa. He wasn't at all disappointed by this latest development, he decided, but he would have thought he'd be a bit more elated. After all, he didn't have to discuss his exercises with Snape anymore. They really would both be better off if they could avoid living on the same continent. They both knew that. Plus, as Snape had said, how could it even work if they didn't trust one another? That really made sense, actually. If Harry wasn't willing to share a part of his mind, then how could anybody help him figure out how to control it? It was only, well, who knew when Dumbledore would have time to start their occlumency lessons? He was so busy with the Order and running Hogwarts, and who knew what else? How was Harry going to learn occlumency if he had no constant tutor? And as much as he'd been fighting it, the events of last year had at least taught him that, Like it or not, learning occlumency wasn't necessarily a horrible idea. But come to think of it, maybe it really wasn't occlumency itself that Harry disliked. It was the horrid methods of learning it that he hated. He really didn't know which was worse anymore, withstanding vicious attacks on his mind or being forced to read that boring old book. If he could just figure it out and have the learning it bit behind him, his life would be a whole lot easier. Especially as he was to reflect several hours later. Not knowing how to properly clear his mind made slowly drifting into sleep on the drawing-room couch much more risky an endeavor. And whether it was his mind not being clear that caused it to reach into Voldemort's mind once again, or whether it was a fluke brought on by the Dark Wizard's intensely joyous state, Harry did not know. His followers stood before him in a crowd of identical black hooded robes and masks, and he allowed himself a moment to revel in the symbolic uniformity. It represented so much of his own vision. One day the wizarding world, no, the entire world, would be so wholly consistent, so unpolluted by the foul blood of the dissimilar, the weak, the muggle. He smiled, admiring in his followers the living, breathing testament to the purity of his ambitions. His smile only grew as his newest prisoner was led through the sea of dark robes to stand in his presence. The crude, muggle clothing the woman wore contrasted with the surrounding Death Eater garbs. It served to emphasize the pollution she and her kind were responsible for condoning. It was no matter. The squib would die today, though not before he gathered the information necessary to lead him one step closer to his prize, and one step closer to the power he craved. No, he didn't merely crave that power. Hedda served it. "Where is Harry Potter?" he questioned, drawing his wand on the shaking woman. He loved knowing that it was he who caused her to shake in fear. She tightened her lips in a silent refusal to answer. "Crucio," his smile widened as the collapsed figure writhed in pain. He let up an instant later, unwilling to destroy this frail excuse for an offspring of wizards before his questions had been answered. "Where have they taken the boy?" he repeated smoothly. "You know that Dumbledore cannot hide him from me forever. I will find him, with or without your help. Tell me what I need to know, and I may allow you to live." The prisoner's violent shaking did not prevent a look of defiance from crossing her face. She opened her white, trembling lips to foolishly declare, "You will never win. Albus Dumbledore will." "Albus Dumbledore is a fool," he interrupted smoothly, smile disappearing from his face. The squib was beginning to spoil his excellent mood. "I will ask once more. Tell me what you know of the location of Harry Potter. Refuse, and you will die this day a more torturous death than one ridiculous boy is worth." She tightened her lips into a thin line, eyes simultaneously showing defiance and terror. "So be it," he hissed, joy completely spoiled at the less than worthwhile find. The Death Eater who captured her had assured him that her resistance would be as frail as her aged, thin frame. The Death Eater would be punished. "Kill her," he ordered his followers. "Slowly. If she decides to remember any information of value, stop immediately and bring her to me." She would die. But now he must exercise the next step in his plan to locate the elusive and protected boy. He turned away, leaving his followers to carry out the fate of one Arabella Figg. Harry opened his eyes abruptly, for one endless moment certain that he had been placed under the Cruciatus curse. The pain in his scar throbbed in time with his pounding heart. The moment of confusion ended even while the pain did not, and all the moments thereafter passed too quickly. Harry began to panic before he even rose to his feet. Every second he wasted was another second closer to Mrs. Figg's death. He bolted through the door to the hallway and up the stairs, not stopping to think of the distinct possibility that Snape would curse him into oblivion. He charged through the door of the potions laboratory without knocking. Snape was in the corner, his back to the door. He spun around, wand in hand, at the sudden intrusion. Seeing Harry, his face hardened, eyes flashing. Before Snape could start in on him, Harry leaned his arms on the nearest table to catch his breath and gasped, "Mrs. Fig! He's got Mrs. Fig! They're torturing her and she's going to die. Breathe. Look Snape in the eyes. They're killing her." The anger faded from Snape's face as quickly as it had appeared. He reached Harry's side and, grabbing him by both shoulders, shoved his shaking body into a nearby chair. The professor's entire frame was tense with urgency as he searched Harry's eyes. "You had a vision from the Dark Lord." Harry could only nod, panic setting in. "Arabalafig?" Snape asked quickly. Harry gave another quick, jerky nod. "Tell me what you saw, exactly beginning to end. Be quick and be thorough." Harry tried in vain to swallow a fresh burst of panic. He was with his Death Eaters. Harry gasped for breath. "Breathe, Potter. In, out." He tried, but talking was more important. He was happy because he had a prisoner. He was happy, Harry gasped for air, because he thought he could get her to tell where I was, but she wouldn't or couldn't either one, and he told them to kill her. Slowly, though. He said slowly, so she might still be alive. He shoved against Snape's hands where they kept a tight hold on Harry's shoulders. "You have to tell the Order. She might still be alive. You have to go now and tell them to find her." Snape didn't move, despite Harry's attempts to push him away. "Where are they?" Describe the surroundings. Outdoors or inside? Forest, graveyard, shack, mansion. As many details as you can remember. Inside, I think. Some kind of huge room, maybe. Was there anything in the room? Anything at all that might identify it? It was dark. I think it was a stone floor. Maybe. I didn't see anything but the people. I told you everything. Please just tell the Order. Harry couldn't keep the panic from taking over much longer. Snape did not hesitate now. He swept out the door so quickly that if Harry had blinked, he'd have missed it. Snape gone along with his message. Harry brought his knees up to his chest, slowly rocking back and forth in an attempt to distract himself from his racing thoughts and his throbbing scar. But he knew there would be no distraction for this. He knew Mrs. Fig, not well, really, but he still knew her. She had watched over him before he knew who she was. She had even testified for him at his hearing last summer. And now, she was going to be killed by Voldemort in his quest to locate Harry. She was going to die because of Harry. He was about to be responsible for yet another death. He clambered off the chair to reach a wastebasket. He felt about to retch, but he didn't. He sat there, on the floor near the wastebasket, just in case. He wasn't crying, and he didn't know whether to feel guilty for not crying. Would Mrs. Fig hate him if she knew that he wasn't crying after seeing her being sent to her death? He brought up his knees again, but he didn't rock this time. The shaking of his body was all the movement he could handle. Where was Snape? He had to have contacted the Order by now. Were they looking for her? Had he left to look with them? The moments stretched by, and Harry didn't know if it had been mere minutes or long hours before Snape re-entered the lab, his black shoes stopping directly in front of Harry. Harry couldn't look up. He was afraid of what news Snape had brought. His body shook violently. After a moment, Snape knelt to just above Harry's eye level, and Harry didn't have any more excuses. He met the professor's eyes, terrified of what he might see. "I contacted the Order," Snape said evenly. "They were aware of Arabella Fig's disappearance and had been searching for her. Until I made contact, they had no reason to believe that she had been taken prisoner by the Dark Lord. They have increased their efforts to find her. However," he paused before saying evenly, "their efforts will most likely be in vain if she has, indeed, been handed over to his followers. I expect she will be dead before the day is out." Harry lowered his head to his knees at hearing it put so bluntly. Still, even through the turmoil he felt inside, he appreciated Snape's bluntness. Dealing with the truth was hard enough without having to sift through a sugar-coated version of the truth. He didn't lift his head when Snape rose to his feet and walked to the other side of the laboratory. He heard shuffling and the sound of bottles clinking against each other, and then Snape was back beside him. "Drink this." The closeness of Snape's voice told Harry that he was kneeling again. Harry raised his head a fraction to see a small bottle of potion being held out to him, and he took it and poured it into his mouth without question. This was probably the first time he'd ever taken a potion from Snape without suspiciously questioning him, he thought absently. He leaned his head back, his shaking almost immediately lessening as a calming feeling spread throughout his body. It didn't take away all of the panic or the pain of his scar, but it did make it easier to breathe. "Better?" Snape asked, though Harry knew by his clipped tone that the question was clinical rather than caring. Harry nodded, unfocused eyes staring ahead of him. "He was looking for me." Snape hesitated before saying quietly, "I know." Harry rolled his head to the side, taking in Snape's searching look, though he couldn't think what Snape might be searching for. "How?" Harry gulped, needing to ask the question, but not wanting to know the answer. "How many others has he killed, trying to find me?" Less than he would have killed, were he not distracted by this latest plan. Harry closed his eyes, knowing what that meant. Mrs. Fig wasn't the first person Voldemort had tortured and killed for information on Harry's whereabouts this summer. He licked his lips, then croaked, "Who else?" "It is not necessary for you to know." "Who else?" he demanded, desperate eyes boring into Snape's. He didn't even care if Snape saw how shaken he was. He just needed to know who else had been needlessly killed in the pursuit of keeping Harry safe. "Two muggles from your neighborhood, shortly after we left," Snape said, giving in to Harry's plea. "The Dark Lord appears to have now abandoned that route, as none of the residents of Privet Drive seem to know anything about you beyond your uncle's claims that you are a delinquent in attendance at a school for criminal boys." "And the Dursleys," Harry whispered, not sure why he cared, just that he didn't want them dead. Not dead because of him, anyway. "We believe he has decided them of more use alive. Nonetheless, they are under certain protections." Snape sneered at that, as though dubious about the wasting of wizarding protections on them. From Snape's odd behavior today, Harry wondered if it was because he had seen them being so horrible to Harry. But then he remembered the image of Uncle Vernon threatening Snape with a lawsuit, and figured his professor wouldn't need to have any other reason to not like the Dursleys. Still, even in the midst of this nightmare, it was somehow nice to know that even Snape couldn't stand Harry's horrible relatives. Snape held out another bottle of potion in the silence, but as Harry reached for it, Snape held it back just out of his grasp. At Harry's questioning look, he explained, "Dreamless sleep potion. Go to bed. Drink this just before you sleep." Harry stared. "I can't go to bed, Mrs. Fig. The Order is looking for her. You can do nothing from here to change her fate. Go to bed," he repeated, in a tone Harry nearly mistook for gentleness. Harry opened his mouth to argue, then shut it again. He was too tired now to start an argument with someone even more stubborn than himself. He rose to his feet, but he paused before accepting the potion that Snape still held out to him. Sir," he ventured before he could change his mind, though he carefully avoided the professor's gaze. He took Snape's silence as invitation to continue. I kind of think that maybe an impasse isn't an option." Snape still didn't answer, so Harry chanced a glance at him. Great. The unreadable expression was in place. Harry really hated that expression, even if he wished he could master it himself sometimes. "If I take this potion tonight, what am I going to do tomorrow night? And the next night?" He swallowed, but he forced himself to go on. I don't know how many more of that kind of vision I can take." Snape studied him for a moment before asking, "Are you prepared to trust me, Potter?" Harry tried to nod, but he couldn't. Even Snape would see it for the lie that it was. Maybe you could just tell me how you cleared your mind when you were learning." "I was 3 years old," Snape pointed out. "Yeah, but couldn't you tell me? I mean, how did your mum start to teach you?" Snape crossed his arms. "If you think that I am about to tuck you in." "No," Harry protested in a rush. "Definitely not." He crossed his arms too, only it wasn't defensive. His shaking was getting worse again. "If you could just tell me what she told you, maybe I'd have some chance of actually learning something." She sang to me, Snape answered, surprising Harry by not only giving him an answer, but not immediately kicking him out of the lab. Oh, yeah, definitely not going to ask Snape to do that. Just the thought would have been enough to cause Harry to shudder if he hadn't already been shaking. I was told to focus on her voice and on the intervals of music. Then I was to focus on the words only, forgetting her voice or the melody. In this way, she taught me to focus my mind on one thing at a time, effectively blocking out extraneous details. Harry nodded. It made sense, but he still couldn't figure out how to block out his own extraneous details. His frustration must have shown on his face, for Snape withdrew the bottle of dreamless sleep and set it on the counter. Prepare for bed, Potter. We will convene in your bedroom in 15 minutes. And I will not, Snape repeated, lifting his chin, be tucking you in, singing you to sleep, or otherwise operating in any way parental toward your wretched teenage self. Oh, okay, was all Harry could manage before Snape steered him toward the door and out of the lab. After a moment of staring at the closed laboratory door, he managed to calm his shaking long enough to make it to his room. He tried not to think about Mrs. Figg's terrified face, but it kept resurfacing in his mind's eye. All he could do was hope that Snape wasn't coming to his room to humiliate him or taunt him about his old, ragged Dudley hand-me-down nightclothes. He needed help to clear his mind from these and other images, to keep Voldemort away, and truth be told, to keep away the nightmares he knew he'd be having tonight. Nightmares filled with death and guilt. He wasn't ready to trust Snape, but he was still the only one who could help him. And so right about now, Harry was ready to accept what little bit of help Snape was ready to offer. 15 minutes later, as Harry listened to the sound of approaching footsteps with a mixture of hope and trepidation, he could only manage two measly, understated thoughts. This was going to be interesting, and there had better not be any singing. Chapter 20, The Scent of Safety. Harry sat on his bed, then stood, then sat again, before Snape entered his room. One glance at the intimidating man in his doorway, however, and he shot back to his feet. It was weird, this waiting for Snape to come to his room before going to sleep. It was too parental, for lack of a better word. Harry felt downright awkward, with no clue how he was supposed to act. And of course, the fact that his scar still hurt, and he was still feeling shaky from his vision, didn't help matters. Thankfully, Snape didn't tarry by the door. He walked right in and gestured with an impatient wave for Harry to climb into bed. Harry quickly complied, pulling the covers completely up to his chin. Snape sat stiffly on the foot of the bed, perched as if ready to leave at any moment. Clearing the mind is not something one can simply teach, Snape began without preamble. It must be consistently put into practice in order for your mind to develop any semblance of discipline. I will endeavor to aid you in the clearing of your mind. Do not mistake this for any concern on my part, Potter. I am agreeing to oversee your practice for tonight only for the sole sake of the war effort. His chin rose slightly. Well, yeah, Harry thought, making no reply. How many times did the man have to insist that he didn't care about Harry? That usually went without saying, and Harry found it odd that Snape had found it necessary to say so more than once today. Snape continued, my observations this past week have led me to believe that your failure to clear your mind prior to sleep is not an isolated issue, and may, in fact, be part of a greater problem. Harry narrowed his eyes, not sure whether to be offended or worried. Greater problem? What do you mean? What problem? Snape crossed his arms, relaxing his frame a minute amount, probably because he was approaching more familiar lecturing ground. From the moment you and I arrived at this location, you have flitted from one activity to another, hardly able to focus on one single thing at a time. That's not true, Harry denied automatically, propping himself up onto his elbows. I can focus. Oh, really? Snape did look at him then, eyebrows raised. Your first several days were spent in aimless teenage boredom, as if concentrating on one activity were beyond your comprehension. You have always been easily distracted in potions class, and that has not changed in your few assignments this summer. Also, allow me to point out your horrendous attempt to study the headmaster's assigned readings for more than 1 second at a time. You may examine the results of your failed occlumency exercises for yourself. Harry sat up completely. I can focus, he repeated, trying to find some flaw in Snape's list, but when he paused a little too long, he felt his face heat at Snape's smug look. I can focus, he tried again. I focused on all those potions assignments you gave me this week. You can't blame me for being bored sometimes over all those hours you had me working. I finished, didn't I? Anyway, everything you listed, it's all boring. Harry cringed as soon as he said that, and it sounded like he was whining, so he tried a different tack. I can focus on Quidditch. No matter how many hours I play that game, I never stop looking for the snitch, and I'm always able to avoid the bludgers. And maybe I don't do so well in potions because it's not my favorite subject, but I'm really good at defense. I see, Snape leaned back, arranging himself a bit more comfortably on the foot of Harry's bed. You see what? Snape pierced Harry with his know-it-all gaze. I see a teenager who has never learned the fine art of applying himself to occupations which may not entirely engage him. Issy, Snape continued, as if Harry hadn't tried to interrupt him. A boy who decides much too quickly that an activity is not worth his effort, and therefore does not give it enough due attention to discover whether it perhaps may hold a single interesting or useful quality. So you can focus on activities which you genuinely enjoy. Who cannot? That is hardly an accomplishment. Snape leaned forward to get his point across to Harry. You will never learn to clear your mind unless you learn to apply yourself utterly and completely to less than enjoyable undertakings. Harry opened his mouth to argue again, but he shut it before any words came out. Loath as he was to admit it, Snape might actually have a point. Ah! Harry resisted the urge to shudder at conceding the small victory to Snape. He shuffled back on his bed so that he was sitting against the headboard. Okay, fine. So what's your solution to me clearing my mind, then? I've no idea. Harry waited another moment, certain he either must have heard wrong or that Snape wasn't finished. When the man didn't say another word, Harry simply stared. What do you mean, you've no idea? You always have ideas, unwanted ideas, and opinions and lectures and insults and— I meant exactly what I said, Potter, Snape interrupted, looking him over in the critical way that Harry knew meant he was currently poring over dozens of possible solutions in his head and testing them for merit. I've no idea how to force you to concentrate when you refuse to do so. No mind can be forced to learn. Snape paused, then continued. We shall need to hypothesize until we come to a satisfactory solution. Hypothesize. As you will be pleasantly absent from the 6th-year potions class, allow me explain a few principles which will be taught to those exemplary students. Harry lifted his chin in a show of defiance. What makes you think I won't be taking potions next year? I have recently received and reviewed every 5th-year student's potions owls, Potter. Your grade of E, while shockingly higher than I had expected for you to receive, is unacceptable for my advanced potions classes, and you will therefore not be admitted. Harry blinked, but recovered from the declaration to defensively utter, Yeah, well, what makes you think I would have wanted to take it next year anyway? Snape smirked. Are you counting on your celebrity to win you the post of Aura? Of course not, he shouted. He lowered his voice to ask suspiciously, How did you know about my wanting to be an Aura? While I do not owe you an explanation, I was, in fact, informed by the headmaster. He occasionally feels it necessary to keep me abreast of your progress via unsolicited information. It is no doubt one more way in which he has attempted to force the two of us to come to an understanding. UMOH, the prophecy, of course. Dumbledore might have given his word to not outright force them to work together, but there he was again, always behind the scenes trying in little ways to make each more tolerant of the other. In light of that prophecy, Harry felt a nagging thought in the back of his mind, telling him that maybe he should try to be more tolerant of Snape. But nagging thoughts were often hard for Harry to follow, mainly because they were nagging against what he really wanted to do, which was to continue to blindly hate the professor. Case in point, Snape interrupted his thoughts. Your inability to continue this conversation due to your meandering thoughts has proved my point. I was thinking that requires focus, not the other way around. And there's no law against it, you know. Everybody's mind wanders, even yours. You know my mind. Snape crossed his arms, quirking his eyebrow in mocking amusement. And not even having mastered occlumency. Impressive. Harry heaved a long-suffering sigh. So what's this about sixth-year potions? Thankfully, Snape went on without further jabs. The Newt-level potions curriculum introduces the invention and experimentation of potions, hence my requirement that only the most advanced students be admitted. Students with the tendency to blow up their cauldrons while working from detailed instructions do tend to pose a danger when expected to brew with no instructions whatsoever. Harry couldn't help a nod at the thought of Neville working without even the aid of written directions. That aside, Snape continued, in order to experiment, one must hypothesize. In this way, we must conjecture how best to master the clearing of your mind, then test each method until proved or disproved. Harry felt like shaking his head at Snape's drawn-out logic. So all that lecturing was just to say that we should make a guess and see if it works. That is the general idea. My explanation was quite more precise, of course. Yeah, of course. Snape narrowed his eyes, intelligent enough to know when he was being mocked. Harry thought better than to let him dwell on it. So, what's your first guess? Hypothesis, Potter. Guessing implies a lack of intelligent thought. Harry stared at his professor. How could one person be so infuriating even when they were supposedly trying to help? Fine, hypothesis. What is it then? Lie down. We will begin by engaging your senses. Harry shuffled down until he was flat on his back again. His fingers fiddled nervously with the sheets. My senses. Sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. Surely even you have heard of them, Snape said snidely. Most people have a dominant sense. If we can isolate and use your dominant sense as the object of your focus, we may get somewhere. Okay. It didn't totally make sense, and he didn't want to think about how taste might factor into this. Was Snape planning on pouring something gross onto his tongue or something? You. Harry didn't want to dwell on all the ways that Snape could potentially make his life miserable in these few minutes alone. Snape rose. We shall begin with the sense of hearing. Hearing, not. You're not really going TOER. No, Potter, Snape interrupted with a scowl. I am not going to sing. Harry relaxed and couldn't help his rather loud sigh of relief. At a glare from Snape, he immediately schooled his features. It was hard, though, as the humor of the situation suddenly caught up with him. It was too funny, the idea of Snape singing coupled with the surrealism of the situation. Snape was basically helping Harry go to sleep. Snape. He imagined the outrageous look Ron would give him if he told him about this. He didn't mean to start laughing. He really didn't, especially since Snape was already talking, droning on about useless information such as how sounds are processed by the brain. But he couldn't seem to stop himself, either. It just erupted inside of him until he couldn't hold it in anymore, and it burst out of him. Not light chuckles, either. Real laughter. The side-splitting peals of laughter that one tries to stop, but can't. No matter that the professor had stopped his speech to stare at him with an equal mixture of confusion and disdain, which just made Harry laugh harder until he had to sit up from gasping for air. I fail to recognize what is so incredibly hilarious, Potter. You will desist with the tomfoolery immediately. Harry tried to talk through what was now a fit of rather embarrassing giggles at Snape's raised voice, but all he could manage was, I can't stop. Before Harry knew it, Snape was hovered over him, his hand pressed to Harry's forehead. Harry swatted it away, the unwanted contact helping him to get his giggles under control. "You feel warm. Are you ill?" Snape asked, confusion and disdain giving way to something nearing, but not quite concern. That was unsettling enough to further help Harry to get his outburst under control. It was still hard to talk, though, with gasping for air between lingering giggles. "No, not sick. Just tired, I guess. It was all so funny." "Apparently," Snape said dryly, watching him so critically that, once finally under control, Harry just about darted for the door. "I think perhaps that you are rather too tired to continue with this exercise at this time. No doubt this exhaustion has been brought on by your latest vision." "No, no, I'm fine, I swear. I really need to learn to clear my mind, Professor. I know that now. I can concentrate, I swear." Despite his flaming face, he pulled together a pretty decent, earnest expression. Really, he could think of nothing he'd like doing less than having Snape teach him to clear his mind. But he had to do it, because memories of that vision were chasing away any lingering hilarity that moments ago had engulfed him. Snape watched him for going on a full minute before finally giving in. "Very well. We shall dispense with the background knowledge and proceed to the exercise." He took his wand from the pocket of his robes and pointed it at Harry. Harry shot up, hands in the air. "Whoa, don't point that wand at me before telling me what you're doing." Snape lowered his arm a bit, and Harry moved his leg from where it still seemed to be in the wand's path. "You will think of a pleasant memory," ordered Snape without apology. "Focus on that memory until you have blocked out everything save what you hear. Once you have isolated the sound or sounds, you will indicate as such to me, and I shall cast a simple spell to magnify that sound within the room. The tangible noise will hopefully aid you in your efforts to concentrate on that one memory, blocking all else from your conscious mind." "Oh, that doesn't sound so bad. Need we discuss the qualifications of a pleasant memory this time, Potter?" Snape asked pointedly. Harry almost scowled, but managed not to as he placed his glasses on the bedside table, then lay back and closed his eyes. "No, sir, I got it. Think of a pleasant memory. Well, apparently the cupboard was out. Flying. Yes, flying was the first thing that had popped into his mind last time, so flying it was. He concentrated, imagining himself flying high on his broom above the earth, basking in the warmth of the sun and the chill of the wind. Doing his best to focus, he thought only of the whistle of the wind assaulting his ears. Focus, focus. "Okay, I got it." He tried to keep focusing on the wind and not on what Snape might be doing with his wand, and a moment later he opened his eyes in amazement when the sound of the wind actually was whistling around his ears. "Wow, that's brilliant." "Brilliant or no, Potter, close your eyes and concentrate on the sound." "Oh, right." It was odd, the sound of the wind whistling throughout the room, but not the feel of it. Still, he tried to focus. Flying Quidditch, wind. Flying Quidditch, wind. Blocking out all else. Harry didn't even get excited when it started to work, so caught up was he in his memory. As he slowly started to drift off to sleep, he even forgot about Snape's presence as he focused on the wind and only the wind. Slowly, ever slowly, he heard the freedom of the whistling wind calm his nerves and soothe his fears. He flew on his broom in the depths of his mind, alternately enjoying the freedom of flight and chasing a glorious golden snitch. Ha! The feeling of triumph ran through him as he closed his fist around a snitch and raised his arm in the air. He looked down, expecting the uproarious sounds of an exhilarated crowd, but there was no crowd. It was Hogwarts, in ruins, death, his friends. His dream. "No." Harry awoke with a start and shot straight up in bed, gasping for breath. "Potter!" A body was coming closer to him, and Harry frantically shuffled away. It stopped. Was it a vision? Harry looked up into Snape's blurry face, blinking as the images faded into the real world of his bedroom and his professor. "Wow, what?" "A vision, Potter," Snape repeated, more urgently now. He sat next to Harry, grasping his shoulders before he could back away again, dark eyes watching him intently. Did you just receive a vision from the Dark Lord? Voldemort. Harry shook his head. No, just normal dream stuff, he explained lamely, allowing a final shudder at the horrible memory before forcefully shoving it from his mind. It was hard to do, but he gave it all he had. Was I asleep for very long? Snape didn't answer right away, just continued to search Harry's eyes until he felt about ready to sink into the bed and never face the man again. Harry dropped his eyes to the blanket, still covering his legs, and grasped a corner with his hand. Anything to distract him from one more humiliation involving nightmares and Snape. Only just, Snape finally answered. No more had you appeared to fall asleep than you awoke quite abruptly. You are certain it was not a vision? Harry shook his head. I guess that hypothesis didn't work so well, he offered, shrugging away from Snape's hold. Snape removed his hands from Harry, but remained seated. So it would appear, he answered simply. We will move on to the sense of touch. So, I guess I'm supposed to imagine the feel of wind this time, instead of the sound, huh? No, I am beginning to see the problem inherent in using your memories as a focus for your mind. Well, before you try to say I picked a dud of a memory this time, I swear I picked a good one. I love flying. I have seen you play Quidditch, Potter. I do not doubt the truth in that statement. However, this is the second time you have used a seemingly positive memory with negative results. The first time I gather you were simply unsuccessful. This time it led directly to a nightmare. Yeah, so, what's that supposed to mean then? It would be a reasonable deduction that your positive memories are too closely linked with your negative memories, of which you seem to have quite a few, Snape added quietly, studying Harry oddly. Harry shifted uncomfortably under the probing gaze. Oh, what could he possibly say to that? It didn't take a genius who knew even Harry's past few years to figure that out. Well, it wasn't that Harry had bad memories all the time. No, in fact, he had loads of happy memories with his friends and at school. But even thoughts of friends and school were enough to bring his worries to the surface again. He swallowed hard at another thought of his vision, of his friends' bodies on Hogwarts' burned grounds. Lie back, Snape ordered. We will try something different. Harry obeyed, too tired to put up a fight. Snape cleared his throat and reached out a hand, holding it just above Harry's chest. I am going to lay my hand over your heart, Potter, he warned. Do us both the favor of not expecting me to curse you this time. A temporary allowance of trust will be helpful if not expected. He waited for Harry's wary nod before placing his hand on Harry's chest. Harry was at least glad that this time he moved slowly, giving Harry a chance to anticipate his movements. But still he couldn't help it. He flinched when Snape touched him. Snape ignored Harry's obvious unease to delve right into his next lesson. Touch is concrete. It is tangible. It relies less on memory and more on your immediate perceptions. Harry lay still, barely breathing, the hand like a dead weight on his chest. Close your eyes and concentrate on the feel of my hand. Sure, easy enough. Not like Harry could concentrate on anything else. He really wanted this, whatever this was, over with, now. Breathe in, breathe out, think of nothing else. In, out, breathe. All the usual involuntary things he didn't usually have a problem doing. He shifted, but the weirdness of the situation didn't get any less weird. He opened his eyes and shoved the hand away, sitting up. Okay, it isn't working. Maybe we should move on to taste now. Snape shoved him back down. This is not my idea of an appealing evening spent either, Mr. Potter. Now close your eyes. Concentrate. Concentrate. Yeah, right. He couldn't. Several moments passed, and try as he might, Harry couldn't focus on anything but the fact that Severus Snape's hand was within gripping distance of his heart and within choking distance of his neck. How was he possibly expected to sleep, knowing that? The only thing that kept him from getting right back up again was the knowledge that Snape wouldn't let him get away with it. In, out, breathe. Try as he might, he couldn't block all his other senses from operating in overdrive in his attempt to think of anything but how close Snape was to him while his eyes were closed. A stair creaked somewhere in the house. Did Mrs. Black's portrait hear that? Wait. Harry didn't remember hearing a word from her portrait since they arrived. Was it still here? There were plenty of times they had to have been loud enough to. Snape's hand shifted. Oh, right. Concentrate. Breathe in, out. There was a familiar scent in the air. Harry couldn't place it. An earthy scent, such as he might smell in herbology class. It was mixed with something, cloves maybe, and other smells, potions, ingredients. A hint of lilac. It came to him that it must be Snape. But with Harry's eyes closed, it didn't smell like horrible potions professor. It smelled, well, strangely like the long-ago escape from a nightmare. He knew why the smell was familiar. It had been the first thing to assail his senses when he'd been rescued from his death-filled nightmare back at the Dursleys, and it smelled like a presence he'd nearly forgotten, a presence that had spoken softly to him once within a dream. With his eyes closed, it somehow smelled of comfort and protection. It smelled like safety. He barely noticed when he began to drift off. He didn't notice when the weighty hand was removed from his chest. All he knew as his breathing slowed into the steady rhythm of sleep was that with each breath he took, the scent of safety stayed by his side. It didn't leave until long after he had fallen asleep. Harry felt the heat on his face first. It was a pleasant heat, like that of the sun on a warm summer day. He sniffed the air, smiling when the scents of freshly cut grass and popsicles entered his nostrils. Sure enough, he opened his eyes to an expanse of green grass bordering a shimmering blue lake. As he watched, adults and children alike strolled and played and sat under a sky which was the beautiful blue color that makes one believe nothing could ever be wrong with the world. Harry felt his heart drop. One would think nothing could be wrong, but he knew better. Everything that could go wrong would, no matter the color of the sky. Everything always did. Harry started, turning toward a voice that was familiar but that he couldn't quite place. It took him a moment to locate its source. A woman was walking along the shore of the lake, a hat hiding his view of her face, and she had a small, raven-haired little girl in tow. They walked past Harry, as if they hadn't seen him. "Harry," she called again happily, just in time for Harry to swivel to see her greeting an older version of himself. "Somebody's been missing you." As Harry watched, his older self laughed and reached for the little girl, throwing her up in the air amid squeals of delight before catching her and holding her close. "More, Daddy," called the little girl through her giggles. Harry froze and couldn't hear anything over the rushing in his ears. Daddy. Him, Daddy. He looked around. This was a dream, and it was very, very real. So the only question was, where was other Harry? "Right here," came a voice to his left. Other Harry was a few paces away, lying on his back, eyes closed. "And you thought that I would only bring you visions of horror," he commented with a smile, basking in the warmth of the sun. "Horror is relative," Harry retorted. "What is this? I'm not a dad. I'm not ready to be a dad." His older self kissed the woman, put an arm around her shoulder, and the three strolled away as if without a care in the world. "And I'm not married, or whatever, either." Other Harry opened an eye to squint up at Harry. "No, I should say not. You will notice that you are quite a bit older than 16 here. There is no reason to believe that you will be forced to enter into the horrors of domestic bliss at this young point in your life." Harry crossed his arms. "You think this is funny, don't you?" "Yes, very much so," answered other Harry, rising to a sitting position. He was smiling, clearly enjoying this vision much more than the others in which Harry had found himself. Harry's heart sank as he thought aloud. If you're here if I'm having a vision, then clearing my mind didn't work, did it? "It worked," other Harry said pleasantly. "I can tell. It is easier for me to reach you when your mind is free from distraction. I had an amazingly easy time of it tonight." "Oh, all right then. Well, That answered Harry's questions about whether the usual rules applied to his own subconscious. Other Harry gestured toward the retreating family, a silent bid for Harry to watch. Harry did, though he was lost as to the significance of this dream. If this was another future, it obviously couldn't be a certain one if a different possible future had involved his imminent death. But still, he watched, if for no other reason than to get to the point where he could ask some of his latest questions. The small family stopped near a group of people, and Harry saw more than a few redheads throughout the group. He stepped a bit closer and made out Ron and a few of his brothers. Then he saw Neville and Luna and several of their classmates. He saw many more faces that he recognized and several that he didn't. And the children. There were children running around everywhere, playing with the little dark-haired girl who had called Harry Daddy. She obviously knew them well. The next thing Harry noticed about all of them was that they looked so happy. They seemed carefree, as if they were out for a day of fun without the worry of attack or capture, without the worry of war. "This is a vision of what life will be like if we win the war," Harry said, "isn't it?" Other Harry nodded, still smiling. To be more accurate, it is one scene in that life. There will always be struggles and strife in this world, but this day, it's nice, isn't it? A life without the immediate threat of war. Wouldn't you like that for your children? Harry sat in thought after another glance at the joyous gathering. Sure. But, well, I guess I haven't thought about it much. I'm not old enough. And with the war and Voldemort hunting me and all, I guess I figure I might not live long enough to have my own family. It is possible, Harry. A life with loved ones and no war. It may not mean much to you at this time. You are, after all, more than slightly preoccupied with thoughts of adolescence and defeating Lord Voldemort, both grueling tasks apart from each other. But if the time comes for you to live, truly live, it would do you good to remember that this is possible. So who is she? Harry craned his neck. You know exactly who, the woman. I guess she must be my future wife then, right? Well, who is she? Other Harry grinned. She will be the love of your life. It may not be prudent for you to know more at this particular moment in time. Harry scowled but didn't pry further. He knew it wouldn't do any good. He refocused his attention on other Harry. So I told Dumbledore and Snape about these visions. Other Harry nodded, patiently waiting for him to continue. I believe you now, about seeing the future and all. Snape said to still be careful, so don't try to pull the wool over my eyes or anything. But, okay, so now that I know you know the future, can't you just tell me how the war is going to end? Instead of giving me all of the siblings. I wish that I could, but I cannot. It is as I explained before, Harry. Some futures are certain, some are possibilities. I cannot predict which possibility will occur unless it is revealed to me. I can, however, see the paths which lead to each future, and will do my best to guide you to the correct one. Guide me, huh? Okay, so what first? Other Harry chuckled. This is not a to-do list, Harry. There is no step 1 and step 2. There are merely a few facts of which you need to be aware. Harry stifled a barrage of questions, endeavoring to be patient, while other Harry settled himself back on the grass and began to share his facts. The future I revealed to you in our first meeting was a vision of loss. This future which you find yourself in now is a vision of triumph. One will happen if you lose the war. The other will happen if you win. And the vision of the basement, of me being captured, what about that one? That, Harry, is the turning point of this war. I don't get how it can be. I was unconscious. I couldn't do anything. How can I change the course of the war in a moment when I'm paralyzed? Or do I need to avoid capture? Is that it? Wait, Canny, you said it was a certainty. Can one ever escape a certainty? Harry, his other self began slowly, as if delaying what he was about to say. In our previous meeting, I explained to you that the outcome of the war depended upon you escaping from capture. I did not dare explain one more important fact until you had the chance to see the truth in these visions. Harry, the truth is, the war hinges on more than merely your escape. It depends also upon your capture. You see, it is not merely a certainty, it is a necessity. You must be captured. Both were silent for a moment, as Harry processed the unexpected declaration. You're joking, right? I definitely don't need to be captured by Voldemort, thank you very much. You must be captured or Voldemort will win. His plan is flawed, Harry. He will gain strength, yes, but in order for you to be able to defeat him, he must be allowed that strength. What? Harry leapt to his feet, horrified now that he saw other Harry was completely serious. You're trying to get me to believe the only way I can win is to give up and for Voldemort to become some all-powerful wizard. Snape was right. You are from Voldemort. Harry, listen. No, let me out of here. Go away and make me wake up. It will happen soon, Harry. I could not keep this information from you any longer. You must be ready. Well, I don't understand, okay? If you want me to trust you so much, then tell me. Tell me how this will change the war exactly. How does making Voldemort the strongest wizard who ever lived improve my chances of defeating him? If I explain all that I know, things will not happen as they should. You sound like Dumbledore. Perhaps. Now you sound like Snape. Other Harry scanned the crowd of laughing people below. Sadness was in his eyes as he looked back to Harry. This is the moment when you must decide. Harry Voldemort will continue to hunt you until he has gained what he set out to do. I have seen the future, he stressed fervently. You believe that now. Even now, hearing what I have to say, I know that you believe it. Listen to me, Harry Voldemort will capture you. If you allow events to play out on his terms, you will have no hope of escape. The war will be lost. This, he swept his arms over the happy scene below, will never be. I don't believe you, Harry whispered, knowing even as he said it that he did believe. He didn't want to trust this vision of himself, but he was compelled by something as unbelievingly strong as had once compelled him to catch a fluttering golden snitch. He believed because deep down in his heart, he knew it was true. If Harry licked his suddenly parched lips and crossed his shaking hands over his chest. If I've got to go about being Voldemort's prisoner on my own terms, well, what exactly are my own terms? There is only one person capable of delivering you from Voldemort. Now is the time to decide if you trust him enough to place your life in his hands. Harry didn't have to ask. They both knew who he was talking about. And the time to decide if, by extension, I trust him with the outcome of the war. That is what it comes down to, doesn't it? Other Harry nodded, his sorrowful gaze enough to tell Harry how sorry he was at having to lay this burden on Harry's shoulders. I informed you of the existence of the other prophecy for a reason, Harry, having all of the facts. Well, it seemed an important fact in this instance. Harry's throat had gone dry, and he couldn't even manage a nod. So here it was, the awful truth. Could he really, truly trust Snape with his life? With the war, Snape? Sure, the potions professor hadn't proved to be as horrible a housemate as Harry had initially dreaded. He had helped him, even, with homework and with clearing his mind. It was something that he was doing because of the war, but still. He had comforted Harry. Reluctantly, sure, but reluctance or no, Harry had felt comforted. And then there was Sirius's mirror. Is there anything else I need to know? Harry asked woodenly. That is all. Harry nodded his acceptance, and a moment later, other Harry had vanished. Harry knew by now the nature of these visions. He blinked his eyes and tried to wake, just in case it worked. It didn't. It was odd, this feeling that he was awake, but not actually being awake. And Harry could not figure out why, since he knew he was dreaming. It was always so difficult to leave these dreams. Perhaps it was because Snape was the focus of his thoughts moments before. Or perhaps it was his earlier dreamlike realization that Snape had been the presence to help him from his last two visions that caused him to think of the man now. He tried a few more times to wake, to no avail, then sighed and sat up on the grass in his dream and called as loudly as he dared, Snape. He listened. Nothing. Could he hear anything outside his dream? He was new at this. He knew he was in his room asleep, but he didn't know if anything he said could be heard or if he was just yelling in his dream inside his head. He tried again, Professor Snape. He sighed. It was just as well. It was a rather nice day in his dream. There really was no urgency to escape, as had been the case with his first two visions, was there? No sooner had he decided to lie back and enjoy the scenery indefinitely when he heard the sound of a door and footsteps. He looked around. There was no door anywhere near the lake. "What part afcall the house elfies so difficult to grasp, Potter?" came a tired voice from somewhere above him. But there wasn't anyone above him. "Oh, yeah, dream. Professor Snape. Right." Now that he was there, Harry was realizing the difficulty in separating elements of his dream from reality. "Professor," he tried, still not sure if he was speaking aloud or in his dream. Finally, at a more respectable volume. Harry frowned. Why was Snape being so snarky? It wasn't like Harry knew how loud he could be heard, was it? Oh, wait, it was Snape. He was always snarky. Well, all right then. "Potter," the professor's voice was more alert now. No, not alert, more like on guard. "I know it's a dream," Harry tried to speak to the waking Snape. "Are you real, or a part of the dream?" When his statement was met with silence, Harry sighed. It wasn't real. But Snape's voice came again, closer and softer this time. "Where are you this time, Harry?" Harry frowned again, confusion overcoming his momentary relief at being answered. Since when did Snape call him Harry? He slumped back in the grass. So much for thinking he knew what was what. The Snape voice he thought was real was just another dream. He plucked a blade of grass and tossed it aside. "Harry, did you hear me?" came the soft Snape voice of his dream within a dream. "Where are you?" "Go away," grumbled Harry. "You're just another dream, so go away." "I am not a dream. You are in the dream, remember." "I'm not as dumb as that. Snape doesn't call me Harry. Go away, you're not real." There was a pause, surprisingly followed by a chuckle and a dry, "No, Potter. I do not call you Harry. My mistake." Harry lifted his face. The sun was still shining down on it, and he thought momentarily about what it would be like never to wake. It was nice here. Why had he been in a hurry to escape it? No, he shook his head. He couldn't live in dreams, not when the real world was counting on him. "Please, if you're real, help me to wake up." "Here," Snape's voice came as a hand touched his chin. "Drink this." "No," Harry jerked from the hand as quickly as he could. "I need to wake, not sleep. The vision can't wait." Snape's voice had lost its mirthful edge when next he spoke. "A vision? What was in the vision, Harry?" Harry frowned. There it was, that name again. His, but the sound was all wrong. "Potter," Snape tried again. "Tell me." "Need to wake up," Harry repeated. How many times did he have to say it? Before he could think of another way to get his point across, he felt his upper body lifted and pressed to something warm and breathing. "Focus, Potter. Focus on the waking world. Focus on the touch." A heart was beating next to his cheek. It was a familiar place, and the more he felt it, the more a familiar scent filled his nostrils. The moment he woke, he knew it. Snape was holding him against his chest, as he had done once before when waking Harry from a nightmare. Harry had been screaming then, but he hadn't screamed this time. He felt safe like he hadn't felt in a long time, and the oddest thing of all was that now he was awake, he couldn't pretend to himself that someone other than his enemy was the one holding him, or that he was unaware that he'd held on a few moments longer than he'd had to. He breathed deeply of the scent of potions and safety, before pushing himself away from its comforting arms. He looked his professor in the eyes. "I saw the future again. We need to get Dumbledore. Now."